Dragon Ball Bu Chapter 1. I am Goten. Fuck, although time travel is a good thing, why is it Dragon Ball? On Baizai Mountain, a boy rested his head with a pair of tender hands. It's okay to come to Dragon Ball, but I can't travel to Son Goku. Vegeta is fine, but what the hell is it to become Son Goten? The boy complained for the nth time, sitting up with an unhappy face. The boy had a crab head, and a black long-sleeved shirt under his orange training clothes. He was the remnant of the protagonist Son Goku of Dragon Ball in the Cell games, and the younger brother of Son Gohan, Son Goten. However, unlike the original Son Goten, the current Son Goten still retains the unique tale of the Scions. Why am I Son Goten? Son Goten smiled bitterly in his heart. There are beauties in Dragon Ball, but they are useless. The heroine Bulma is Vegeta's wife, his son is 1 year older than him, 18 is with Krillin, the noseless man, and the remaining Chi-Chi is still a mother, and Bidyle has been booked by his brother. 69 Book Bar 69. I am so tired. This world is full of malice. According to the plot, Majin Buu is about to appear. Damn, he has to face such a powerful boss just after being born. I am a novice who has to face a full-level boss just after leaving the novice village. I feel that I am the most miserable one among all the time travelers. Forget it, the world's first martial arts competition is about to start. At least before that, I must become Super 2, otherwise I can't survive. Sun Wushan stood up, his eyes condensed, golden arrogance rose, golden sky-high hair and yellow eyebrows, light green pupils, and even the tail turned golden. Super Scion, according to the legend of Scions, only one is born every 1,000 years, but now basically every Scion can do it. Forget it, my life is important, let's practice first. Sun Wushan smiled bitterly, and his body turned into a stream of light and fled into the distance. Deep in an unknown mountain, Goten's golden flames dissipated, but he still retained the appearance of a Super Scion. Although so much time has passed, Goten found that the anime he watched before was still deeply engraved in his mind. This should be his golden finger. Goten still remembered that if he wanted to break through Super Saiyan 2, he must first adapt himself to the state of Super Saiyan. As for why Kala Fu could transform into Super Saiyan 2 just after learning Super Saiyan in Dragon Ball Super, Goten felt that it should be due to the plot. After all, when Kale transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, his energy was rampaging, and no Super Saiyan 2 could stop him. How strong the legendary Super Saiyan is, you will know after watching the theatrical version of Super Saiyan Battle. Broly alone killed 4 Super Saiyans, and with the strength of Piccolo, a strong man comparable to Super Saiyan, there is absolutely nothing to say. Goten continued to sweat in the sunset, doing basic skills step by step. Why Vegeta has never been able to catch up with Son Goku is because his basic skills are not as solid as Son Goku. Vegeta has a combat power of 1000 when he was born, while Son Goku only has 2. The high initial combat power makes Vegeta very ambitious and disdains to do basic skills. Son Goku only has 2, so he can only become stronger step by step. In the training on the eve of the Cell games, Vegeta practiced madly and developed the second form of Super Saiyan, which has the power to beat Cell's second form, but it is far inferior to the perfect form of Cell. Son Goku regards Super Saiyan as a normal practice and has developed the full power of Super Saiyan. Although his combat power is still not as good as Cell, Cell can't be as relaxed as Vegeta. Ah, brother is back. Son Goten, who has been sensing the situation at home, stopped practicing. Today is the day when Son Gohan goes to school, which makes Son Goten feel a sense of urgency. Remember that Broly appeared during the period before the World No. 1 martial arts tournament. The guy who is the same age as his father is a complete lunatic. Forget it, let's go back first. Sun Wushan used the dance air technique and stepped on the void to fly towards home. How about it, Goten, brother, is this handsome? Sun Wuhan, wearing the idiot clothes of Saiyan Superman, proudly showed off his clothes. Sun Yushan's mouth twitched slightly. I have a idiot, I don't know if you listen to it. Not bad. Sun Yushan squeezed out a forced smile from his face, smiling on his face, and his mother was fucking in his heart. Haha, Sun Wuhan seemed not to notice Sun Yushan's forced smile, and coquettishly posed in various idiot poses. Sun Yushan retreated without leaving a trace. He was afraid that if he stayed, he would not be able to help but draw out his 40-meter-long sword. Ma Dan, don't let me know who taught me bad things, otherwise I will catch him and beat him to death. In a mountain thousands of miles away from Baizai Mountain, in a circular lake frozen by ice, the eyelids of the sleeping man seemed to move, and then it seemed like an illusion. Daily. In daily life, Sun Gohan is so bored that he wants to be a Saiyan Superman, which makes Sun Goten speechless. Videl will think that you have taken his job. Although he is wearing that stupid clothes, Sun Gohan is still discovered by Videl. Teach me to fly, Videl asked Sun Gohan to teach her on the rooftop of the school, otherwise I will let everyone know the true identity of the Saiyan Superman. I can't teach you, Sun Gohan sweated profusely. Damn, what the hell is this? I still have to study and practice. Videl's lips curled up with a triumphant smile. After all, flying is the dream of every human being, especially flying in the air without any external force. Then it's settled, Videl chuckled, I'll go back to you tomorrow. Sun Gohan looked bitter. What a big deal. Due to cache reasons, please visit sx.website directly through the browser to watch the fastest chapter update. Oh, right, as if remembering something, Videl said again, Gohan-kun, I hope you will attend the world's first martial arts tournament in a month. World's first martial arts tournament, Sun Gohan scratched his head in confusion. In his impression, there was no world's first martial arts tournament, but that's right. The world's first martial arts tournament has not been held since the battle between Son Goku and Piccolo that year, and the organizers were afraid that such an incident would happen again. This time, it is estimated that it has come out of the shadow. I remember the first prize is 10 million, Videl said, which made Sun Gohan raise his eyebrows. His family has been running out of money in recent years. If he wins, it may be able to solve the urgent problem. Okay, then I'll go first. Sun Gohan changed into the costume of the Saiyan Superman and said goodbye to Videl in the air. Sun Gohan did not go back directly, but took a detour to the Universal Capsule Company. I see, the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Bulma's beautiful eyes flashed with memories, and she turned her head to look at Sun Gohan and said, So Gohan, you want to participate in the martial arts tournament, do you want me to find a way to solve the identity problem? Yes, Aunt Bulma, Sun Gohan said. No problem, just modify the helmet a little bit, Bulma chuckled. This was not a problem for her genius girl, and it happened that Trunks and Vegeta had just come out of the training room. Hey, Trunks, Uncle Vegeta, Sun Gohan smiled and greeted them. Brother Gohan, why are you here? Trunks asked in confusion. Sun Gohan explained to them, and Vegeta snorted and ignored Sun Gohan. In his opinion, those guys on Earth were not as good as his punch, and he might as well practice more with that time. He also saw that Sun Gohan's strength was no longer comparable to that of 7 years ago. Compared with Gohan 7 years ago, Gohan now is 100% abused. The world's #1 martial arts tournament, I also want to participate. At this time, the familiar voice suddenly sounded in the air. Goku. Dad. Kakarot. Bulma, Sun Gohan, and Vegeta recognized the owner of the voice. Bulma and Sun Gohan were delighted, and Vegeta was stunned for a while. Kakarot, what, are you interested in that martial arts tournament? Hee, yes, Son Goku's voice came again, this time with a silly smile, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you guys, and I can go back to the human world for a day. Just in time to meet you. Dad, you can really come back, Son Gohan said with joy. Of course. Hehe, that's fine, Kakarot, you want to participate in that martial arts tournament, then I will participate too, Vegeta said with a wicked smile. Then let's meet on the day of the martial arts tournament. Son Goku didn't say anything after making an appointment with him. Then I'll go back and tell Mom the news. See you on the day of the martial arts tournament, Son Gohan greeted, and an orange-yellow somersault cloud descended from the sky and took Son Gohan to Baizai Mountain. Only Trunks looked confused. Who was the owner of that voice just now? Why did Dad and Mom act like this? At night, Baizai Mountain. Nanny, a voice like a lion roaring in the east sounded on Baizai Mountain, and the deafening sound scared away many birds that were roosting. Gohan, you are telling the truth. Goku is really coming back. Chi-Chi didn't care about the horrible sound she just made, and excitedly grabbed Gohan tightly. Son Gohan nodded with an awkward smile. Son Goku is coming back, and there are only a few days left. Son Goten silently devoured the food on the table. The day when Son Goku returns is the day when Majin Buu breaks the seal. And that Broly who doesn't know where he is, damn, the anime didn't introduce Broly too much, otherwise I could kill Broly who is still sleeping now. Sun Wushan thought so, but was suddenly picked up by the excited Chi-Chi. Speaking of which, Wushan hasn't met his father yet, he must be looking forward to it. Sun Wushan rolled his eyes. Come on, as a time traveler, how could I not have seen Sun Wukong? I know him better than you, even if I don't know, I can guess it by looking in the mirror every day. However, Sun Wushan is still looking forward to meeting Sun Wukong, his current father. After all, in the anime, they are separated by a screen, wouldn't it be better to have zero-distance contact? In the glacier thousands of miles away, the frozen man murmured unconsciously, Ka. Ka. Lo. Te. If Sun Wushan knew about this, he would definitely complain, damn, you love my dad so much, and love him so deeply, why the hell don't you just fly? Training between brothers. In the early morning, the sky was dim and two afterimages were shuttling through the jungle. Okay, Goten, let's stay here, Son Gohan stopped and greeted. Well, Son Goten also stopped and faced Son Gohan, who picked up a lot of stones around and drew a horizontal line not far away. Come on, Goten, throw those stones at me. Son Gohan, who had already changed into a blue training suit, raised his hand towards Son Goten, and transformed into a Super Saiyan with a Tuan sound. Okay, Son Goten picked up a lot of stones and threw them lightly. The stones flew towards Son Gohan like cannonballs. Son Gohan was shocked and dodged Son Gohan's stones with his head tilted. The stones containing Son Goshen's terrifying power penetrated the hill behind Son Gohan without any resistance and disappeared without a trace, leaving a hole the size of a stone. Son Gohan looked at Son Goten in surprise. You guys are going too far. If I hadn't dodged in time, I would have been disfigured. Wait a minute, Goten. Son Gohan saw that Son Goten wanted to continue and hurriedly stopped him. Son Goten laughed in his heart. I just used the same force as Son Goten in the original. Son Gohan trotted to the other side and drew another horizontal line. Come on, Goten. Here it comes. Son Goten threw another one tentatively, and Son Gohan dodged it easily with a swing of his body. Son Goten chuckled, his hands turned into afterimages, and countless small stones rushed towards Son Gohan with greater force than before, but they were all dodged by Son Gohan one by one. Son Goten didn't believe in evil and directly transformed into a Super Saiyan, and the speed of the stones increased greatly. What? Son Gohan was startled again. His movements were stagnant, and he was hit by many stones. He asked in surprise, Goten, how did you become a Super Saiyan? I learned it when I was playing with Trunks before. Son Goten scratched his head, which made Son Gohan feel depressed. He thought about how much he had suffered to become a Super Saiyan, but Son Goten could do it easily. It was too shocking. However, Son Goten was also very confused. Why did Super Saions become so popular in the Majin Buu arc? Trunks and Son Goten, two children who had never experienced battles, transformed into Super Saions without any pressure, while Son Goku and the others all suffered a lot before they could transform. Even future Trunks relied on Son Gohan's death to stimulate his transformation. Could it be that Super Saions can be inherited? Then let's do this. Goten, you are still your brother's opponent. Son Gohan abandoned his original plan. Instead of doing basic training like this, it would be faster for two people to practice, not to mention the training between Saions. Then I'm here, brother, Goten laughed, and his figure rushed out like a monkey, kicking Gohan with a sweeping kick. Gohan was alarmed and raised his hand to block Gohan's kick. Woo wow! Gohan screamed in pain at the terrifying force of Goten's foot, and his body was kicked out. Gohan hurriedly used the air dance technique to stabilize his body. He underestimated Goten and overestimated himself now. Goten is quite strong, Gohan praised in his heart, borrowing the force in the air and rushing towards Goten, while Goten chased after Gohan when he flew backwards. Goten waved his arms and his fists hit Gohan like a meteor. And Gohan also waved his arms to fight back. Boom! 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 Bang! The two turned into afterimages, and the sound of collisions continued to echo in the air. Every time a collision occurred, a sonic boom sounded. The two fought from the early morning until the sun was high in the sky. They stopped only when their stomachs kept protesting. Goten, let's go home for dinner first, Son Gohan suggested. Son Goten nodded, and the two used the flying technique to turn into streams of light and flew home. However, just after returning home, Son Gohan looked at the extra things in his house and recalled what he had forgotten. It's terrible. I forgot that Videl was coming. Son Gohan covered his face, as if he had forgotten this because his father was coming back. Son Goten looked at the plane in front of his house, and then looked at his brother. He understood what happened and sighed in his heart. Alas, he wanted to practice hard these days. Son Goten couldn't help but look at his brother. I said, you are a Super Saiyan, what are you afraid of? Just some stupid earthlings, what are you afraid of? It was obviously you who killed Cell, but let a mentally retarded person pick up the peach. When was the peak of martial arts on Earth? The answer is the era when Sun Wukong and his group existed. They could destroy the existence of the Earth in a minute. As a result, because of the idiot Satan, everyone thought that Qi was a kind of deception. Can a deception make the Earth vibrate? I really don't know what kind of expression those Earthlings would have if they knew that Satan was just a guy who was at best a little stronger than ordinary people. I am excited just thinking about it. Sun Wushan has already thought about it in his heart. He must expose Satan's clown mask. To be honest, what Sun Wushan hates most in Dragon Ball is the liar Satan. No matter how loud he brags in front of the public, he will be a coward when he meets a big guy. Why don't you just die when you pretend to have a stomachache and pretend to be injured? By the way, it seems that in the plot, the champion of the junior group can challenge Satan in the world's first martial arts competition. Hey, this is a good opportunity. If Trunks had hit harder in the original work, Satan, the world champion, would probably be dead. Chi, cultivation in progress. You really didn't come here to date Gohan. Chi stared at the beautiful girl in front of her with suspicion at the door. Vidalai glared back and said impatiently, I said no. Gohan and Goten, who had just arrived home, happened to hear their conversation. Goten's mouth twitched. Vidalai, is it really okay for you to talk to your future mother-in-law like this? Due to cache reasons, please visit the Bookbar website directly with your browser to watch the fastest chapter update. Vidalai, sorry for being late, Gohan scratched his head and felt embarrassed. He was so excited that he forgot the appointment yesterday. Then he asked, but how do you know my address? You can find out about this kind of thing by checking it at school, Vidalai said angrily, which made Gohan embarrassed. Goten stared at Vidalai for a few seconds and said something shocking, "Brother, is she your girlfriend?" "How could it be?" Vidalai said angrily with a red face. "Oh," Goten nodded as if he understood. Still in the same place, Sun Gohan began to teach Videl to practice the flying technique. Sun Goten sat on a big rock with a bored look on his face, quietly watching Gohan pretending to be cool and flying with a girl. "If you want to practice the flying technique, the most important thing is to control the chi," Sun Gohan explained to Videl bit by bit, but he forgot that Videl didn't even know what chi was, how to practice it. "Chi, what is chi?" Videl looked confused, making Sun Gohan, who was pretending to be cool, embarrassed and didn't know how to explain. "Well, like this," Sun Goten sighed, opened his palm, and a palm-sized light blue energy Qigong bullet shot out, and with a bang, it flattened a small hill. "Yes, like this, I don't know what you call it," Sun Gohan nodded with satisfaction. "Magic," Videl said seriously. Sun Gohan's mouth twitched, "It's not a trick, we didn't use any props." "How should I know? I don't know about your magic-like things," Videl said excitedly, making Sun Gohan embarrassed, and then said disappointedly, "Without that, is it really impossible?" As Videl kept getting closer, Sun Gohan seemed to smell the fragrance of a girl on Videl, and Sun Gohan, who had never encountered such a thing, blushed slightly. "I said, can you consider other people's feelings when you kiss?" A man with dead eyes staring at his chin with one hand interrupted the two people who were about to kiss. He finally understood that it was his brother who was being picked up by the girl. "Are scions really low in emotional intelligence?" The two were stunned at first, looked at each other who was close at hand, and backed away with red faces. Sun Gohan said with a red face, "Don't worry, Videl classmate, everyone has anger, and this is the problem that is let out." Hearing this, Videl turned from worry to joy. Sun Goten raised his eyebrows. "Looking at all the works of Dragon Ball, the only one who actively picks up girls is the original owner of this body." Goten's mouth twitched wildly. His parents got married without knowing what was going on. The funny thing is that when Chi-Chi said "come and marry me," Goku mistakenly thought that his wife was some delicious food and agreed. Vegeta and Bulma were pregnant before marriage. When they came to their senses, they realized that their son was already a soy sauce. Alas, Goten sighed. The scion's emotional intelligence is unbearable to look at. But then again, I don't know if the Dragon Ball world I am in now is Dragon Ball Super or Dragon Ball GT. If it's GT, it's easy. I have more than 10 years to develop. If it's Super, I'll just go to bed. God of destruction, what the hell, Goten thought to himself as he watched Gohan teach Videl how to guide the chi. "Forget it, let's practice by myself." Goten stood up and said to Gohan, "Then I will practice by myself first." "Oh, okay," Gohan looked at Goten, and then focused his attention on Videl. Goten moved and left here, stopped at a relatively far distance, and transformed into a Super Saiyan with a Tuan sound, doing day-to-day practice, doing push-ups with one finger, or standing upside down with the whole body. 39,997, 39,998, 39,999, 40,000, Goten was sweating profusely, and when he reached 40,000, he changed to the index finger of the other hand. The hard practice continued. When Videl was able to use the chi skillfully, he started to practice the flying technique again, and Goten was also practicing hard alone, and the bottleneck of Super Saiyan 2 showed signs of loosening little by little. Until one day, Videl finally became proficient in using the air dance technique to fly freely in the air, and Son Gohan was able to practice seriously. However, at this time, he was already far behind Son Goten, and Son Goten's strength was very close to the level of Son Gohan 7 years ago. He only needed an angry opportunity to break through Super Saiyan 2. Boom! 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 After Videl left, Son Goten and Son Gohan continued to practice, and the Z warriors of that year were also practicing hard in preparation for the world #1 martial arts tournament, including Vegeta, Krillin, Trunks, Son Gohan, Son Goten, and Son Goku, who was still in heaven. Satan, that idiot, sat on the sofa with his legs crossed and a cigar in his mouth, as if he thought he had won, and he was enjoying the glory that did not belong to him instead of practicing. In response to Vidal's question, he just replied arrogantly, "Don't worry, Vidal, no one in this world can beat your father." Satan's arrogant tone did not think about what would happen if the person who killed Cell took it seriously. Fortunately, it was Son Gohan who killed Cell. If it was Vegeta, it would be a question whether Satan could still be alive. Vidal left angrily. She was actually helpless about this kind of father. Broly. Why do you have to collect Dragon Balls when you have nothing to do? Goten rolled his eyes and looked at the 5-star Dragon Ball in his hand, and said to Trunks in front of him. Trunks excitedly took the Dragon Ball from Goten and put it in his backpack. There were 5 identical Dragon Balls in the bulging backpack. Don't you think this is fun? You also want to see what Shenlong looks like, right? Trunks gave a reason that Goten couldn't refuse. Obviously, Goten was also curious about how big the real Shenlong was. There's only one left, let's go, Goten. Trunks pressed the button of the Dragon Ball radar, found the location of the last Dragon Ball, and flew into the air, followed by Vidal, who came here out of curiosity. Goten shook his head gently and followed behind the two of them. He always felt a little familiar. Is it a certain theater version? Dragon Fist explosion? No, that theater version should have happened after the Majin Buu incident ended, and Goku should have been resurrected. Damn, it's Broly, damn. Goten frowned and suddenly became terrified. TNND, isn't this two-man battle? Damn, I still can't escape it. Scratching his head, Goten could only accept this fact. However, in the original work, Broly went berserk because Goten's crying reminded Broly of Goku. It's okay, as long as I don't cry. Comforting himself in his heart, Goten followed Trunks and Vidal to the place where the last Dragon Ball was. Well, can I summon the dragon like this? Vidal looked at Trunks' shoulder bag half-believingly. It's not wrong, that's what my mother told me. Trunks patted his chest confidently, and then looked at Goten with an excited face. Goten, if it were you, what wish would you make? This book was first published on Bookbar, providing you with a reading experience without wrong chapters and out-of-order chapters. Me, Goten scratched his head in confusion. As for wishes, he really didn't know which one to choose. If it was the original Goten, he would definitely want a toy, but now he has the mentality of an adult and doesn't know what to want. If it were me, I would want a castle made of cake, Trunks said with hope, as if he really saw a cake castle. Goten's mouth twitched wildly. You must have it if you go to the 4 Emperors' Big Mom. Well, let's get the Dragon Ball first. Goten pointed to the Dragon Ball still in the bird's nest and was a little speechless. Yes. Vidal and Trunks rushed to the bird's nest where the Dragon Ball was at the same time. Son Goten raised his mouth and smiled, and rushed to the Dragon Ball. After a while of chaos, the Dragon Ball that was about to reach Trunks' hand bounced again because Vidal and Trunks collided. Hey, why did you suddenly run out? You blocked me over there. Son Goten covered his forehead helplessly, looking at Trunks and Vidal, who were still blaming each other. This is probably the legendary pig teammate. Kakarot. Suddenly, behind Son Goten, a gloomy voice sounded, causing Son Goten's pupils to shrink sharply, and his head moved back little by little like a machine. What caught my eye was a golden hedgehog head, yellow eyebrows and light green eyes, and a strong body of muscles exposed to the air. He was a handsome young man. Damn, how did Broly come out? I didn't cry, I didn't say a word, how did you get out? Goten widened his eyes in horror. And his body trembled because he felt the pressure from Broly's body, which was the pressure from his blood. Hey, who is this? The two people who were arguing naturally felt Broly's well-hidden anger. Trunks also asked, "Goten, do you know him?" Kakarot, Broly's handsome face showed a trace of a grim smile, roared and suddenly punched the frightened Goten away. "It hurts, this is what Goten feels now, just like an ordinary person was suddenly hit by a high-speed iron car." With a splash, Goten was knocked into the sea and splashed. "Goten," Trunks looked at Goten being knocked into the sea with an ugly face, looked at Broly angrily, and transformed into a Super Saiyan to attack Broly. "Goten, Trunks," Videl clenched her fists and released a series of air bullets to attack Broly, but with Videl's strength, these air bullets were just a tickle to Broly. "Damn it!" Goten jumped out of the sea, golden flames boiling on his body, and Goten also joined the battle to face Broly together with Trunks. Boom! Boom! Bang! In the void, Trunks and Goten attacked Broly, and the fierce battle made the three of them a little embarrassed. Broly seized the opportunity to shake the two away. "Kakarot!" Broly roared, his breath suddenly began to surge, and the terrifying energy was being released from his body bit by bit, and the whole earth was shaking. This chi is Broly. Son Gohan, who was practicing, suddenly felt Broly's familiar chi. His eyes widened, and there was some fear in his eyes. Obviously, Broly was the most desperate opponent Son Gohan had ever encountered since he was a child. He, Son Goku, Vegeta, future Trunks, 4 Super Saiyans, and Piccolo, 5 Super Saiyans, were all powerless under Broly. If they hadn't given their chi to Son Goku in the end, the grass on their graves would probably be 10 meters high now. "Damn it!" Son Gohan cursed inwardly, raised his chi to use the sky dance technique, and fled to the battlefield of Son Goten and others at the fastest speed. He thought Broly was killed by his father 7 years ago, but who would have thought that he was not dead, and ran to the earth. "Goten, Trunks, Videl, you must not be in trouble," Son Gohan gritted his gums and prayed in his heart. "Invincible Broly! Roar!" Broly frantically increased his strength, and the energy in his body seemed endless. With a bang, Broly exploded and was covered by a burst of green light. Waves rippled in the air, and every wave would change the color of the sky and the earth. The light dissipated, and Broly's figure appeared in front of everyone. His muscles became huge, similar to the third form of Super Saiyan. His golden hedgehog head turned into green hair, and there was a white patch under his light yellow eyebrows. His pupils disappeared, and with his hideous face, he looked like a demon crawling out of hell. "Kakarot!" Broly aimed at Son Goten and released the green gas bullets in his hand frantically. "Oh no, run Trunks!" Son Goten's eyes widened and he shouted, staring at the incoming gas bullets, controlling his body to dodge the gas bullets. Trunks, who was standing with Son Goten, was naturally not spared, and he didn't care to speak, just dodged in the center of the gas bullets. "I'll help you." Videl saw Goten and Trunks surrounded by air bombs, and rushed out to rescue them. Don't come over." Goten hurriedly stopped Videl when he saw Videl trying to get close. He could sense that the energy contained in each air bomb was enough to kill Videl. 6-9. Bang! Just as Videl was about to get close, a stray bullet hit her. At this time, a tall figure caught her. Videl struggled to open her eyes, and what she saw was the handsome face of Son Gohan. "Gohan!" "June!" Videl just called Son Gohan's name, and then fainted. Broly stopped his movements, and turned his eyes to Son Gohan, who put down Videl in his arms and stepped into the void. Seeing Son Gohan's face clearly, he roared, "Kakarot! Broly, I didn't expect that you didn't die after your father beat you down." Son Gohan looked at Broly's appearance and transformed into a Super Saiyan with a tuan, whispering to himself. "Kakarot!" Broly recalled Son Goku in the clinic when he was still on planet Vegeta, as if he could still hear Son Goku crying at that time. The memory turned to the scene 7 years ago when Son Goku, who had received a short-term increase in combat power from Vegeta and others, defeated him with one punch, and he could no longer control his anger. Kakarot! Broly roared, and his figure rushed out, rushing towards Son Gohan like a cannonball. Son Gohan frowned and kept blocking Broly's attack with both hands. Bang! 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 When every collision between them left ripples in the air, Broly seized the opportunity and teleported behind Son Gohan, grabbing Son Gohan's arms with both hands and stretching them backwards, while his knees pressed against Son Gohan's back. Ah! Son Gohan was in great pain, and at the same time he was very unwilling. If he still had the power he had 7 years ago, the power to destroy Cell. Ha-X2. Seeing Son Gohan's current situation, Son Goten and Trunks stretched out their arms, and 2 Qigong waves shot out from their palms. Seemingly sensing the Qigong waves of the two, Broly just smiled grimly, and was hit by the energy of the two without dodging or evading. Okay, I hit him, that monster, Trunks said proudly. Idiot, you took it hard, so you're dead. No, not yet. Sun Wushan stared at the place blocked by the light smoke, and said with a grim face, you can feel it, the guy's energy has not weakened at all. Nanny. Trunks looked over in surprise, the light smoke dissipated, Broly stood there unscathed, but the action of torturing Son Gohan stopped. He, is simply a monster, Trunks was horrified. He, Broly sneered and let go of Son Gohan. The unconscious Son Gohan had no strength to support the transformation back from the Super Saiyan state. Monster? No, I'm a demon, ha ha ha. The world was silent, only Broly's rampant laughter echoed in the sky. This guy is an absolute lunatic, Sun Wushan said unsightly. Suddenly, Broly jumped up, grabbed the two people's throats, and rushed forward with the momentum, smashing the stone pillars one by one. Go to hell, Kakarot! Broly threw his hands and threw Goten and Trunks into the stone mountain. Cough cough cough, Goten struggled to climb out of the pile of stones. Now he has changed from Super Saiyan back to normal. It was really uncomfortable to be caught by Broly just now. Came. Pi. Hearing the dull voice behind him, Broly looked back and saw Gohan's hands clasped at his waist in a calyx shape, and a blue energy ball shone blue light in his hands. Chi. Gong. Hee. Broly looked at Gohan with disdain, as if he didn't take Gohan seriously. Bo. After the energy was gathered, Gohan roared, and the blue energy beam swept straight towards Broly, and the blue energy beam seemed to tear the world in half. Super Saiyan 2, destroy Broly! Boom! The energy beam hit Broly, causing a puff of black smoke. Ha ha! The turtle-style Qigong wave just now released almost all of Sun Wuhan's energy. Sun Wuhan dropped his hands without any strength and stared into the depths of the black smoke. Sun Wuhan's face did not improve as the turtle Qigong wave hit Broly, but he stared at it very pale, because he knew very well that with his power just now, he could not cause any harm to Broly. Otherwise, we wouldn't have fought so hard 7 years ago. Sure enough, the black smoke dissipated, and a bright green energy shield enveloped Broly inside. Broly still had an unruly smile on his face, as if he was laughing at Sun Wuhan's overestimation of his abilities. It's really over now, Dad, what should I do? Sun Gohan shouted unwillingly, transformed into a Super Saiyan and launched a new attack on Broly. Brother! 6-9. Sun Wushan clenched his fists, reluctantly watching Sun Wuhan's fight, and then looked at his friend who had fallen to the ground, Trunks. I want power. Wow, Sun Gohan spit out bitterness when Broly punched him in the abdomen. The force was so strong. I want power. Ah! Broly stepped on Sun Wuhan's chest. Sun Wuhan screamed and coughed out a mouthful of blood. I want power. Broly stepped on Sun Wuhan's chest again, causing Sun Wuhan to cough up another mouthful of blood. Such repeated stepping made the ground look like cracks, spider web-like cracks spread everywhere, and the surface collapsed bit by bit. Seeing Sun Wushan being trampled like this, Sun Wushan hated himself for being weak, and all his unwillingness and anger turned into power and was released crazily. I want power. Sun Yushan looked up to the sky and roared, as if something was broken in his body. The terrifying power continued to emerge. Broly felt the change in Sun Yushan and couldn't help but withdraw his foot from Sun Wuhan's chest. Return! Ah! Sun Yushan roared like thunder, and the flames that originally wrapped around the Super Saiyan's body rose up like jets. Electricity was flying around him. Only a bunch of bangs were left on his forehead, and the rest of his blonde hair was all standing upright. He stared at Bulletin with sharp eyes. Raleigh. Anger at his own weakness and unwillingness to be weak, the bottleneck in front of Sun Yushan was broken, and he completed a further transformation, surpassing the power of Super Saiyan and becoming Super Saiyan 2. Ha ha ha! Sun Yushan's sudden increase in power not only did not frighten Broly, but instead he laughed like a child who got some interesting toy, making Broly have the urge to destroy Sun Yushan. Kakarot! Broly roared, the green fighting energy boiling around his body, and his body shot out like a rocket and flew towards Sun Yushan. Broly, you don't want to leave alive today. Sun Yushan stared at Broly coldly, and also rushed out and rushed towards Broly. Boom! The two elbows collided, and a deafening roar echoed throughout the world. There was also a trace of electric sparks where the elbows collided. Bump! Sun Yushan's arm blocked Broly's leg sweep, and this time the force was a bit stronger than before. Drink! Sun Yushan kicked Broly away, turned around and kicked Broly away. Ha ha ha! Broly, who was kicked away, quickly regained his composure and looked at Sun Yushan with a hint of eagerness. The aggressive personality of the legendary Super Saiyan began to show, and he waved his fists and struck a series of crazy blows at Sun Yushan. Not to be outdone, Sun Yushan also responded to Broly's blow. Bump! 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 Roaring sounds echoed in the air, and even the clouds floating in the sky scattered due to the force of the collision between the two. The strength of the two became stronger as they fought, but the gap in physical strength began to show. Sun Yushan began to look tired, while Broly became more and more courageous as he fought. After all, Sun Yushan is only 7 years old now, and his physical strength is naturally not as good as that of an adult. In addition, Sun Yushan did not transform into Super 2 in his heyday, and his weaknesses began to show. Cao, the labor and physical strength are not as good as his, Sun Yushan cursed in his heart. If he wasn't just a child, he would definitely beat Broly to the point of calling him grandpa today. Broly compressed an energy ball in his hand, and Broly popped it out with one hand. The energy ball that escaped Broly's hand gradually turned into a huge energy ball. Nima. Sun Yushan felt like shit in his heart, his hands were shaped like calices, and a blue energy beam was pushed out from his hands, turtle-style Qigong wave. The huge green energy ball collided with the blue energy beam in the void. The energy ball ate away at the blue energy bit by bit, and the energy was pushed back. Sun Yushan increased the energy output, but it still didn't work, and the energy was still pushed back bit by bit. Wave. Behind Sun Yushan, another blue beam of light came. Sun Yushan turned around and looked. Brother Goten, don't relax, Sun Gohan shouted sternly, his light green pupils staring at the energy ball. Sun Wuhan walked up to Sun Yushan step by step. Goten, release all your power. Okay, Sun Yushan nodded. Ha! The two brothers roared together, and the blue beam suddenly surged, pushing the energy ball back. Ah! Broly was hit by the energy ball and Kamehameha wave. He was drowned by the energy and completely disappeared from this world. The world's #1 martial arts association. Ha ha ha, there are so many people. Sun Yushan looked at the countless heads in the square with a bored face. The world's #1 martial arts tournament, a martial arts tournament that brings together many masters from all over the world. Sun Yushan looked at the contestants who were going to participate in the martial arts tournament with regret. It was really sad to be born in this era. There were a lot of scions, Namekians, and awesome aliens. The only powerful earthlings were Krillin. Why hasn't Goku appeared yet? If he doesn't come, the registration will be closed soon. Bulma looked at her watch and complained. Swish! Just as everyone was looking for Sun Wukong, a sound of breaking through the air sounded, and everyone turned their eyes to the back, and a tall and familiar figure appeared out of thin air. Yahoo! Sun Wukong appeared as if teleporting, and greeted everyone. Long time no see, everyone, Sun Wukong grinned. Wukong XN. Since the appearance of Sun Wukong, the excited Sun Wuhan and Chi-Chi threw themselves into his arms. Sun Wushan carefully looked at the man in front of him who was no different from himself. Finally I see you, the protagonist of this world, Sun Wukong. Sun Wushan muttered, but his voice was too low, and everyone's attention was on Sun Wukong, so no one noticed the brilliance in Sun Wushan's eyes. He was about 1.8 meters tall, with the same crab head as Sun Wushan, a blue short-sleeved shirt under the orange martial arts uniform, and a handsome face that always maintained a breeze-like smile. At first glance, he really didn't give people a trace of disgust. The only difference was the golden circle on Sun Wukong's head, which represented the angel halo of Sun Wukong's death. Wushan, come and see Daddy. Chi-Chi saw that Sun Wushan was still in a daze, and patted Sun Wushan on the back. I was curious about this child's look. It turns out that he is my child. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed when Sun Wukong suddenly said this in a funny way, except for Vegeta and Piccolo, who were expressionless. Dad. Sun Wushan walked to Sun Wukong, stared at him for a while, and a smile appeared on his little face. Wow, it's Mr. Satan, the world champion. Just when Sun Wukong wanted to say something, a scream suddenly sounded, and the crowd suddenly rioted, bypassing Sun Wukong and his group and rushing towards the entrance of the martial arts meeting. A middle-aged uncle with a golden belt tied around his waist and a white cloak, who looked very sloppy, was surrounded by everyone. The savior of the world, Mr. Satan. Haha, the savior of the world? Sun Wushan looked at Satan, who was very proud of being watched by everyone, and a cold light flashed in his eyes, but no one noticed. Let's go to the venue first, said Piccolo. Okay. The people who were going to participate in the martial arts tournament walked into the venue one after another. Goku, Goten, Saiyan Superman, Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, 18, and Trunks basically accounted for half of the top 16. What bothered Goten and Trunks the most was that there was a junior group. It was really a mess. But Krillin, I didn't expect you to have hair, Goku said as he looked at Krillin, who was originally bald, with hair on his head. I told you I have hair, but there is a reason why I am still here, Krillin retorted. Hey, is that so? Goku said in surprise. A beautiful figure walked by him. Goku subconsciously looked over and was shocked again. 18, aren't you 18? You just noticed it now, Baga, idiot. 18 turned his head expressionlessly and looked down on him. Why is number 18 here? Baga. Number 18 looked down on Sun Wukong again and continued walking. Krillin blushed and said, Number 18 and I are married. We live in Mr. Wu Tian's house, and we have a daughter. Isn't she a robot? How can she have a child? Sun Wukong said with a look of, although I have little education, you can't fool me. Number 18 was also a human before, but was transformed by Dr. Gero, Krillin retorted. The boxing machine tests a person's strength value, of course, only ordinary people. Oh, 137, Mr. Satan hit 137, this is the highest value now. The fat host looked at the value on the boxing machine with excitement. Satan posed a few poses coquettishly, which made Sun Wushan feel familiar. Damn, I said, why is my brother so coquettish? It turns out that it is all your Satan. Sun Wushan looked at Satan with even more unhappy eyes. I must beat him up hard. I will beat him so hard that he can't take care of himself, absolutely. There was a lot of chaos, and Sun Wukong and the others all scored around 200 points, which made the Sabi host think that the machine was wrong. As a result, Vegeta's temper tantrum directly blew up the punching machine, shocking Videl, who came to see it out of surprise. Uncle Vegeta, well done, Sun Wushan praised Vegeta in his heart. Is this right? Let these stupid earthlings know that this is really awesome. I am so miserable, Uncle Vegeta, can't you wait for me to finish beating you before blowing it up? Sun Wuhan cried in his heart. The prediction that could have been easily passed ended up taking a lot more time. Youth Group Competition. Goten was in a bad mood, and so was Trunks. Damn, I was supposed to fight an adult, and fighting a bunch of kids wasn't bullying. Trunks killed a blonde who looked awesome but was actually a scumbag with one kick, and then it was Goten's turn. Be serious, don't be careless like your brother. A rich old lady sitting next to Wolong opened her duck-like voice and shouted loudly. Goten, be gentle, and Chi-Chi, who was separated from Wolong and Bulma, also encouraged Goten, but she was afraid that Goten would hit too hard. It was very boring before Trunks and Goten fought. Tisk, why is my noble son fighting against you, a bunch of uneducated kids again? It's so unlucky, the rich old lady looked at Chi-Chi and said unwillingly. Due to cash reasons, please visit the book website directly to watch the fastest chapter update. Bulma on the side said smugly, hey, I was wondering why this stupid boy is so stupid. It turns out he is the younger brother of that stupid boy, no wonder he is so stupid. Don't expect a miracle to happen again, you will know how powerful he is after he takes care of this boy, the rich lady retorted loudly. Goten yawned with a bored look on his face, and he was completely unmotivated by such an opponent. Humph, this little guy, there are so many spectators, give him some color to see. The guy named Ixai looked at Goten's short body with contempt, and said with disdain in his heart. This kid. The blonde host stared at the familiar face and hairstyle of Sun Wushan, and had the answer in his mind. Sun Wushan? Oh, he must be the son of Sun Wukong, they look too much like each other, they are exactly the same. The game begins. As the host shouted, Ixai made a starting gesture and smiled proudly. A kid like you actually has the courage to stand on this field. Take it, killing punch. Ixai punched towards Sun Wushan's face with a fierce momentum. So slow, this is the only thing Sun Wushan said in his heart. Looking at this slow-moving fist, Sun Wushan lightly pointed and blocked it. Oh! Ixai was a little embarrassed when he saw his fist was blocked, and swept his leg towards Sun Wushan again, but Sun Wushan just blocked it lightly. It seems that he has some skills. Ixai flicked his legs on the ground, and the wealthy lady said with a proud look on her face, oh, Ixai is going to start fighting seriously. Hey! Ixai shouted, punching Sun Wushan frantically with both fists. Sun Wushan sighed, oh, it's boring. Sun Wushan suddenly punched Ixai's left eye, and a black eye suddenly appeared. Ixai staggered left and right. It feels a bit weird. Sun Wushan frowned and punched Ixai's right eye again, and another black eye appeared. That's more like it. Sun Wushan looked at Ixai, who fell to the ground with satisfaction. The black eye circles on Ixai's face that were aligned on both sides looked much more balanced. He clapped his hands and walked off the stage. Ixai lost consciousness, and Sun Wushan won. The host looked at Ixai and found that he just fainted, and immediately announced Sun Wushan as the winner. Lol. The wealthy old lady looked incredulous. Bulma proudly stuck out her tongue and made faces at her. The old lady rushed to Bulma in anger. I can't stand it anymore. The old lady looked like she was going to fight Bulma to the death. Chi-Chi knocked her unconscious with a punch. Be quiet for a while. The game was very boring. It was basically a fight between children. Trunks and Son Goten both killed their opponents in one move. Finally, it was the most crucial and final championship and runner-up finals, Trunks vs Son Goten. Dear audience, the Junior Championship Finals are about to begin. Trunks and son Goten, who will be the final winner? Both young players entered the finals with absolute advantages. It is worth mentioning that they are still good friends. The blonde host introduced son Goten and Trunks, who were standing on the stage. In the lounge, Satan sat on the sofa with his legs crossed and smoked a cigar. He glanced at the backstage staff of the martial arts meeting and said indifferently, "Oh, the two little ghosts are very powerful. This game will be very interesting. Mr. Satan might as well go and see it," said the backstage staff with glasses. "Well, I'll go take a look. Anyway, I have to fight the champion kid." Satan exhaled a puff of smoke. "Finally, we've waited for a wonderful match," Krillin said, with his hands on the railing, looking at the two people on the stage. "Yet." Gohan hurried over and joined the crowd at a trot. "You've been waiting for a long time. The preliminaries just ended." "It's so slow to change to a new machine," Krillin complained. "You came just in time. Their match is just about to start," Goku smiled. "The final of the junior group of the World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament begins now." The two saluted each other to show respect, then made a starting gesture, staring at each other with full fighting spirit. "Hey, this kid, why does he look so familiar?" Satan stared at Goten's face and pinched his chin to recall. "Ha! Tuan!" Goten's eyes condensed, and he instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, shocking everyone. "Super Saiyan, Goten, didn't you say you didn't want to transform?" Gohan said angrily as he watched Goten's transformation. "Wow, Goten can already transform into a Super Saiyan," Son Goku was shocked. He was really surprised that his son could transform into a Super Saiyan at the age of 7. Intense battle, Goten vs Trunks. "Goten, brother Gohan won't let us transform." "Why do you want to transform?" Trunks said with his hands on his hips. An intriguing smile appeared on Sun Wushan's lips. "Trunks, you should also change. It's fun to fight like this, isn't it?" "Right." Trunks nodded slightly, and the Lavender Sisters' head also transformed under Trunks' power. Bookbar. "Wow, Trunks can also transform into a Super Saiyan," Sun Wukong felt like he was beeping. "Damn, every kid is a Super Saiyan. How can we adults live?" "Say it first, I won't be soft-hearted, Goten." A victorious smile appeared on Trunks' lips. "Hee, me too." Sun Wushan lightly wiped the tip of his nose and made a fighting gesture. Satan looked at Sun Wukong in the Super Saiyan state with horror on his face. His legs could not help but tremble, and he stammered in a voice that only he could hear, It's really like that, it can't be wrong. This kid is the son of that person, exactly the same, that guy, actually has a son. Hey, it seems like that. Those blonde warriors from 7 years ago. Those who messed with Mr. Satan's performance." The voices of the audience were not concealed. They were all heard by Sun Wushan. Sun Wushan's expression suddenly darkened. "Haha, are you making trouble?" Sun Wukong's expression on the stage was very awkward. Vegeta looked at Sun Wushan's expression with more appreciation and felt that it suited him. On the stage, Trunks and Sun Wushan stared at each other wordlessly, with only the sound of arrogance boiling. Few x2. Suddenly, 2 rapid sonic booms sounded, and the figures of Sun Wushan and Trunks disappeared immediately. Boom! In the middle between the two people's original positions, Trunks and Sun Wushan appeared at the same time, and their elbows collided. The sound like the collapse of the sky just now was the sound produced by the collision of the two of them. Sun Wushan looked serious and kicked Trunks. Trunks' eyes narrowed and he raised his foot to block Sun Wushan's kick. Boom! The two of them shook each other away at the same time and stepped back a few steps away from each other. Drink! Trunks waved his small hand, and a yellow energy wave shot out like a cannonball towards Sun Wushan. Sun Wushan pushed his legs hard on the ground, and used the strength to use the Wukong technique to jump into the air to avoid the energy wave. Drink! Sun Wushan raised his little hand, and an energy bomb shot out towards Trunks. Bump! Trunks flicked Sun Wushan's energy ball away with a forceful wave of his little hand, kicked off the ground, and shot out like a cannonball towards Sun Wushan, hitting Sun Wushan with his fist like a phantom. Boom! The two people once again turned into afterimages and fought in the air, colliding fiercely in the air as if they were teleporting. Every collision would leave ripples in the air. The audience also forgot to whisper, and stared at the battle between Sun Wushan and Trunks with their mouths wide open. They thought this was a fight between children, and they almost knelt on the ground to watch. The two little guys are quite strong, Sun Wukong commented with his hands clasped in his arms, but if you look closely, there was a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes. Yet. Boom! The two of them separated and rolled several times in mid-air before landing, both of them a little embarrassed. After all, the strength of the two of them has improved significantly after experiencing the Broly incident. They have almost caught up with the level of Sun Wukong and Vegeta 7 years ago. The two are evenly matched, but that is because Sun Wukong has not transformed into Super 2. Situation. It's so amazing. Incredible. How they fly in the sky. Is it a stunt? A director wearing glasses yelled at the photographer he brought with him, "Hey, don't you even have a camera?" Well, all the backup cameras are broken, as are those from other TV stations, and the cameras brought by the viewers are also broken. It's incredible, the photographer said bitterly, looking at the camera in his hand with some distress. What happened? Since we couldn't capture such a wonderful fight scene, damn it, the director cursed helplessly. Sure enough, Sun Wukong and the others are really awesome. This is exactly why I have been looking forward to them for a long time. With their existence, they are the real best martial arts club in the world. The blonde referee clenched his fists excitedly. It has to be said that this referee has become more discerning after presiding over several martial arts meetings with Sun Wukong and others. It's pretty awesome. Hee, you too. Sun Wushan and Trunks looked at each other with knowing smiles. Then, I have to try my best. Trunks stared at Sun Wushan closely, with a confident smile on his face. Trunks transformed by mistake. Sun Wushan stared at Trunks with a puzzled look on his face. Could it be that Trunks could also transform into Super 2? That confident smile set off alarm bells in Sun Wushan's heart. Hey yet! Trunks looked ferocious and roared in a low voice. Sun Wushan took a stance and stared at Trunks solemnly. He could feel Trunks' aura beginning to surge. Tuan! The boiling arrogance around Trunks surged like boiling water, and the strong wind continued to sweep around, and cracks appeared on the flat platform. Crack, click, click. Cracks spread out under Trunks' feet, his muscles began to swell, and his aura was several times stronger than before. He was like a little giant, much taller than Sun Wushan. Hey, how about it, Wushan? Trunks smiled proudly at Sun Wushan, but he didn't notice the weird looks from the others. He made the same mistake as Trunks did before. Goten wins for sure. This idiot, didn't I tell him not to use this wrong transformation? The Z warriors standing on the highest stage looked at Trunks's changes and commented. Vegeta's face was very ugly. He was almost mad at Trunks. If the timing hadn't been right, he would have rushed down long ago. Teach Trunks a lesson. Wow, look, his muscles have gotten so big. The audience looked at Trunks' current transformation in surprise. After all, it was really shocking that Trunks was a child but had bigger muscles than an adult. The third form of Super Saiyan. Yes, Trunks is indeed in the third form of Super Saiyan now. His strength increases several times and even reaches the Super 2 level. This will speed up the consumption of physical strength and slow down the speed. Is a wrong way to evolve Super Saiyan. Sun Wushan held his forehead helplessly. Looking at Trunks' confident look, he thought he was so awesome. He really thought he had broken through the bottleneck of the Super Saiyan level. It turned out that he was only the third Super Saiyan. It's just a form. I'm coming, Goten. Trunks confidently warned Sun Wushan, and ran towards Sun Wushan quickly with his short legs, running like a bull charging. Sun Wushan tilted his shoulders lightly and avoided Trunks' collision. Trunks saw that he had not hit Sun Wushan, so he changed his direction and swung his fists at Sun Wushan. Hu, ho, ho! Trunks waved his fist, and strong winds roared in the air, but Sun Wushan avoided them one by one. It shouldn't be. Why can't I hit Goten when I've become so powerful? Trunks muttered, looking at his fists in confusion. Trunks, you made a big mistake. Sun Wushan stared seriously into Trunks's eyes and said calmly, your power has become stronger, but you haven't noticed that your speed has slowed down yet. Yet. Trunks' heart skipped a beat, and he lowered his head and looked at his current appearance in a daze. Indeed, Goten has not changed at all now. His speed and strength are the same as before. I have transformed and am stronger than before, but I still can't attack Goten. God, it turns out that it was me who was wrong. But what you just said is right, it's time to end. Sun Wushan's lips curved into a confident smile. Nanny. Trunks was startled and then said, don't tease Goten. Although my speed is slower now, if you take the initiative to attack me, I will throw you out directly. Then give it a try. Sun Wushan smiled confidently, and then his face darkened. Sun Wushan looked ferocious. Bent his legs and squatted down slightly, clenched his hands into fists, and his golden aura began to surge. Yet. Sun Wushan's aura began to rise crazily, the ground cracked, and some small stones floated out of thin air as if they were weightless. The terrifying aura wrapped them inside, and the concentration of energy caused friction in the air, and tiny sparks of electricity flew around. Boom! Sun Wushan's flames were boiling like a jet, and electric currents were flowing around his body. All his blonde hair stood on end, leaving only a small handful in front of his smooth forehead. No way, it looks like Gohan did 7 years ago. Krillin said in shock with his mouth wide open. Awesome, Wushan, the fighting spirit in Sun Wukong's eyes was revealed unabashedly. If it wasn't just a competition for the youth group, he really wanted to fight Sun Wushan. I don't understand the world of fighting maniacs. Trunks stared at Sun Wushan's current transformation in stunned silence, and said with trembling fingers, Wu. Wushan, what transformation do you have now? You said this. Sun Wushan pointed at himself, this is the correct way to surpass Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan, 2. Trunks smiled bitterly, raised his hands and said, I admit defeat. Champion is born. Oh, Kid Trunks has given up. Then I declare that the champion of the youth division of the world's #1 Budokai is Kid Sun Wukong. The blonde referee had good mental endurance. After the initial surprise, he corrected his mentality. Seeing Trunks admit defeat, he immediately announced that Sun Wushan had won the championship. Great, Goten wins. Kikai was overjoyed and shouted excitedly. Bulma was a little frustrated, after all, her son would be a little sad if he lost. Sun Wushan returned to his normal state and looked at the background, which was Satan, with an unkind expression. Okay, audience, there will be a special show after the fierce match just now, the blonde referee said. Now, let's invite the junior champion Sun Wushan and the world champion Satan to have an exhibition match. Satan was immediately frightened to pee. No wonder Sun Wushan's eyes looked a little strange just now, and he actually forgot about it. Me, what should I do? Waiting online, urgent. Satan had a runny nose and a face full of fear. If he went up there, he would be dead. Satan! Book bar! Satan! Satan! Everyone in the audience was shouting Satan's name, as excited as if they had done something wrong, and those who didn't know thought they had done something wrong. But Mr. Satan, whom they worshipped, was backstage in fear, his body trembling. Hey, the little guy is so powerful, it won't be easy for Mr. Satan to win casually, the backstage staff wearing glasses said jokingly. I'll just be a little more serious." As expected, it was Satan who didn't shed tears even after seeing the coffin. He was still bragging at this time, but the cold sweat on his head revealed his true thoughts. "Ha ha ha, no need." The backstage staff continued to joke as if they didn't notice Satan's cold sweat. "Ha ha ha ha. What should I do? I will definitely die." Satan was panicking. "Is it still too late to order the coffin? Do you need a break?" the referee asked Sun Wuxian. Sun Wuxian shook his head lightly and said no, and then the referee raised the microphone and said loudly, "Now, Mr. Satan, please come on." Satan stepped onto the stage and got into the car. No, I mean, he got on the stage. When Satan saw so many spectators in the auditorium, his vanity seemed to have overcome his fear and he raised his fists and laughed arrogantly. Oh, let me see which little guy is challenging the world champion Mr. Satan." He then pointed at Sun Wuxian and became even more arrogant. He, is it you? You are already scared. Haha, are you scared? I am indeed, so scared. Sun Wuxian sneered slightly at the corner of his mouth, but he lowered his head and no one saw his sneering expression. Satan noticed Sun Wuxian's sneer and was sweating profusely. What should I do? If I am dreaming, please let me wake up quickly. Let's go back. I guess the qualifiers are over. Yes. Clin and Sun Wukong discussed that there was nothing to see anyway, and the winner or loser was already obvious, so they planned to leave. Wait a minute, isn't Goten with you? Don't you watch his match with the world champion? Vitalai said, stopping Sun Wukong and others who were about to leave. Oh, yes, maybe it will be exciting, Sun Gohan also said in order to please the girl. Then let's go. However, Sun Wukong did not stop, leaving only the embarrassed Sun Wuhan and Vitalai. Satan untied the knot of his cloak, flung it away in a pretentious manner, then took off the championship belt around his waist and replaced it with an ordinary ribbon. He was so angry that he let out a weird scream, first swept his legs and then quickly he punched the air a few times, and after completing this wave of tricks, he showed off to everyone in a very pretentious manner. Saden. 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 If a few Chinese people came here, they would probably be confused. Damn, are all the people here idiots? The idiots shout louder than anyone else, just like the idiots. Sun Wuxian looked on coldly, as if he were watching a clown, but it is true that in Sun Wuxian's eyes, Satan is no different from a clown. Tuan. Sun Wuxian directly transformed into a Super Saiyan, which frightened the pretentious Satan. He quickly came over and said, "Hey, don't take it so seriously. This is just an exhibition match, a game show. Don't take it to heart. Just relax." "No, I want to go all out," Sun Wuxian said seriously. Satan was almost crying and yelled, "This is just a show, don't be like a child." Sun Wuxian looked at his current appearance carefully, and said with serious eyes, "I am just a child now." "You idiot, stop messing around, you are such a brat." Satan's nose was so anxious that snot ran out. "I'm just a brat. Satan is almost fainting, he will die if he gives me face." If Sun Wuxian could read minds, he would definitely smile contemptuously and say, "Who do you think you are, red-haired Shanks? Teach Satan a lesson. You two, are you ready?" Then, the match begins. The blonde referee saw that the two had already talked, and after asking them a few questions, he immediately announced the start of the match. The referee's words made the audience cheer again. Although that little guy is not ordinary, Mr. Satan is more powerful. Of course, Cell is so powerful, but he was defeated by Mr. Satan. The audience who thought that Cell was killed by Satan whispered and talked. Thump, thump. What should I do? Satan's heartbeat almost jumped out of his throat, and cold sweat ran down his forehead. Looking at Son Goten's unfriendly eyes, Satan felt that he might have to go back lying down this time. What is the number of the crematorium? Can I make an appointment? Woo! Satan, who was quick-witted, immediately used his usual trick and pretended to be sick. Due to cache reasons, please visit bookbarsx.website directly to watch the fastest chapter update. Hey, Mr. Satan, what's wrong with you? The referee stopped and greeted, Mr. Satan, are you okay? Woo! Satan hugged his knee tightly in unbearable pain and said with an ugly face, my knee was injured when fighting Cell, and now suddenly, woo! Cell, damn it, when did I hurt your knee? I obviously threw you out. The Cell of Hell said that I don't take the blame, and the coffin lid can't hold it down anymore. Goten looked at Satan's performance with emotion. You said you have such good acting skills, why do you play martial arts? Isn't it better to be an actor? The Oscar statuette is within your reach. Well, did you hurt your knee when fighting Cell? The referee asked puzzledly. Well, I have been keeping it a secret, but it is true. I want to have an exhibition match, but my knee. It's such a pity. Satan still held his knee and said in unbearable pain. No need, you won this performance, Sun Wuxian admitted defeat. Here is a doctor, I will bring him to you immediately, the referee said anxiously, and immediately wanted to go backstage to bring the doctor. Satan was confused, I was pretending, so tactless. Hee, no need to bother, Satan got up from the ground awkwardly and wiped the sweat on his head, I can hold on, since I am the world champion, this little injury is nothing. Are you really okay? Mr. Satan, since you are okay, the game continues. It has to be said that Satan's performance was very successful. Those stupid audiences still thought that Satan was so awesome that he could continue the game even with a knee injury. Many audiences shouted great and so on. The game is about to start, what should I do? What should I do? If I am defeated by this kid, my reputation will be ruined. Satan swallowed his saliva, looking at Sun Wuxian with golden flames rising in front of him, and the devilish ideas in his mind were accumulating. By the way, as long as everyone thinks that I was defeated by this little devil on purpose, there will be no problem, haha. Great, let's do it. Satan, who thought of a good idea, immediately said that it was time to pause and hurriedly ran to Sun Wuxian's side, whispering in his ear, I forgot to tell you that there is a specific way to greet in this game. Greeting. Although he knew Satan's trick, Sun Wuxian still asked innocently on the surface. Yes, after the game starts, you have to touch my face with the lightest force. It's the rules of the game. Satan touched Sun Wuxian's face lightly to indicate the norm, and emphasized that it was the rules of the game. Just like this, you must not use force when greeting, understand? Okay, I will, Sun Wuxian smiled slightly, but a hint of fierceness flashed in his eyes. Okay, let's get started, Satan said without noticing the fierce light in Goten's eyes, you little guy asked me for an autograph. Is that so? The referee shouted with a microphone, it looks like this will be a very interesting match. So, the match between the junior champion Goten and Mr. Satan begins now. Okay, come on. Satan shouted, smiling provocatively, and stretched his face in front of Goten. Oh, Mr. Satan put his face in front of his opponent and signaled him to punch. It looks easy, the referee explained. Go on, little guy. Ha ha ha. Good. The audience in the audience shouted loudly, as if they thought the child's fist was not that big, but they ignored the fight between Goten and Trunks just now. Goten's eyes flashed with sarcasm. He had never seen an idiot who put his face in front of me to punch. Son Goten suddenly threw a punch, and with a bang sound, it hit Satan's wretched face exactly, and Satan's face deformed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang! Satan's body was knocked out of the field by Son Goten's fist with terrifying force, and finally fell to the ground limply, with circles in his eyes. Field, Mr. Satan was knocked out of the field by Son Goten, so the winner is Son Goten. The referee shouted loudly when he saw Satan being knocked out of the field. Unlike the original work, Trunks did not use too much force to knock Satan out of the field, so Satan was able to stand up and pretend. Son Goten's punch can only ensure that Satan will not die, but he will inevitably fall into a coma. Goten, this idiot, hit too hard, Son Gohan thought to himself, and almost cursed. Mr. Satan's acting is really like it. Haha, yes, Mr. Satan really took great pains to take care of this little guy. The audience heard these two voices and subconsciously thought that Satan was defeated by Son Goten on purpose. The little guy is really amazing. Even Mr. Satan can't beat you, too amazing. Son Goten was confused at first. Damn, most people should think that Satan lost. Son Goten narrowed his eyes and saw the two people who spoke first, who had Satan's symbol hidden on their bodies. He had the answer in his heart, it was Satan's stupid man, just for Satan's face. Forget it, after experiencing the Broly incident, it is still my own strength that is the most important, these fools don't need to pay attention to them, anyway, Satan has also learned a lesson, and he is also my brother's father-in-law. Two little cross-dressers. A group of Satan's supporters secretly moved the unconscious Satan back to the lounge when no one was paying attention. However, when passing by Sun Wushan, those people visibly shuddered. Damn, primary school students are too dangerous now. Who said primary school students the food is coming? Sun Wushan watched with cold eyes as Satan was carried down by those people. He didn't make any move. He just walked back to the waiting area to find Trunks without saying a word. Now we will rest for 30 minutes, and then the adult competition of the world's #1 Budokai will begin. The referee paused. The adult competition will officially start at 1:40 p.m, let's wait and see. Really, I still need to rest, Sun Wukong complained a little when he heard the referee's voice. Just in time to have a meal. A fat backstage employee wearing glasses stopped Sun Wukong and his party who were about to enter the martial arts club. Please stop. Only contestants who have passed the preliminary round are allowed to enter here. The results of the preliminaries are out. I guess we all passed, Clin said with a faint smile. 6-9. Wait. Please tell me your name. The fat man took out a table and looked at Sun Wukong and others and said. Clin. Sun Wukong. Number 18. Vegeta. Devil Boy. Several people said their names in turn. Sun Wukong and Krillin were fine, number 18 was expressionless, and Vegeta looked unhappy. Trunks was still angry at losing just now. Devil Boy. Sun Wukong asked Piccolo with a puzzled look on his face. Piccolo explained, using the name Piccolo will not have a good influence. Congratulations, you all passed the preliminaries. The fat man looked at the form and confirmed that everyone in front of him had passed. He immediately let them go, please. This is also very simple. After all, Sun Wukong and his team can be said to be the strongest people on the earth. If they can't even pass the preliminaries of a mere martial arts club, they can find a piece of tofu to kill them, let alone Vegeta directly kill them. The boxer exploded. The drawing ceremony will be held at 1:30, the fat man reminded. Actually, the only masters are us and Gohan. All the prize money belongs to us, Krillin, who was walking at the front, said nonchalantly. Hey, I won't be able to use the money in the underworld anyway, Sun Wukong said nonchalantly. But Sun Wukong, it seems that you have almost never used money. The only time you made money was when you spent all the money in a daze. That'll be fine for you. You can stay young forever in the underworld, Clin said with a smile. Well, if you want to be envious, go ahead, Krillin, Sun Wukong said. Don't be ridiculous, I'm very happy now, Clin said with a proud smile, but that smile still revealed a hint of vulgarity. Backstage at the Budokai. Two small figures sneaked in. Trunks peered backstage, followed by a helpless Sun Wushan. Trunks whispered excitedly as if he had discovered something, Goten, come here. Sun Wushan walked over with his eyes rolled, and followed Trunks's finger to move his gaze to the background, where a burly masked man stood. How about that? Look at that masked man, is he very useful? Value. A proud smile appeared on Trunks' little face and he said, wearing those clothes, others won't be able to recognize us. Let's take his place in the adult competition. You can have this. Sun Wushan also gave a faint smile. Trunks trotted up to the masked man. Hey! What are you doing? Do you want an autograph? The masked man said proudly. The corner of Sun Wushan's mouth twitched. There must be a limit to your narcissism. Even if ordinary people are looking for autographs, how can it be a guy like you who doesn't even show his face? Trunks also twitched the corner of his mouth, but he still wanted to continue the play. There is a very beautiful girl over there who wants to see you, but she is shy, so she asked me to come over and invite you over. To be honest, Trunks felt like he was going to vomit, let alone Sun Wushan. Oh, really? Where is it? The masked man couldn't help but reveal a lewd smile on his face. This way, follow me. The masked man allowed Trunks to pull him away. This guy was not afraid of tricking him to death. Where is the young lady? I have very high standards. The masked man looked around, with a lewd smile on his face that would scare away any girl even if there was one. Little sister, I don't have it, but I do have Iron Fist from Children's Love. I don't know if I want it. Hearing the innocent voice behind him, the masked man looked back subconsciously, and then a small fist hit his face, and then, nothing more. Looking at the unconscious masked man Sun Wushan and Trunks, they quickly dragged him to the corner and took off his masked costume. I have to say that this guy is really wretched. Sun Wushan and Trunks, who successfully disguised themselves, left the scene of the crime. As for that guy, who cares about him? Two strange people. Martial arts tournament, restaurant. Crack, crack. Book bar. Babble, babble. The dining table has become a different kind of battlefield, but only two scions, Son Goku and Vegeta, are eating and drinking, and plates and bowls that are cleaner than freshly washed plates are piled up together. Krillin and 18 had already eaten their fill, and now they just ordered some tea. Piccolo. Are Namekians used to eating earth food? This guy has basically not touched anything. Hey, so you're here. After watching the game, Son Gohan and Videl came to the restaurant, and sure enough, everyone was here. Gohan, I've ordered yours for you, let's eat together. Son Goku poked his head out of the pile of food and said to Son Gohan and continued to fight. Oh, okay. From 2 scions to 3, the speed at which the food was consumed increased. It was a pity for the chefs of the martial arts tourney, who were so exhausted preparing the food. It was so hard. Is the stomach of a scion a bottomless pit? Krillin said calmly, watching the eating of Sun Wukong and the other two. You and Sun Wukong grew up together, what do you think? But I am very curious about how Sun Wukong's family solves the problem of 3 meals a day. Relying on the pitiful prize money of the martial arts competition, it is impossible. The stomach of a scion is only 500,000. It should not be enough. After eating and drinking, Sun Wukong patted his slightly swollen abdomen with a satisfied look. Ha, I am so full. As a dead person, you can feel hunger and fullness. Why don't you eat, are you losing weight? Sun Wuhan asked Videl naively. Videl. No, seeing you're eating, I feel full. Piccolo, who was walking in the front, raised his eyebrows slightly and stopped his steps. Seeing Piccolo stopped, the group also stopped. Standing on the road where a few people pretended to be cool. No, I mean that there were 2 people in strange clothes blocking the way forward. The tall one has a red face and skin, and a very serious expression, with his hands behind his back like a bodyguard. The short one has grey-blue skin, and a kinder expression than the tall one, with his hands hanging naturally, but the difference is that he is floating on the ground. Sun Wukong. Piccolo. Biddy Lai Day frowned slightly, that person can also dance in the air. Hello, I guess you are Sun Wukong, the short man said to Sun Wukong indifferently. Do you know me? Sun Wukong asked blankly. I have heard about you and I really want to compete with you. I have also passed the preliminaries and hope to fight with you, the short man said. Of course, I can't guarantee that I can beat you, but I am very curious about how powerful you are. Come, let's shake hands first. Seeing the short man extending his hand in good faith, Sun Wukong also extended his hand and shook it with the other party. Please take care of me. Touching the other party's hand, Sun Wukong's originally playful expression suddenly changed. A strange smile appeared on the short man's face, and he let go of his hand and said with a smile, as rumored, he has unfathomable strength. Goodbye. The short man turned away and took the tall man away. The tall man didn't say a word the whole time. Who is he? Lao Sun. Piccolo said, looking at the backs of the two. Not sure. Sun Wukong also looked at the backs of the two. But at least it is certain that it is not easy to win this game. Not really, just a weirdo. Krillin looked at the backs of the two, but didn't feel any difference. They don't seem to be from Earth, Piccolo said solemnly. Nonsense, when have you ever seen an Earthling look like that? It's like you didn't know you were a Namekian before. Forget it, let's go quickly, the draw ceremony is about to begin, Krillin said with his hands in his pockets. Martial arts tournament, backstage. Everyone, all the contestants are here, and now we will draw lots to determine the order of appearance. Please come up and draw lots when you hear your name, said the blonde referee. God, please bless me that my first round opponent must not be these guys. Krillin clasped his hands together, closed his eyes and prayed devoutly. Isn't Dendi a god? Piccolo said seriously. It seems that there are no other masters except those two. Sun Wukong looked around and understood, but when his eyes swept over the two bald men with a black M on their foreheads, Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows. These two people's eyes were too fierce. When Sun Wukong looked at a masked man, he was stunned. Is this guy also a short-listed contestant? His height is obviously disproportionate. This masked man is of course a joint impersonation of Sun Wushan and Trunks. Unlike the original, this time it is Sun Wushan who leads the upper body and Trunks who acts as the lower body. However, no matter how the two four-headed bear kids change, their short arms and legs cannot be changed. Normal people can see at a glance that the proportions are completely wrong. Now, start drawing lots in order. The referee said, looking at the form in his hand. Adult competition begins. The results of the draw are as follows. Kling vs Panda. Sean, Kaishin, vs Demon Boy, Baiko. Bidalai vs Spur Beach. 6-9. Jebit vs Scion Superman, Sun Gohan. Number 18 vs Mr. Satan. Sun Goku vs Vegeta. Masked Man, Sun Wushan, Trunks, vs Zera, a black one. Yamu vs Kaiolu, Sissy. Seeing his opponent Klin on the field, he felt happy for a moment. Oh my, there was absolutely no pressure in the first game. Piccolo looked at his opponent, feeling a little uneasy. Satan is now, well, Sun Wushan is a bit heavy-handed, and he hasn't woken up yet. Who is the happiest person? Of course it is our Prince Vegeta. After waiting for so many years, he finally got the chance to duel with Sun Wukong. Sun Wushan looked at his opponent and said that he had no pressure and could kill him with just one move. The first game was easy. The fat guy named Panda wanted to die and let Klin attack first, and then, he came out. Wow, that's amazing. So strong. Instant kill. Klin raised his fist very easily and left the stage amidst the cheers of the audience. Then the second match will be between Sean and the Magic Boy, the referee announced immediately after seeing that Klin had stepped down. Kayashin walked towards the stage step by step with a faint smile on his face. On the contrary, Piccolo's expression was solemn. "Well, please don't destroy the stage again," the referee said with a scared look when Piccolo walked past. After all, the battle between Sun Wukong and Piccolo completely destroyed the entire martial arts venue. Piccolo walked by silently, and Sun Wukong and the others' attention was focused on this game, or in other words, on Kayashin. The second game starts now. We can finally know how powerful this mysterious guy is. Vegeta stared at Kayashin and thought to himself. You'll know in a minute, come on, let's play games first. Kayashin didn't seem to care that they were competing now, and spoke as if he had been friends with Piccolo for many years. Piccolo's expression changed and he immediately said, I abstain. Contestant Sean, contestant Magic Boy, won without a fight. By the way, he used to be the god of this planet. Maybe he has noticed my identity, Kayashin thought to himself. Only the gods can feel the special aura of the gods. Even though Piccolo's strength may surpass Kaioshin, the gap in realm can still be felt. This is also the reason why Piccolo gave up. One is just a god from a small planet, and the other is a high-ranking Kayashin. There is a huge gap in level. Pico, is he really that strong? Sun Wukong asked after Piccolo returned to the waiting room. There's a huge difference in strength. Piccolo left these words and walked away. No, then I will compete with him in the next game, Klin said with wide eyes. No, you won't. There is no next one. Now let's move on to the third match, between player Bidalai and player Spubik. Bidalai. 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 As soon as the referee finished speaking, the crowd's cries suddenly surged because of Bidalai. As for Spubik, the audience said, I don't know, which one will you choose, a girl or a big man? Do you even need to choose, let alone Bidalai? Rei is also the daughter of Satan. You are so popular, Bidalai, come on. Sun Wufan encouraged Bidalai who was about to play. Yes. Bidalai nodded and followed Spubik confidently. As we all know, contestant Bidalai is the daughter of Mr. Satan and a righteous person who maintains social order. 7 years ago, when she was still a little girl, she won the junior category of the Budokai. The referee introduced the two people. Well, there was a suspicion of differential treatment. And the Spurbiage player was defeated in the first round of the last Budokai, and this time he appeared again with a brand new image. Strange Spubiki, Biddy was abused. Bideli. 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 Seeing Bideli on the stage, the audience's enthusiasm reached a peak, and they shouted Bideli's name one by one. When King of the Kings passed by Spubiki, he frowned slightly, silently watched Spubiki and Bideli go on the stage, and walked back to the lounge with light steps. Who? Spubiki's face was ferocious, and he stared at Bideli fiercely, even drooling. 69 Book Bar 69. What a nasty guy, Bideli looked at Spubiki with disgust. Bideli, come on, the blonde girl in the same class as Bideli cheered for Bideli loudly. This kind of stuff can be easily dealt with by Videl alone, said the blonde male classmate who was in the same class with Videl very easily. Backstage of the martial arts competition. It's strange, how come SPO Big has changed so much? The Sichulu recalled the previous SPO Big's appearance and compared it with the present, and the change was quite big. When I saw him just now, I didn't recognize him at once, the black-skinned Jera was also shocked. Okay, the game begins. The referee shouted. Martial arts competition, waiting room. Estimating that Piccolo was approaching, the Kayashin chuckled and faced Piccolo. Maybe I guessed wrong, but you are. Piccolo hesitated, completely different from his usual self. The Kayashin chuckled, what is it? Could it be, the great Kaio? Piccolo said with difficulty. No, you guessed wrong. He is Lord Kaishin, Jebet, who came out from behind Piccolo, expressed Piccolo's doubts. Kaishin. Pico's mouth opened wide. After all, this news was too shocking for him. Kaishin ignored Piccolo's shocked expression, walked past him and whispered, "Please keep it a secret for me, I don't want anyone to know my identity." Kaishin, among all the Kaos, the great Kaos have the highest status. Although I have heard that there are Kaishin above the great Kaos, but... Sun Wukong saw that Piccolo looked a little wrong, and thought that Kaishin said something bad. "Pico, what's wrong? That guy is so arrogant, I'll go teach him a lesson." "No, don't, please, don't say anything." Piccolo panicked and stopped Sun Wukong. "Kaishin. That boy, it turned out to be Kaishin. I have never seen him, but how could he come to Earth?" Kaishin muttered in a low voice with a look of horror. Bang! On the stage, the battle was in full swing, and Videl kicked Spabiki away with a sweeping kick. "Hey!" Spabiki stood up from the ground and threw a flurry of punches at Videli, who was chasing him. "How was the battle going?" "That girl. She performed well." "Yet, she was always in an advantageous position and won every time." Several people were discussing that Videli's fighting was indeed good for ordinary people. Bang! Videli saw the right moment and kneed Spabiki's chin, and then kicked him away with a random kick. Spabiki's mouth was bleeding, but he rushed towards Videli as if nothing had happened, as if he was not the one injured. Sun Wukong noticed that something was wrong with Spabiki and his eyes became serious. Knocked down Spabiki again, and when he thought he had won, Spabiki, covered in scars, stood up again with a weird smile on his face. Videli was panting, sweating profusely, and supporting her thighs with both hands. She was surprised to see Spabiki standing up again. According to her calculations, the force just now should definitely prevent the opponent from getting up. "How? How is it possible?" Sun Gohan said in surprise. "It's better to give up." "That guy looks a little strange," Sun Goku said very seriously. Bang! Spirichi showed no mercy and slapped Videl, who had consumed too much energy, away. Spirichi kicked Videl again and kicked her out of the arena. "She's going to fall off the arena." At the critical moment, Videl used the air dance technique, floated on the surface, and flew back to the arena under the shocked eyes of the audience. "Great, fortunately I taught her the air dance technique," Sun Gohan said happily. "Maybe it would be better if she fell out," Sun Wukong said quietly beside him. "That Spabiki is so strange, she was obviously seriously injured but nothing happened." Sure enough, Sun Wukong's premonition was right. Videl was beaten by Spabiki in the next competition, which made Sun Wuhan so angry that he transformed. Even Sun Wushan almost rushed up to kill Spabiki regardless of the rules of the game. After all, they had been together for a long time and had some feelings for each other. Sun Wushan also had high hopes for this future sister-in-law. "Stop playing, Spabiki," Yamua shouted to stop Spabiki. "We still have a mission, let's finish the game quickly." "Oh, okay." Spabiki grabbed Videl, who was only a little bit of breath left, and threw her off the competition stage. Sun Gohan was attacked. "Out of bounds, Spabik wins," the referee announced when he saw Spabik finally stop abusing Videl and throw her off the stage. Even he couldn't stand Videl's look. He had never seen such abuse of an opponent in his decades of refereeing career. Sun Gohan returned to normal, ran over and picked up the dying Videl and ran to the infirmary of the martial arts meeting. Swish! Due to cache reasons, please visit 69bookbar69 website directly with your browser to watch the fastest chapter update. Son Goku also knew that Videl's current condition was very bad, so he put his index and middle fingers on his forehead and teleported away from the venue. "Well, can you wait for a minute?" Son Gohan, who was concerned about Videl, was not in the mood to compete on stage. He said to the referee first, "I'm waiting for the medicine to heal my wounds." The referee looked at Sun Gohan's opponent, that is, Jepitel, and saw that he had no objection and agreed to Sun Gohan's request. A hidden corner of the martial arts meeting. Trunks, why are you holding me? If it weren't for you, I would definitely beat that Spabiki to death just now. Sun Goten was furious, with veins protruding on his head, and murderous. Trunks secretly swallowed a mouthful of water. Sun Goten was too scary now. If he didn't say anything good, he would probably go to hell and love the king of hell. Well, Goten, Sister Videl is fine now, and if Brother Gohan wins this game, he will definitely fight that guy in the next game to avenge Sister Videl, Trunks explained with cold sweat. Cao, don't let me meet him. Sun Goten's anger has subsided a lot, and he punched the wall and said coldly. In the medical room of the martial arts competition, Sun Gohan looked at Videl's miserable state with a frown on his face. His clenched fist showed that he was not at peace. As for where Satan was, he was unconscious next to Videl. Swoosh! Son Goku came back with a small bag in his hand. Dad, did you get the senzu beans? Son Gohan ran over happily. Well, Son Goku took a green bean out of the bag. I haven't planted any recently, but fortunately there are still 3 left. Son Gohan took the senzu beans and rushed to the medical room impatiently. He fed Videl with the beans despite the doctor's objection and left. Okay, the match between Jebbit and Saiyan Superman begins now. The referee announced loudly when he saw Son Gohan come back and walked onto the stage with Jebbit. Saiyan Superman! Saiyan Superman! Yes, it's the Justice Warrior who appeared in Satan City. The blonde handsome boy and the blonde female classmate were stunned when they saw Son Gohan dressed as Saiyan Superman. A pockmarked man looked at Son Gohan's face through a telescope. That boy, it seems to be Son Gohan. What? The blonde handsome boy snatched the pockmarked man's telescope. It's really Son Gohan, the same hairstyle. But why is Son Gohan there? The blonde handsome boy said suspiciously. Maybe because he is shy. Let's cheer for him, the blonde female classmate said. Gohan, come on. Son Gohan was startled when his name suddenly came out from the audience. He looked over and saw that it was his classmate. Damn, how did I get exposed? That's right, I just took off my turban because I became a Super Saiyan. Hi, Son Gohan greeted his classmate with an awkward smile. Okay, then, let's start the game. It's really a headache. I went to modify it specially, but now it's all exposed. Moreover, the opponent is not the kind of guy that can be easily dealt with. Son Gohan has a headache in his heart. Become a Super Saiyan. I want to know if the Super Saiyan can help in the end. Jebbit, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. Son Gohan was shocked. How do you know about Super Saiyans? Don't worry about it, change quickly. Jebbit said coldly. Gohan. Hearing his name, Son Gohan looked back, and Piccolo nodded at him. How is it him? Yamu said to Spabiki who was holding a detector. No, the energy is very low, Spabiki shook his head. Seeing Piccolo agreed, Son Gohan began to gather energy. Although I don't know what you want to do, then I will transform into a Super Saiyan as you wish, and it is a Super Saiyan beyond the limit, Son Gohan said coldly. Beyond the limit, Jebbit was shocked. Hey! The violent energy was released with Son Gohan's roar, sweeping the whole place like a hurricane, and the electric current around his body was running wildly. Super Saiyan 2, although not as awesome as before, but at least stronger than Super Saiyan. The whole audience looked at Son Gohan's changes with stunned expressions. Blonde warrior, just like those 2 kids, they are all blonde warriors. An audience member said loudly. Look, Spabiki looked at the detector in his hand in surprise, and the pointer on it was spinning wildly. Such a huge energy, it must be him, Yamu shouted decisively. How about it, do you have any other requirements? Just fight me like this, Sun Gohan smiled confidently. What amazing energy, I can't believe he is actually an Earthling, Jebit said secretly now. Humph, that guy was even stronger than this when he killed Cell, Vegeta snorted coldly, seeming to be very unhappy that Sun Gohan was so talented but didn't work hard to practice. It seems that the peaceful life has made him slack. The king of the Kai, who had already explained his identity to everyone, looked solemn. This power has exceeded my imagination, can you stop that power? Stop! The king of the Kai saw the actions of Spabiki and Yamu, and quickly froze Sun Gohan who was about to resist. Spabiki restricted Sun Gohan's actions, and Yamu inserted a strange thing into Sun Gohan's abdomen to absorb Sun Gohan's energy, and ran away after absorbing it. You want to run away after pretending to be cool? Sun Goten threw away the mask and shouted, and used the flying technique to chase the two. Goten, wait for me. Trunks also took off the masked man's clothes and chased after Sun Goten. Tracking two people. I'm going to track down Spabiki and Yamu now. If you're willing, follow me. I believe you can help. King Kai saw Spabiki and Yamu, who had absorbed Sun Gohan's power, use the sky dance technique to leave the martial arts tournament. His tone was light but there was a hint of pleading, and then he followed the two people with a swish. The people in the lounge looked at Sun Gohan lying on the stage, and suddenly heard two sounds of breaking through the air, one in front and one behind, and their eyes were attracted. That's Goten. Everyone saw Sun Goten leave first, and then a dark green figure followed behind, and Trunks. SX. I'm going to. I want to know what King Kai said we can help with. Son Goku looked at the backs of Sun Goten and Trunks and smiled confidently. On the sea, two figures were wrapped in white flames and fled forward at a very fast speed. With this energy, the demon will soon wake up, and Master Babadai will be very happy, Yamu said with a wicked smile on his face, looking very excited. And the two idiots didn't realize that there were three people following them, and the means of tracking were very low level. You are the people with Mr. Son Goku. King Kai was surprised that Son Goten and Trunks followed. Trunks couldn't see this, but Son Goten knew at a glance that he was Son Goku's son. However, King Kai still scolded the two people, "What are you doing here, you two kids, why don't you go back quickly?" It is obvious that King Kai did not go to watch the junior group's game. If he knew, he would definitely not say so. Let alone Son Goten, Trunks alone has the strength to confront Son Gohan, I mean Super Saiyan. I don't want it. Sun Wushan looked at King Kai coldly, those two troublemakers dared to absorb my brother's energy. I won't let them have it easy. Sensing the breath emitted by Sun Wushan, King Kai was shocked. He didn't expect that Sun Wushan's power would be stronger than Sun Wuhan, and even very close to Sun Wukong. Okay, but you guys be careful. King Kai's coxcomb sweated and could only tell him to be careful. Speaking of it, Spabiki and Yamu are indeed mentally retarded. Sun Wushan and the other two followed behind blatantly, and Sun Wushan also released a terrifying breath. Anyone would know that they were being followed. These two guys were forcibly strengthened by Babadai but did not give them the ability to sense chi. Gohan, Videl saw Sun Wuhan lying on the ground with his eyes blank, and couldn't help running onto the stage. Hey, isn't that Miss Videl? What's going on? Wasn't she seriously injured just now? The audience was very confused. How could Videl, who was so seriously injured just now, be so lively now? Then I'll go too, although I'm a little reluctant, Krillin said, I'll go say hello to my wife. Oh, okay, Sun Wukong agreed. Are you kidding, Kakarot? Vegeta was immediately angry. Damn, I finally got the chance to duel with you, and you wanted to slip away. We still have to duel. Well, there are more important things now. Sun Wukong said with cold sweat. Don't try to fool me, Vegeta didn't buy it. He said he would duel with you no matter what. I don't care about the king of the Kai. The reason I came to this boring conference is to compete with you. Or we can find another time to duel, Sun Wukong continued to perfunctory. Don't try to fool me. You can only stay in this world for one day. Vegeta continued angrily. Or you can go to that world with me. Sun Wukong suggested. Bah! You still want to seduce me? You've seen a living person run to the dead after having nothing better to do. I'm living a good life now, why would I want to die with you? Let's go! Piccolo shouted and followed King Kai out of the venue. Goku jumped onto the stage quickly. Gohan is in your hands. Don't worry, I'll go over after I cure him, but I think Gohan will follow, Jebit said with the same expression as you owe me 5 million. Goku glanced at Jebit in silence, and his figure flew through the air. Vegeta saw Goku leave, and said tisk and followed Goku through the air. Goku and his companions flew at full speed and caught up with the 3 King Kais in a few minutes. You guys are here after all. A relieved smile appeared on the corner of King Kai's mouth. If it weren't for you, I might have lost. I will lose. Are those too difficult to deal with? Sun Wukong looked blankly at the 2 idiots who were being followed in front of him. He really couldn't see how powerful the 2 idiots were. Even King Kai said that he would lose. No, King Kai shook his head, they are just puppets. King Kai said seriously, a long time ago, when humans on Earth just started to walk upright. The same introduction as the original, but it's too long and the author is too lazy to write it, so you won't say I'm a fool, ... Maybe it's the butterfly effect. Trunks here heard the legend of Majin Buu, and he didn't say it was fun like in the original childish way. In other words, we have to stop Majin Buu from waking up, King Kai said seriously. Yet. Magician Babadai. There was no one living there, only a few scattered earth and stone mountains. When Spabiki and Yamu arrived at their destination and landed, the people following them also landed and hid on a small stone mountain, using the mountain as a shelter. There's someone there, is it Babadai? No. Hey, that's strange, the ground seems to have been dug again. Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan, who followed later, looked at Spabiki and Yamu with puzzled faces, only to see them standing there respectfully, with a small hatch only one person tall standing there. So that's it, Babadai's spaceship is buried underground, no wonder we can't find it, Jebit gritted his teeth. 6-9. It seems that Babadai already knows that we came to Earth, King Kai said seriously, otherwise he wouldn't have hidden the spaceship. Before they use Brother Gohan's energy to awaken that Majin Buu, let's do it, Trunks suggested anxiously. King Kai stopped him, don't worry, in order not to destroy the spaceship, they will definitely wake it up outside, we will act according to the situation. Son Gohan looked around the spaceship, those ordinary earthlings had been killed, one by one, and even a woman was dismembered, and her lower body was nowhere to be found. Son Gohan gritted his teeth, he hated this kind of people the most with his kind nature. Someone came out, Piccolo said in a low voice, attracting Son Gohan's attention back. 2 figures, one tall and one short, appeared from the small hatch, and they explained the floating state. The tall figure was wearing a blue shirt with exposed chest, revealing his strong muscles, a strange belt around his waist, a white cape, light red skin and sharp eyes like a beast. The short one was not as tall as the tall one's waist even when he used the flying technique to float in the air. His shit yellow skin and hair with a few sparse hairs made him look very unbearable compared to the tall figure. So frustrated, this was the first impression that Sun Wushan had when he saw the short man. A guy like this would definitely be rejected in the first round of the interview. Babadai, he actually subdued the king of the demon world, Jebit looked at the tall figure in shock. Dabura, actually. King Kai looked at the tall Dabura with a very ugly expression. Who is Dabura, the big guy? Sun Wukong frowned and asked King Kai in confusion. Yes, King Kai replied, he is the king of the demon world. In this world, the strongest may be one of you. In the demon world, the strongest is Dabura. Vegeta. So, the dwarf next to him is Babadai? Sun Gohan asked. Yes, King Kai replied, in terms of strength alone, he is indeed vulnerable, but the most terrifying thing about him is his magic. Could it be that his magic is so powerful that even the king of the demon world surrenders? Piccolo asked in surprise. Jebbit denied Piccolo's question. No, he may be using the evil in other people's hearts to manipulate them, so only righteous people like us can resist. Son Goten was very disdainful of Jebbit's answer. If Babadai was so awesome, why couldn't he control Majin Buu and had to treat Buu as a master? And didn't Vegeta fail? As long as the power was strong enough, he could resist Babadai's control. His ability to control Dabura should be the limit. But I really didn't expect Dabura to be here. If Dabura and Babadai join forces, you want to say that we are dead? Vegeta laughed contemptuously before King Kai finished speaking. I will definitely beat that kind of guy. Outside the spaceship. Oh, yes, it's full of energy. Babadai looked at the thing in his hand with satisfaction and laughed shrilly. Yes, Yama was like a child who was rewarded by an adult. With our strength, this task is simply too simple, Spabiki said shamelessly. If Son Gohan hadn't been imprisoned by King Kai at that time, his body would probably be cold now. Hehe, then, you are useless, Babadai said lightly, like many bosses in anime. In his eyes, the two people in front of him were already dead. Ah! The two idiots were stunned. Babadai's eyes bulged, and Spabiki and his body began to swell, and finally exploded into a blood mist. No, Yamua screamed like a weak girl being raped, and quickly fled to the distance to try to escape. Pfft, do you want to try? Babadai narrowed his eyes and said lightly at the direction where Yamua fled. Yes, the alien who was at the door of the hatch at the beginning was very surprised, raised his hand and aimed at Yamua, and an energy bullet shot out from his hand and quickly swept towards the fleeing Yamua. Boom! The energy bullet hit Yamua and killed him. Very accurate, Babadai praised. It's useless to aim. Sun Wushan looked at the complacent Bobby with disdain. You are so close, you still have to meow for so long, I can kill him without even aiming, you scum. Enter the spaceship. He, Dabra, you feel it too, right? Babadai suddenly said with a sinister smile. Dabra nodded with a wicked smile. Yes, Sir Babadai, there are 9 people in total. 6-9. That's right, in addition to the 5 humans with pure energy, even the Kaishin who killed my father is here. Speaking of Kaishin, a trace of resentment appeared on Babadai's face. Ha ha ha, after absorbing the energy of those 5 people, Buu will definitely wake up soon, Dabula laughed. Ha ha, Dabra, except for those 5 people and Kaishin, let's take care of the rest. Babadai put his hands behind his back and walked back to the spaceship, then added, and Kaishin, don't move yet. He leads them to the spacecraft to absorb their energy. Sir Babadai, what about me? Said Baba immediately after killing Yamu, feeling that he had no sense of existence. Babadai chuckled, haha, Ba, the first floor is yours. Yes, Sir Babadai. Pai Pei quickly followed behind Babadai with an excited look on his face, not knowing that his death was coming soon. Stone Mountain. Hey, they all went in, and only Dabra was left alone. Sun Wuhan looked at Babadai and Baba back to the spacecraft in confusion. Dabra slowly turned around, smiled evilly at Sun Wukong and the others who were hiding behind the stone mountain, and suddenly shot out like a rocket. No, we were discovered, Vegeta was shocked. Dabra teleported in front of everyone, with his open palm facing Jobbit. Boom! Dabra sprayed out a wave of energy from the palm of his hand and directly destroyed the stunned Jobbit. Jobbit died without any body parts. Cao, Sun Wushan glared at Dabra with hatred. He was too lax and didn't expect Dabra to come so quickly. He hurriedly shouted, Uncle Klin, Uncle Piccolo, run away. Aha! Piccolo and Krillin were a little confused when they were called by Sun Wushan. As a result, they were spat on by Dabura, an unethical guy. Nah, that's disgusting. Then, Piccolo and Krillin were horrified. He watched his body gradually turn to stone. You'd better go back. You can't stop Mr. Babadai, Dabra laughed wildly. After showing off, he ran away quickly, otherwise he would be beaten to death by the other party. Klin, Piccolo, Sun Wukong rushed to Klin's side. Just as he was about to smash the stone to rescue Klin, Kaishin immediately stopped him. Don't touch him, Mr. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong subconsciously stopped after hearing Kaishin's words. Kaishin explained, they are no different from stones now. If the stones are broken, they will die. Is there any way? Sun Wukong asked anxiously. Kaishin said hesitantly, if Dabra dies. Hearing Kaishin's answer, Sun Wukong showed a confident smile. I see, it's so simple. Ah! Kaishin was a little confused. He just heard something. Simple, why are you the king of the demon world? After saying that, Son Goku immediately chased after Dabula, Son Gohan followed closely behind, and Kaishin quickly looked at Vegeta. Sorry, waiting is not my style, Vegeta smiled confidently and caught up with Son Goku. Sorry, waiting isn't my style either, X2. Before Kaishin could speak, Son Goten and Trunks said at the same time, and then chased after Vegeta, making Kaishin swallow what he was about to say. Cao, Kaishin had no choice but to meet such a willful group of people. I was also desperate, so I could only chase after them. After chasing Dabra into the interior of the spacecraft, Dabra disappeared without a trace. A group of people looked around blankly, wary of their surroundings. As Kaishin entered, the cabin door above everyone was closed. There is no way out of this place unless we defeat Babadai, Kaishin said. Spaceship, in the first level, Baba appears. Okay, one of you come on stage quickly, said Pai Pei with a provocative look. This mentally retarded person regarded the other party as a few little mice that could be killed easily, but he never thought that Sun Wukong and the others were not little mice but prehistoric giant beasts. Spaceship, bottom, Babadai's spacecraft control room. Babadai inserted the thing brought back by Yamu and Spubik into a giant egg, and the energy was instantly filled to half of it. How come there is so much energy? Babadai was shocked. Did Yamu and Spubichi absorb energy from hundreds of people? I don't know, I didn't ask, Dabra shook his head. If I had known better, I wouldn't have killed them first, Babadai said with some regret. It doesn't matter, Babadai-sama, just hurt those few people and let Bu absorb them, Dabra comforted. Babadai immediately laughed and said, that's right, maybe Baba has already taken care of them. Babadai and Dabra walked to the crystal ball and looked at the first floor through the crystal ball. They saw a picture that confused them. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. The four people watching were confused. What the hell are you doing? Trunks vs Papa. Babadai and Dabra looked confused and stared blankly at the five monkeys guessing at Sun Wukong. Pai Pei looked at the five people in astonishment. Damn it, what are you doing? I'm here. Kaishin's forehead was covered with cold sweat. This is the style of a boss. My scion is so powerful. I'll go on first. Trunks looked at Baba with an unkind look. Baba had a blank look on his face. Why did Mao look at me like this? I'm not gay. Humph, you actually sent a brat to the stage, you are really useless. Baba looked at the three people behind Trunks mockingly. The protagonist was ignored due to height issues. Damn it, this is the only thought in the four scions' minds. Young people, there is a risk in pretending. Humph, Trunks snorted, feeling that he was being underestimated. Call out. Trunks turned into an afterimage and appeared silently in front of Baba, as if teleporting. Nanny. Bump. Before he could be shocked, Baba was knocked away by Trunks' sudden punch. He then caught up with Baba, who was flying upside down, and kicked him into the air. He used the wall of the spaceship to stabilize his body and looked at Trunks' young figure in disbelief. No. Impossible, I will be beaten away by a brat. Baba clenched his fists, feeling a sense of humiliation rushing over his face. This is simply a great shame and humiliation. Idiot, Trunks looked at the unwilling Baba coldly. He is so mentally retarded that he doesn't even need to transform into a Super Saiyan. I can fight 10 of them. Kid, you pissed me off, Baba roared, kicked off the wall with both legs, and rushed out like a rocket towards Trunks. Trunks glanced at Baba with disdain, dodged Baba's attack, grabbed Baba's foot and threw it to the ground. Bump! Ah! Baba screamed and landed on his face. Sun Wuxian felt a little hurt when he saw it, but it was a good thing that he could help the guy plastic surgery Trunks. In the control room, Baba Dai stared dumbfounded as Trunks beat Baba, especially the scene where Baba landed on his face, which made him feel a pain in the face. What's going on? How come Baba was in the hands of that brat with no way to fight back? Baba Dai couldn't hold back the turmoil in his heart. Even if he was beaten by those adult scions, he could still accept it, but what would it be like to be beaten by an 8 or 9-year-old child? This may be because the space of the spaceship is too small, which affects the performance of Baba. The kid's small body has an advantage here, Dabra argued weakly. Baba Dai felt that he could not lose face, so he accepted Dabra's explanation, and then said, under what circumstances can Baba take advantage of it? Dabra thought for a moment and then said, it's the high-gravity planet Zirn. Okay, Baba Dai opened his hand and turned to the crystal ball, Baba Wu Ba. The sudden change of environment caused Trunks, who was torturing Baba, to stop what he was doing. Baba took advantage of Trunks' distraction to escape some distance away from Trunks. What's going on? Sun Wuhan asked in surprise at the sudden change of environment. It's Baba Dai's magic. It should be a favorable environment for that person. Kaijin's lavender face was covered with cold sweat. There was blood on Baba's face, but he didn't care and instead laughed proudly, ha ha ha, this is my home planet Zine, and the gravity is 10 times that of the Earth. Several scions looked at Baba at the same time with care for the mentally retarded eyes. It's just 10 times. Do you think there is any difference with planet Vegeta's gravity? Retarded, Trunks said coldly. My father never used less than 100 times gravity every time he practiced. With this little gravity, I don't feel it at all. Hearing Trunks' nonchalant tone and contemptuous eyes, Baba immediately exploded, you're making a fool of yourself. Baba screamed and ran towards Trunks desperately. Trunks glanced at Baba indifferently and knocked him over with a punch. So weak, surrender, Trunks walked up to Baba and said. Pai Pai, who was holding his stomach, had no idea that Trunks would approach without any precaution. A cunning smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but he begged for mercy, I'm sorry, I was wrong. After all, Trunks was only 8 years old and had never seen those intrigues. He thought that Pai Pai had changed his ways and said, forget it, you can go. Feeling that Trunks had let down his guard, he was overjoyed and shouted, go to hell, kid. Bump. Pfft. Trunks, who was unprepared, was punched in the abdomen by the sudden burst of Baba and spit out a mouthful of bitter water. Trunks, X5. The sudden change made several people panic. The sudden change just now gave Majin Bu 1/10 more energy. Asshole, Trunks looked ferociously at Baba, who rushed over to try to make up for it, go to hell. Trunks raised his hand and fired an energy wave at Baba mercilessly, killing him instantly. Quack, quack, quack. Because Trunks killed Baba, a passage opened on the ground. You are too careless, Trunks. You should leave and kill an opponent like this, Vegeta taught Trunks with a face full of hatred. Very dissatisfied. If he played on his own, he would never give the opponent a chance to breathe. I'm sorry, Dad, Trunks said, bowing his head and admitting his mistake. Sun Wukong waved his hand and persuaded, "Forget it, Vegeta, Trunks is still young, and he has never seen such an opponent." "Humph," Vegeta snorted coldly, leading the way into the passage. The first level, passed. Vegeta vs Warcraft Yakin. "It feels like a computer game," Sun Gohan said excitedly in the passage. "Humph, boring game," Vegeta snorted coldly, still with that expression of keeping strangers away. This book was first published on 69 Book Bar 69, providing you with a reading experience without wrong chapters and out-of-order chapters. King Kai has not recovered from the shock of Trunks's killing of Poo Poo. The power of Trunks's explosion just now really scared him. He had the illusion that he was the most useless one in the team, not an illusion. In the control room, Babadai said a little annoyed, "How could this happen? There was no such strong person when we investigated the Earth 300 years ago. Please, look at their ages. The oldest Vegeta is only in his 40s. 300 years ago, his grandfather was not even liquid. Don't worry, it's just this level. There are still 3 levels. Besides, there is me, Lord Babadai," Dabura said confidently. "But Lord Babadai, who should we send to the second level?" Dabura asked. "Yakin," Babadai said solemnly. Dabura was a little surprised. "Send Yakin to the second level? Perhaps we shouldn't underestimate these Earthlings, and the most important thing now is to let Majin Buu absorb their energy." Babadai looked at the people in the second level with a serious face. "You also saw that kid. If it wasn't for the kid's carelessness, there would probably be no energy at all." "Yes, Lord Babadai," Dabura said respectfully, then turned his head to look at a soldier and ordered, "Yakin guards the second floor, go and notify him." "Yes," the alien soldier left. In the second level, Vegeta stood impatiently at the door of a small hatch. "I've been standing here pretending to be cool for a long time, come out quickly. This is boring, I might as well break the floor and rush down," Vegeta roared impatiently, spreading his palms towards the floor, and energy condensed. "No, Mr. Vegeta, if you destroy the floor, Majin Buu will wake up early," King Kai said in a panic. In fact, Goten wanted to say that it would be better to let him wake up early, so that Buu's power would not be too strong, and the power of Super Saiyan 2 might be able to kill Buu, but King Kai would definitely think he was a fool if he said that. "If that's the case, Majin Buu is nothing," Vegeta said disdainfully, just like Dabura. "Ah, Dabura, what do you want to say?" King Kai said blankly with a stunned face. "That Dabura is nothing great, just be careful of his saliva, and Jeppet can only say that he is too weak," Vegeta said bluntly. King Kai looked at Son Goku in shock. "Mr. Son Goku, is that so?" "Well, even if he didn't use his full strength, it would still be like this." "I thought he was that powerful," said Son Goku, "his level is about the same as Cell 7 years ago." Hearing Son Goku's words, King Kai's heart was in turmoil. By the way, it took a lot of strength to stop Son Gohan before. Could it be that he didn't use his full strength at that time? Clang! The hatch in front of Vegeta opened, and a green-skinned monster walked out. "It's the demon beast Yakin," King Kai recognized the identity of the green-skinned monster. "Humph, it's nothing powerful," Vegeta frowned, "it looks a little stronger than the one just now." "Hee hee." Yakin laughed evilly, and suddenly rushed towards Vegeta. Vegeta raised a contemptuous smile at the corner of his mouth, and dodged Yakin's claw. Swish! A protruding spike on the back of Yakin's hand suddenly became longer, instantly cutting through Vegeta's combat uniform. Vegeta looked at his abdomen in confusion. There was a cut, then chuckled, "So there is a hidden weapon. Hee hee hee, Yakin did a good job, kill the King of Kings, then injure the 5 of them and absorb their energy to revive Majin Buu." Babadai's obscene laughter came from the void, giving several people goosebumps. "I'll send you to your favorite planet, the Dark Planet." Babadai cast magic again in the control room, Baba Wuba. The scene changed again, and it was dark. Hee, you can't see me, but I can see it very clearly, Yakin laughed evilly, and rushed towards Vegeta again, using the two long blades on the back of his hand to slash at Vegeta. Vegeta dodged Yakin's blade with ease. Yakin looked at Vegeta in shock. How could you dodge my attack? Tisk, just like that, just sense the flow of air, Vegeta said with his eyes closed, but I can still do this. Tuan. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan with a calm face and said confidently, look, you have nowhere to hide. Babadai looked at Vegeta's transformation in shock, and randomly ordered one of his men, go get the energy detector, pick the one with the highest power. Yes. 2800 Kili, Babadai looked at the pointer on the detector in surprise, and then looked at Yakin worriedly. This is not easy to do, Yakin only has 800 Kili. Looking at Vegeta's transformation, apart from the initial astonishment, Yakin's face showed a sly smile again, and he opened his mouth to Vegeta. Death of Yakin. Yakin said with a wicked smile, I see, the darkness has no interest in you, right? Why, what tricks do you want to play? Vegeta smiled confidently. Yakin opened his big mouth and pointed it at Vegeta, and the rancid smell of a toilet that hadn't been washed in 100 years hit his face. Damn it, this idiot hasn't brushed his teeth for a long time. Several Scions covered their noses tightly, which reminded Sun Wukong of the first time he participated in the world's #1 martial arts tournament. He had never taken a bath since he was a child. A savage whose nose is more sensitive than a dog cannot afford to be hurt. Drink, drink, drink. A strong suction force was drawn from Yakin's mouth. Vegeta's Super Saiyan light was forcefully sucked away by Yakin's strong suction force. Then he swallowed it like food, and the world escaped again. Dark. What happened? This book was first published on 69 Book Bar 69, providing you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters and no chapters out of order. Why is it dark again? Sun Wuhan and Trunks immediately shouted, but Sun Wushan, who already knew everything, said nothing and made no moves. Vegeta has transformed back from Super Saiyan, Son Goku said calmly. By the way, Yakin can eat light as food, and the light of the Super Saiyan transformed by Vegeta is the best food for it, Kaishin explained. Velch. Yakin burped leisurely and said with a satisfied look, the taste is just right. This is the first time I have eaten such delicious light. Vegeta calmed down from the initial shock, and a hint of ridicule appeared on the corner of his lips. Don't worry, you won't eat it again. Nanny. When Yakin was shocked, Vegeta opened his palm and pointed at Yakin with 5 fingers together. Big explosion attack. A blue energy ball shot out from Vegeta's palm and flew towards Yakin. The energy ball the size of a man bombarded Yakin. Boom! A loud and earth-shaking sound echoed throughout the world and lingered for a long time. Vegeta's move beat Yakin so hard that he didn't even leave any broken flesh behind, but was directly beaten into atoms. The difference between Vegeta and Sun Wukong is that for a bad opponent, Vegeta chooses to kill the opponent directly, while Sun Wukong releases his energy bit by bit. Vegeta said this in Dragon Ball Super, and this is also Sun Wukong's shortcomings. For example, when dealing with Yakin, Vegeta killed Yakin with one move. Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan and let Yakin swallow the energy and was exploded. Quack, quack, the passage to the next level opened. Control room. Yakin, dead, dead, Babadai stuttered as he watched in horror that Yakin was blasted to pieces by Vegeta. Dabra looked determined, I understand. Let me eliminate Sir Babadai's uneasiness. The third level will be guarded by me personally. Dabra, if even you. Babadai looked at Dabra with affectionate, I almost vomited, eyes. I am the king of the demon world. No one in this world is stronger than me, Dabra said confidently, Master Babadai, I want to borrow your meditation room. GNMLGB, if you are awesome, just go out and fight with them. What are you doing in the meditation room, petting the cat? Also, if you, the strongest Babadai, want to resurrect Majin Buu, why are you doing that uncontrollable factor? The third floor. Gohan, you are next. Are you practicing seriously? Sun Wukong asked, looking at Sun Wuhan who was about to go on stage. Vegeta curled his lips, what a pity, he forgot to practice in these years, and now we are all better than him. Sun Gohan scratched his head in embarrassment. Although he had practiced seriously after the Broly incident, his strength had not yet fully recovered. Now he could barely transform into a Super 2. Dad, do you remember Broly? Sun Gohan said slightly seriously. Sun Wukong's brows tightened, remember, what happened? Isn't Broly dead? Well, Sun Wuhan nodded seriously, not only is he not dead, but he also appeared on Earth not long ago. Nanny, Sun Wukong was shocked. He had personally experienced what it was like when Broly went crazy, and he asked nervously, what about now? Destroyed by me and Goten. Sun Gohan looked at Sun Wushan and smiled slightly, but Goten is really powerful. He can fight Broly just after surpassing the Super Saiyan. So, Goten, the Super Saiyan 2 you transformed into in the martial arts tournament was also transformed when you fought that weird uncle? Trunks asked. Yes, Trunks, you were already unconscious at that time. Sun Wushan scratched his head and said. That's amazing, Sun Wukong sighed, which made Vegeta very unhappy. Sun Wukong stared at Sun Wushan with bright eyes. Wushan, do you want to fight Daddy once? The corners of Sun Wushan's mouth twitched wildly. He was indeed a fighting madman, and he would not let go of his own son. However, Sun Wushan is now arrogant because he has not yet seen the power of Majin Buu, so his funny attribute exploded. Sun Wukong is still very serious in front of the real enemy, but now in his opinion, Dabura is nothing at all, Super 2 can solve it, and Majin Buu is probably about the same, so he is mentally retarded. Sun Gohan vs Dabura. Sun Wukong's undisguised fiery gaze made Sun Wushan panic, and he retreated a few steps without leaving a trace. Zuj Dada once said that low IQ is contagious, so it's better to stay away. Speaking of the world's #1 martial arts competition, Sun Wukong and his group left without mercy and never came back. The organizers of the martial arts competition are in a heated discussion about whether to disqualify Sun Wukong and his group, and what to do next. What's going on? I don't know, what happened? The audience stopped watching the game and couldn't help but discuss it in confusion. This. Because several players left the field without reason, because there has never been a similar situation, several referees are discussing, please wait. The blonde referee saw that the scene was a little out of control, and as a host for many years, he played his role, and the audience calmed down. The blonde referee also had a hard time. Sun Wukong-sama, why did you leave just like that? I've been looking forward to it for so many years, you should at least finish the game. There were only 3 players left, number 18, Jala, the dark-skinned man who competed with the masked man disguised as Sun Goten, and Kai Olu, a dead sissy who competed with Yamu. Fortunately, Yamu left early, otherwise he would have been dead by now. How about a melee? One of the audience shouted. SX. Yes, a melee. That's right, at least we can see Mr. Satan in a melee. The audience's words quickly resonated with other audiences. They mainly wanted to see Satan show off, but they never expected that their so-called hero Satan was still unconscious because of Sun Goten's punch. Where is Mr. Satan? Go and get him ready. The organizers of the martial arts tournament quickly accepted the audience's proposal. In their opinion, Satan was so awesome that he could even kill Cell. A melee was nothing. Even if those 3 people joined forces, it would be nothing. One of them was a woman. They forgot about No 18's horrible performance on the boxing machine. Well, let's invite Mr. Satan to come on stage, said several backstage staff who came to invite Satan to his bodyguard outside the VIP room dedicated to Satan. No, a bodyguard who looked very strong rejected the backstage staff's request. Just kidding, how can he come on stage in his current state, and the eldest lady hasn't come back yet? On the sea, Beidel, who followed Sun Gohan and Jebit for a while out of curiosity and was on her way back. Why? The man asked in confusion. Well, Mr. Satan is meditating and cannot be disturbed, said a relatively thin bodyguard. Meditation. The man looked at the thin bodyguard suspiciously. That's right. Every time Mr. Satan meditates and practices, he is at his most terrifying, the thin bodyguard said sinisterly. Every time Mr. Satan meditates, a terrible force will appear around him. Last time when Mr. Satan was meditating, Cell went to disturb him without knowing whether to live or die. You know what happened next? Cell in hell. It can be seen at a glance that this guy has been with Satan for a while. His ability to lie with open eyes is definitely not exaggerated. At least several backstage staff who came to invite Satan were terrified. Even Cell, who is so awesome, died, let alone them. Damn, if it wasn't me or Cell, I would have really believed it. Cell in hell was furious. Sorry, I disturbed you. Several backstage staff stumbled away. The backs of the backstage staff could no longer be seen. The strong bodyguard patted the thin bodyguard on the shoulder. Young man, you have worked hard. Fortunately, the thin bodyguard scratched his head awkwardly. Fortunately, his mouth was good. Is Mr. Satan still awake? The thin bodyguard looked at Satan who was still lying in the VIP room. Not yet, the bear-like bodyguard shook his head, recalling the terrifying little ghost. Even he was scared. I relied on a little ghost to beat an adult and he still hasn't woken up. Son Goten, forget it, my fists are enough to keep him lying for a day. I want him to wake up, haha. In the martial arts competition without any masters, number 18 easily won the championship. Satan wants to show off, but he can talk about it next year. Unknown place. The battle between Dabura and Sun Gohan, who have come out of the meditation room, is in full swing. Dabura easily took on Sun Gohan in the Super Saiyan state and dodged a sweeping kick from Sun Gohan. Dabura took a deep breath, and then fire style great fireball technique. Sprayed a ball of fire at Sun Gohan, who jumped into the air to avoid the fireball and rushed towards Dabura in the air. Swish! Dabura, who had seen through everything, used a move similar to the afterimage punch to leave an afterimage in the original place. Sun Gohan punched the afterimage and missed. I'm here, Dabura shouted from a distance like a cat playing with a mouse, and opened his palm to face Sun Gohan. A lava energy ball blasted out from his palm and flew towards Sun Gohan. Boom! Sun Gohan was hit by the lava energy ball as soon as he was distracted, and a mountain was smashed and fell into the water with a splash. Swish! Sun Gohan broke out of the water, his clothes were a little torn, and Sun Gohan stared at Dabura with an angry face, grabbed the green clothes outside and exerted force, and tore the green clothes apart with a rip. Dabura stood there confidently and teased Sun Gohan's angry look, as if everything was under control. Demonized, Demon Vegeta. This guy is much stronger than I thought, Sun Wukong commented while looking at Dabura. Vegeta's face was slightly angry, but he is not unbeatable. He is getting more and more useless as he grows up. He is not as good as he was when he was a child. Seemingly noticing Vegeta, Dabura glanced at Vegeta. Sun Wushan also noticed it, but he did not want to stop it. At least, the plot he knew would not be too biased, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. Hey! Sun Wuhan took advantage of Dabura's distraction and rushed towards Dabura with a roar. 69 Book Bar. Puh! Dabura spit at Sun Wuhan. Oh my god, the ant from the neighborhood committee, come here quickly, someone is spitting everywhere here, and the saliva flew towards Sun Wuhan like a bullet. Sun Wuhan, who knew that Dabura's saliva was powerful, quickly blocked the saliva with his hands and quickly threw away the gloves on his hands. Pa! The petrified gloves broke into several pieces of gravel as soon as they fell to the ground. Dabura took advantage of Sun Gohan's attention and jumped up when the glove was petrified. With his right hand in a hollow grip, a big knife appeared like a magic trick, and slashed down at Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan put his hands together and caught Dabura's knife at the critical moment. Super light self-taught catch the blade with bare hands. Yes, Sun Gohan used the long-lost super light self-taught catch the blade with bare hands. This move can make people instantly realize the skill of catching the blade with bare hands. This move is... Sorry, I can't make it up. Crack! Sun Gohan broke the big knife with force. Dabura threw away the broken knife with a faint smile, and Sun Gohan threw away the blade while panting. In the control room, Babadai looked at the little extra energy with an ugly face, and said angrily, "Damn it, Dabura, what are you doing? You have to make that kid seriously injured quickly, so that Majin Buu can wake up." Sun Gohan burst into arrogance and prepared to fight Dabura for another 300 rounds. "Cao! I can't wait any longer," Vegeta stepped forward angrily, "let me just kill him." "No need, Vegeta, Gohan hasn't lost yet," Son Goku advised. "This kind of fight that's like playing a game is too boring," Vegeta said angrily, stopping the two people who were about to fight again. Vegeta pointed at Son Goku with an angry face, "I want to end this boring game as soon as possible and compete with you. That's why I went to that conference." Dabura's sharp eyes looked at Vegeta with a sly smile, and Son Gohan looked suspicious and alert to Dabura. "Lord Babadai, teleport us to the spaceship," Dabura talked to Babadai in his heart, "I have a very good discovery here." Babadai looked at him with a confused look, but out of trust in his men, Babadai still cast magic to teleport Dabura and Son Gohan back. A smile of success passed across the corner of Vegeta's mouth without leaving a trace, but it was quickly hidden. Dabura jumped down from the void and quickly ran to the hatch. Son Gohan shouted, "Dabura, do you want to escape?" "Hehe, I don't need to continue fighting with you, because there are warriors who are more suitable for you than me," Dabura chuckled, and the hatch closed after taking a last look at Vegeta. "What did you say?" Son Gohan asked, but Dabura had already left. Son Goten held his forehead, saying, "Can't you see what I said? It's so obvious and you can't see it." Control room. "Dabura, what did you find?" Babadai asked impatiently as Dabura came over. "Lord Babadai, I found a warrior with an evil heart among those people," Dabura said with a wicked smile. Babadai was overjoyed, "Really? This way, they can kill each other and Majin Buu will wake up soon." "Yes, Lord Babadai." Third floor. "What does that guy mean?" Son Gohan said in confusion. Sun Wukong was also at a loss. "I don't quite understand, they said they found a more suitable warrior." "Discover, what does discovery mean?" A gleam of light flashed through Kai's mind. Babadai's crystal ball showed a picture of Vegeta, and Babadai looked at the picture of Vegeta and laughed excitedly, "Fuck, so dirty. Really, it's really different. This kid really has a strong evil heart. He didn't come here for justice," Babadai said happily. "Let me control you." Babadai's hands that seemed to be stained with shit were placed on the crystal ball, and magic was released. "Ah!" Vegeta noticed something strange at the moment the magic was released, and covered his head and screamed. "That's true," Kai looked like it was true. "Ah!" Because of a headache, Vegeta involuntarily turned into a Super Saiyan. "Dad!" Trunks ran to Vegeta worriedly. "Vegeta, Babadai is using your evil heart to control you. Don't think about anything now, don't think about anything," Kai said anxiously. "Don't even think about fighting Kakarot like this," Vegeta thought to himself. If he is not allowed to think, he will think more. "Great, we have controlled him. Now we will stimulate his potential and let him surpass his limit," Babadai shouted excitedly, using another kind of magic. Ah! Ah! Vegeta screamed, and his energy increased crazily. Trunks, who was holding Vegeta's thigh, was shaken away by the energy wave. Fortunately, Son Goten caught Trunks. Ha! 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 Vegeta, panting, revealed his face again. Now he had black eye sockets and an evil M on his forehead. The Prince of Destruction, Demon Vegeta, showed up. Vegeta's pride. Vegeta looked at his changes with satisfaction. Not only did his strength increase so much, but he also had the strength to compete with Kakarot. Vegeta almost admired his high IQ. Ha ha ha, great! Babadai's triumphant laughter echoed in the control room. I'll help you find a good place to duel. Baba woo woo. Due to cache reasons, please visit 69bookbar69 website directly with your browser to watch the fastest chapter update. Babadai cast magic again and teleported everyone on the third floor to the martial arts meeting. Martial arts meeting, number 18 just received the prize. Ah, how come those guys suddenly appeared? Where did they come from? The audience was startled by the sudden appearance of Sun Wukong and others. What the hell, I was watching the beauties well, but you guys showed up. Sun Wukong, you are late, the game is over, said the blonde host. Babadai looked at Vegeta in the crystal ball and laughed evilly. Vegeta, go and fight as much as you want, plunder their energy, even if it means killing them. Hearing Babadai's wretched laughter in his mind, Vegeta's face darkened. Get lost, I only want to fight Kakarot, I don't care about other people. You are out of control, this is the first time. Babadai was shocked, this is not right, you are controlled by me, you should come over and lick my ass. Vegeta grinned and raised a hand to point at Sun Wukong, and just when everyone was confused, he put his 5 fingers together and pointed at Sun Wukong. Swish! A yellow energy wave spurted out from Vegeta's palm like a cannonball and shot towards Sun Wukong. In panic, Sun Wukong could only cross his arms to block Vegeta's energy wave. But it didn't matter, no matter how weak Vegeta's energy wave in Super Saiyan state was, it was not something Sun Wukong, who had not even become a Super Saiyan, could resist. The energy wave pushed Sun Wukong away little by little. In the end, Sun Wukong, who couldn't bear it, subconsciously moved away, and the energy wave swept straight to the audience. Tuan. At the critical moment, Sun Wushan, who had completed his transformation while Sun Wukong blocked the energy wave, appeared on the track of the energy wave like teleportation. Sun Wushan raised his short legs and kicked hard, kicking the energy wave to the sea level. Boom! A loud noise shook the sea in the distance, and a huge mushroom cloud appeared in front of everyone. The strong wind blowing from the sea made everyone's hair flutter. Vegeta put his hand down calmly, as if he didn't do what he did just now. Wuvaa! Run! The audience who lived in peacetime had never seen such a scene. They screamed in fear and fled in panic. B. Vegeta! Sun Wukong stared at Vegeta with an angry face. If Sun Wushan hadn't taken action just now, it is estimated that many people would have died just now, and they would have died without a complete body. Dad! Dad! Trunks was terrified. Vegeta looked much scarier than usual. In Trunks' eyes, Vegeta used to be just a strict father, but now he looked like a killer. Alas, what a pity! If that attack had hit him, at least 200 people would have died, Babadai said with regret. Stop talking nonsense, Kakarot. Hurry up and fight me, Vegeta said with a grin. If you don't want the bodies to pile up here, you won't be so lucky next time. As if he had figured something out, Sun Wukong said solemnly, Vegeta. Are you deliberately letting Babadai control you? Vegeta, who had achieved his goal and crushed Babadai with intelligence, said, I don't want to talk. Let me enjoy the superiority of intelligence for a while. Vegeta pointed his hand at the audience seats on his right, and an energy bomb was fired towards the audience seats. Bang! Boom! Trunks quickly transformed into a Super Saiyan and caught Vegeta's energy ball, but this time Trunks only transformed in a hurry to catch it, which only caused the energy ball to deviate a little from its trajectory, but it still killed many spectators. Sun Wukong's pupils shrank suddenly, and looking at Vegeta's eyes that seemed to say, if you don't come again, I'll come a few more times, Sun Wukong also transformed. No, Sun Wukong, King Kai said anxiously, if you fight here, it will be exactly what Babadai wants. Your energy will be absorbed by Majin Buu and wake him up. However, no one paid attention to him, which made King Kai sad. I am King Kai after all, but you don't listen to me, so sad. Vegeta. You deliberately let Babadai control you in order to fight me seriously, right? Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta seriously and said. Oh, you finally noticed it, not bad, not bad, Vegeta's eyes flashed with a hint of sarcasm. Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows. What's with your look that says I acted well, you scumbag, you should just take off your skirt. If I didn't do this, you wouldn't fight me. You can only stay in this world for one day, and this happened again. Vegeta said unhappily. You did this for such a stupid thing. Sun Wushan's mouth twitched slightly when he heard what King Kai said. What's with your feeling of being abandoned by your lover? Foolish, you said this is stupid, Vegeta seemed to explode after hearing the words of King Kai. No, he had already exploded, Vegeta roared, this is the most important thing for me, I don't care about Majin Buu. This guy is stronger than me, we are both Saiyans, but he is always stronger than me, I am the Saiyan Prince with absolute strength, but he actually surpassed me. I was even saved by him, I can't stand it, absolutely not. Vegeta, whose Tsundere syndrome broke out again, roared wildly, as if he was beeped by Sun Wukong. Fateful duel. Sun Wukong stared at Vegeta speechlessly, then raised his head and shouted, Babadai, I decided to duel Vegeta and teleport us to a place where no one is. Wait a minute, Kaishin stopped loudly, standing in front of Sun Wukong with his arms straightened and a determined expression on his face, if you must fight, then knock me down first. Looking at Kaishin's firm eyes, Sun Wukong stared at it quietly for a while. Under everyone's disbelieving gazes, he faintly raised a hand and pointed it at Kaishin. The energy was condensed and a blue energy was released from his palm. Bomb! Kaishin burst into tears in his heart. After all, I am also a Kaishin. Please save some face for me. Seeing Sun Wukong's no-joking expression, Kaishin compromised, put down his hand feebly and let go, okay, whatever you want. Sorry Kaishin, a hint of apology appeared on Sun Wukong's face. 6-9. Baba Wuba, seeing that there was no good show, Babadai used magic to teleport Sun Wukong and others to a place where no one was suitable to fight. You guys have a duel. Gohan, Goten and Trunks will destroy the passage to find Babadai. Kaiowashin also looked away, even if you resurrect Majin Buu in advance, he won't be able to fully absorb it. Energy resurrection. Kaishin said that the resurrection of Majin Buu was already a certainty in his heart anyway, so instead of resurrecting Majin Buu in his prime, it would be better to resurrect him in advance. If I'm lucky, I might be able to prevent Majin Buu from being resurrected. Kaishin clenched his hands into a fist, making a gesture to break through the entrance to the passage. Do you think I will let you succeed? Babadai was always watching here. Hearing that Kaiwen planned to resurrect Majin Buu early, he immediately ordered Vegeta in his heart, Vegeta, get this out of the way. The guy killed. Ugh, Vegeta heard Babadai's voice in his mind. He covered his head and resisted Babadai's control. The M on his forehead glowed scarlet. I refuse, Vegeta refused. It's none of my business what Kaishin and the others want to do. I want to fight Kakarot. Nani, Babadai looked at Vegeta in shock, I say it again, go and kill Kaishin. Damn it, don't you dare to come over and kneel down and lick me. Vegeta struggled even more painfully, and his face became more and more ferocious. I said, my only goal is Kakarot. I am a proud Scion Prince. Even if my body and mind are at your mercy, my self-esteem will not obey your orders. Vegeta exploded with energy, looking up to the sky and roaring angrily. Vegeta was as strong as a martyr about to be raped, and everyone loved their father deeply, and they were all men. Sun Wushan complained crazily in his heart. Holy shit, this is the first time this has happened, Babadai said with a goddamned look on his face. If you can't control it, then you can't control it. It's like I want to rape you. I don't want to be gay. It was unbelievable that someone could resist Babadai's control. Kyojin was shocked. The ground passage opened, and Babadai listened to Dabura's words, and was afraid that the Kyojengu would jump over the wall and cause Majin Buu to wake up early, which he didn't want to see. By the way, Gohan, Sun Wukong took out a fairy bean from his clothes. Gohan, the battle just now took a lot of energy from you. Eat a fairy bean first to recover. Okay, Dad. Sun Wuhan took the fairy beans and threw them into his mouth. Gohan, think about your battle with Cell. As long as you are angry and use all your strength, no one in this world will be your opponent, Sun Wukong said. Okay, but... Dad, it's such a pity that such a precious day was wasted, Sun Wuhan said with a look of regret. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wushan with a faint smile. Come here, Wushan, let Dad hug you. Oh, Sun Wushan was stunned at first. When he entered Sun Wukong's arms, he felt as if his heart had been tugged. He tried to hold back his tears and not cry out. After all, this was the first time he felt his father's love. Even if it was never in my previous life. Let's go first. Sun Gohan pulled Sun Wukong, Trunks, and Kaishin behind them into the passage. Sun Wukong watched them go in with gentle eyes, then turned back to his original serious eyes and stared at Vegeta. I don't want to be injured by you and give the energy to Majin Buu, so I will end the battle as soon as possible, Sun Wukong said calmly. Ouch, who can't brag when young people do it? On the surface, Vegeta still chuckled and said, okay, let me see the results of your training in that world. Tuan. Sun Wukong transformed again, with all his hair standing on end except for a bunch of hair on his forehead, and arcs of electricity running around his body, exactly like Sun Wushan at that time. Vegeta looked calm on the surface, but in his heart he was like, damn, Kakarot was almost tricked by you. If my power hadn't been enhanced by Babadai, I would have been killed by you instantly. As expected of Kakarot, he is more powerful than Gohan at that time, Vegeta said. No matter how bad his heart was, he still had to remain aloof. Ha! Tuan! Vegeta shouted loudly and also activated Super 2. Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows. Damn it, you know it, how can I pretend like this? Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong's surprised eyes with admiration. Fortunately, I let Babadai control and increase the energy. This pretending is perfect. Where are the flowers and where is the applause? It seems that it is impossible to end the battle quickly, Sun Wukong said coldly. Come on, I will kill you Kakarot. Vegeta laughed wildly and rushed towards Sun Wukong like an arrow from a bow. Vegeta kicked Sun Wukong with a side kick, and Sun Wukong raised an arm to block Vegeta's attack. Vegeta retracted his leg and punched Sun Wukong with a straight punch. Sun Wukong caught Vegeta's fist and used his empty fist to punch Vegeta back. Vegeta caught Sun Wukong's straight punch. Boom! 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 Both of their hands were controlled, and they could only use their knees to collide. Ripples were rippling in the air, and roars echoed in the world with every collision between them. The two Super Level 2 strong men were fighting, and Sun Wushan and his team also solved Babadai's soldiers and came to the final boss. Majin Buu wakes up early. While Sun Wukong and Vegeta were dueling, Sun Wushan and others also came to the final boss Babadai. He, Bu will come out soon, and he will be full of energy, Babadai said with a proud smile on his obscenely wrinkled face. I can stop it by knocking you down, Kaishan looked at Babadai solemnly. Baba Wooba. Babadai used magic to move everyone in the control room, including Majin Bu's egg, outside. How about Dabra, do you have the confidence to defeat that earthling? Babadai asked Dabra teasingly as he looked at Sun Wuhan. There was a hint of sarcasm on the corner of Dabra's mouth. Of course, we have already fought against him just now. I can deal with that kind of trash in one go. This book was first published on 69 Book Bar to provide you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters and no out-of-order chapters. Tuan. You don't have to, Sun Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan and said coldly, pointing his hands at Majin Bu's balls. Babadai was shocked. What are you going to do? Ha! Sun Wushan fired a yellow energy wave from his hands and flew towards Majin Bu's egg. With a boom, an earth-shaking sound echoed across the world, and a huge mushroom cloud slowly rose. Rise! In order to avoid being affected by the energy wave, everyone used Wukongsha to leave at that moment. Damn it, Goten, you didn't say anything in advance when you were going to use a big move, Trunks complained to Sun Wushan with his feet in the void. Sun Wushan! The black smoke dispersed, and cracks gradually appeared in Majin Bu's egg, and pink smoke sprayed out from the cracks. Ha ha ha, Majin Bu is coming out, Babadai laughed wildly. The egg cracked completely. However, there wasn't a hair inside. Babadai. Dabra. Kaishin. Sun Wufan. Trunks looked at the situation inside the egg with confusion. Hey, wasn't there that Bu, human? Damn it, Uncle Bu, where are you? Come out and say something. Babadai's laughter stopped abruptly. Damn it, I finally collected so much energy for you. Where the hell did you go? Ha ha ha, Babadai, I guess Majin Bu is dead after being sealed inside for so many years. Kaishin was frightened to see that person. Kaishin, what's so frightening? I'm a Kai King Bu's Majin Bu did not appear, so he couldn't help but laugh proudly. Right, Gohan, Kaishin laughed and turned to look at Sun Gohan, only to find that the three of them were looking seriously above the egg. Sun Goku and Vegeta fighting somewhere. Vegeta, wait a minute, Sun Wukong seemed to have sensed something. He stopped and looked seriously at where Sun Wushan and the others were. There is a powerful energy there. Nanny, Vegeta frowned, and he also felt the energy. Kaishin, maybe Majin Bu has not disappeared, Sun Gohan said seriously. Nanny, Kaishin and Babadai were shocked and followed Sun Wuhan's gaze to look above the egg. The pink mist leaking from the egg did not disappear. The pink mist entwined together and kept making gurgling sounds. The pink aerosol turned into a viscous liquid like plasticine, and finally turned into a human figure. The figure is a fat man, with a small black waistcoat that cannot cover his rich body. There is a belt with an M on the white trousers, a pink and purple cloak fluttering in the wind, and a pair of yellow gloves. There is something like an antenna on the top of the head. And there is a row of small holes on the head next to the antenna, with small eyes narrowed and a smile on the face. Bu, are you really Bu? Babadai asked happily. Who are you? Do you have anything to eat? I want some chocolate, Bu tilted his head like a child asking for candy. Well, I have chocolates, do you want them? Sun Wushan took out a few unopened chocolates from his arms and said, Fuck, where did you get these? Okay, you are a good person, Bu happily accepted Sun Wushan's chocolate and then issued a good person card. The corner of Sun Wushan's mouth twitched. I was dealt the good guy card, luckily the person who issued the card was not a girl. Seeing Bu eating chocolate intoxicatedly, everyone looked like fuck. Bu, stop eating, kill those guys quickly, Babadai pointed at Sun Wushan and the three people behind him and shouted. Bu looked at Babadai, then at Sun Wushan who was pointed at by Babadai, and decisively refused, no. Babadai is going crazy, I was the one who let you out. How can you treat outsiders and buy you off with just a few pieces of chocolate? Sun Wooten wiped his sweat secretly. Fortunately, he still remembered what happened in the original novel. This fat Bu had the kindness of the great Kaijin absorbed by him, so he could just coax him like a child. I'm going, Bu, if you don't go, I'll seal you again, Babadai threatened angrily. Boom. Tien no, Sun Wushan stared at Babadai coldly. In front of Babadai, a huge pit was still emitting black smoke. Babadai was sweating coldly, but he didn't dare to really seal Majin Bu. No matter how awesome Dabura was, Sun Wuhan and Sun Wushan could definitely defeat Dabura when they joined forces. As for Babadai himself, the world Wang Shen can kill him instantly by himself. He is just awesome at magic. As for his own combat power, he is probably not as good as an earthling. Bu, do you want some candy? Let's ignore those two idiots. Goten took out some candy from his arms and tempted. Everyone was stunned. Damn, Bu, you really went there. Babadai burst into tears. Oh my god, my Bu, come back soon, don't go with that weird uncle. Bu separation. Hell, soul cleaning machine. Clang, clang, clang. A red-skinned ghost in a green sweater wore headphones and turned up the music to the maximum. He danced and sang to himself. In the background, the evil liquid cleaned by the soul cleaning machine was about to overflow. Hey, a green-skinned ghost who looked like a manager shouted. The red ghost was still dancing. Hey, he shouted louder this time. Ignoring. The green ghost's face turned red. Little ghost, you are playing. Hey! This time the green ghost took off the headphones violently and yelled. Yo, the red ghost greeted with a smile on his face without caring. Yo, your sister, the green ghost looked angry. Still playing, believe it or not, I will deduct your salary. The red ghost was startled and immediately changed into a pitiful look, fingertips against fingertips. If you deduct my salary again, it will be equivalent to nothing. Fuck, how much did you deduct? It's good that you know, the green ghost's angry green face couldn't help but relax. Watching the manager leave, red ghost put on his headphones again. As for work, who cares? Earth. Puchy, Puchy. The people who had just dealt with Dabura looked at Bu, who suddenly looked painful, in confusion. Sun Goten stepped on Babadai's body and looked at the painful Bu in a daze. Damn, what's going on with Bu? Sun Goten said in a daze, frowning. Bu didn't spray white gas this time, but dark purple. What's going on, King Kai, do you know? Sun Gohan asked. King Kai shook his head, I don't know, I haven't encountered this situation. Vegeta, do you feel it? Son Goku said solemnly, this evil air seems to be a little wrong. Vegeta. Damn, I just want to be with Kakarot quietly, what the hell is wrong with you, making Kakarot not in the mood to love me now. Bah, it's a showdown. Vegeta, come on, author, stick your head out, I'll show you a treasure. Behind him, an energy bomb is ready. Ah, Bu screamed, covering his head. It feels like I've seen it before. Sun Goten frowned, searching his mind for the plot about Bu, and a flash of light flashed through his mind. Damn, this is not the skinny Bu coming out. But Bu didn't encounter anything that made him extremely angry. Sun Goten felt that his head was about to explode. This is not right, and Broly was like this at the time. In the original work, Broly came out because Sun Goten's crying reminded him of Son Goku, so he came out. Is the plot all messed up because of me? Bu's chi seems to have weakened, Trunks said when he sensed that Bu's chi had become very weak. It's not weakened, it should be, his power, separated. Son Gohan looked at the suddenly appeared skinny Bu with an ugly face. The sudden appearance of skinny Bu scared everyone. This Bu was completely different from fat Bu. He was so thin that he seemed to be blown down by a gust of wind. His skin was dark, his white eyes were black, and he had an evil smile on his face. How could it be, another Bu? King Kai's body trembled instinctively. King Kai was about to cry. One Bu was not enough for me to play with, and he wanted another one. Is God going to play me to death? Baby felt bitter, but he said nothing. This energy is more pure evil than before. Son Goku looked horrified. So what? Vegeta snorted coldly. Anyway, that energy has been weakened. Gohan should be able to defeat that guy. Okay, Kakarot, let's continue our duel. If Majin Bu was here now, Vegeta would definitely kill him without hesitation. QNMLGB, why did he come out at any other time but on the day of my duel? Are you making things difficult for me, Vegeta? However, Sun Wukong ignored him and was still paying attention to Bu, which made Vegeta very jealous. No, it was very unhappy. Vegeta-sama, if you have something to say, put down the Kikong bullet in your hand first. I looked at the author who was panicking and trembling. Okay, I understand Kakarot. Vegeta dispersed the golden flame on his body. If you care so much about that Majin Bu, let's go and deal with him first. Really? That's great, Vegeta. Sun Wukong was overjoyed. I'm tired of fighting. Well, but I just consumed too much chi, give me a senzu bean first. Vegeta said. Oh, okay, Sun Wukong took out a bag from his arms. Damn, you guys fought like this and the senzu beans didn't break. This senzu bean is also amazing. Super Bu. Sun Wushan looked ugly. When Thin Bu was separated, most of Bu's power was separated. It's very difficult to deal with now. I don't know if the current Thin Bu has Bu's immortality. Thin Bu smiled evilly and looked at Fat Bu with fiery eyes. As long as he swallowed it, he would definitely be stronger than before. Everyone, be careful, Kaishin said sternly, looking at Thin Bu with wary eyes. Now this Thin Bu's evil intentions are exactly like the Bu who hung himself up and beat him before. Well, X2. Tuan. 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 Son Gohan and Trunks responded, and the three of them transformed into Super Saiyans at the same time, staring at Thin Bu warily. Oh, Thin Bu ignored the others, screamed strangely, and rushed towards Fat Bu. Get out of here! Fat Bu was furious when he saw Thin Bu charging towards him, and raised his hand to throw out an energy wave. Bump! Thin Bu flicked it away and slapped Fat Bu in the face. Boom! Fat Bu flew upside down like a kite with its string broken, and his body crashed deeply into the rocks. Stop it! Sun Wushan shouted violently, and an energy bomb was still aimed at Skinny Bu. Thin Bu was alarmed and dodged the energy bomb. Fat Bu stood up tremblingly, and the tentacles above his head emitted a pink-purple electric light. Turn into chocolate! Fat Bu roared, and the pink-purple energy on his tentacles shot out like an electric shock, heading straight towards Thin Bu. Phew! Thin Bu glanced at Fat Bu calmly, his cheeks puffed up, and he blew out a breath, directly rebounding with the force. Fat Bu's magic light bounced back, and Fat Bu was horrified. Hitting himself under his gaze, with a bang sound, Fat Bu turned into a piece of chocolate about the size of a palm. Ha! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When Sun Wushan saw that Fat Bu had turned into a piece of chocolate, he thought something was wrong and shot out the energy wave in his hand at Thin Bu. Thin Bu's expression changed and he dodged Sun Wushan's energy wave. Trunks, go get that piece of chocolate. Sun Wushan quickly called Trunks while shooting energy waves at Skinny Bu, being careful not to hit the chocolate. Oh, okay, Trunks responded hurriedly, his whole body boiling with aura, shooting out at the chocolate spot. Bang! Skinny Bu endured being hit by Son Goten's energy and quickly picked up the chocolate and threw it into his mouth before Trunks arrived. It's over, it was eaten by it, Trunks covered his face. Crack, click, click, Thin Bu hurriedly chewed the chocolate, and then swallowed it in one gulp. Puff! After eating the chocolate, all the holes in Skinny Boo's body began to spit out smoke. Boom, 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 Boo's aura surged wildly, and the whole world trembled because of this power. Vegeta and Sun Wukong, who had eaten the celestial beans, looked surprised at how their energy had increased again after so long. Vegeta, grab me, let's go over and take a look right away, Sun Wukong said anxiously. Vegeta also knew that now was not the time to beep, so he grabbed Sun Wukong's shoulder with one hand, and Sun Wukong put his fingers on his forehead and moved instantly. Came to Sun Wushan. Kaishin, Gohan, what's going on? Sun Wukong asked loudly as he looked at the smoke that was increasing in power. Vegeta looked at the smoke with confusion on his face, and was confused in his heart. Damn it! Don't tell me that this is Majin Buu. What the hell is this? I released this one in the duel with Kakarot. Thing. After hearing the whole story, Sun Wukong roughly understood it. He stared at the smoke-shrouded Majin Buu with a serious face. This Majin Buu was more powerful than he imagined. A drop of cold sweat broke out on Vegeta's head. Now that Majin Buu's power surpassed that of Super 2, he felt very unhappy. The power stopped increasing, but it reached a terrifying situation. Even Sun Wukong was not sure whether his Super 3 could defeat the current Majin Buu. The smoke cleared, and a brand new Majin Buu appeared in front of everyone. Different from the previous two Majin Buu, the current Majin Buu has a more perfect figure and is almost the same as an ordinary person. The gloves are missing, revealing a pair of palms with 4 fingers together. There is no nose, no cape, and only one piece of clothing on his upper body. None, the form known as Super Buu, the strongest form that didn't absorb Gotenks and mysterious Gohan. Do you want to say that little Buu is the strongest? No, you are wrong. Now this Buu not only has strength, but also has IQ. Otherwise, how could he absorb Gotenks and mysterious Gohan? He, Buu smiled evilly as he felt the constant power in his body. What a terrible anger! His anger is so strong even before he takes action, Son Gohan said with a look of fear on his face. How the hell is this going to happen? Even if everyone here is a Super 2, Buu wouldn't be able to torture him enough. Sun Wushan stared at Buu with a solemn expression, and calmly grabbed his tail. If he could transform into Super 4. Team fight? No, we want a one-on-one fight. Looking at the completed transformation of Majin Buu, everyone's vigilance was at its highest. As for Krillin and Piccolo, who had recovered due to Dabula's death, they knew that they were just burdens and had left. Buu looked at the Scions with an evil smile. As for Kaiowashin, he was weak and was ignored by Buu. 6-9. You dare to look at me like that, don't you want to live, Buu? Maybe there was something in Buu's eyes that made Vegeta furious. The Super 2 power burst out in an instant, and his body was as if it were separated. Like an arrow, it shot out and rushed towards Buu. Buu raised the corners of his mouth contemptuously, put a little force on his feet, and jumped away to avoid Vegeta's leopard-like attack. Vegeta, be careful! Sun Wukong shouted. Bang! Wow! Before Vegeta could turn around, Buu kicked him away with a strong kick, causing Vegeta to fly upside down like a kite with its string broken. Dad! Trunks shouted, rushing towards Buu with a ferocious expression. Buu, go to hell! Trunks roared angrily and wildly threw energy bombs at Buu, and the energy bombs fell like meteors. Buu laughed contemptuously, his hands turning into afterimages and flicking away the energy bombs dropped by Trunks. Drink! Sun Wukong rushed towards Buu like an arrow from Trunank's energy bomb, followed closely by Sun Gohan. Drink Buu spread his hands in a large font shape, and the energy in his body swept through him like a storm, deflecting Trunks' energy bombs and pushing back the attacking Son Gohan and Son Goku. Vegeta also came back from where he was kicked by Buu. Several people stood back and stood in a row, staring at Buu solemnly. I probably already understand its strength, but which one of us will go first? Sun Wuhan said solemnly. That's right, these guys have committed the same old habit. They basically choose to fight one-on-one against their opponents instead of fighting in groups. Here I go, Kakarot, get out of the way, Vegeta sneered and took a step forward. He was still upset about being kicked away by Bu just now. No, Vegeta, let me do it. Sun Wukong stepped forward without hesitation and blocked Vegeta with one hand. I'll do it, Vegeta stretched out his hand in front of Sun Wukong. No, I'll do it. Sun Wukong put the hand in front of Vegeta again. No, I have to do it. Do you want to fight, Kakarot? This was Vegeta. Here I go, I'm really itching to meet such a strong opponent after finally coming back. This is Sun Wukong. If you want to fight, come on Kakarot. How about guessing? Guess the guessing game. You three come too. Oh, okay, X3. Bu's disdain at the beginning turned into confusion. What the hell are you doing? I'm here. Hey, you just ignore me guessing. Rock, paper, scissors, X5. These 5 people just sat down and guessed, which made Bu's mouth twitch wildly. Kaioshen, well, he was getting used to it. Well, let me tell you, Bu said weakly, wanting to say that I'm still here and you just need to send someone out for a one-on-one fight. I won't pick one. Shut up, just as Bu spoke, 5 fierce lights appeared at the same time and stared at Bu. Bu's anus tightened. Damn, this is too much. I'm a big boss after all. Can you give me some face? Although I don't have red hair, it seems like something terrible has been mixed in. I don't know why. But this time the group of people had been guessing for almost half an hour and still couldn't decide who would strike first. Bu, because he was too bored, took out a comic book from somewhere and was reading it with gusto. He was sitting there, taking a sip of a drink from time to time. Okay, a sudden shout startled Bu. Damn it, who the hell is yelling over there? I wonder if it would be scary to shout suddenly when others are enjoying reading a book. Bu was immediately furious. I'm a good reader of comics. What the hell are you doing? Suddenly shouting has several meanings. The corner of Sun Wushan's mouth twitched. Why is this fried-haired Majin Bu different from the one I remember? Is it because I let him out in advance and his brain is different than before? What's your name? Vegeta said dissatisfiedly, and then looked at Bu with fighting spirit, his eyes full of fire. I'll fight you. Vegeta's fiery eyes made Bu push forward subconsciously, causing his anus to tighten. Drink. Tuan. Vegeta's energy was fully activated and he transformed into Super 2. The surging energy swept through the entire world like a storm, and the ground where Vegeta stood cracked like cracks. Bu put the comics away calmly and looked at Vegeta calmly, as if he was watching a clown show. How dare you underestimate your uncle Vegeta, Bu, you are dead. Looking at Bu's undisguised disdain successfully aroused Vegeta's anger. Vegeta vs Majin Bu. Bang! Ah! Vegeta was angered by Bu's contemptuous eyes, and instantly shot out like an arrow, leaving a sonic boom in place. Ha! Vegeta quickly approached Bu and punched Bu hard in the abdomen. The force shocked Bu, who quickly raised his hand to grab Vegeta's fist. Vegeta raised a smile on his lips, and before Bu could react, he swept his legs and instantly kicked him away. Bu flew upside down like a kite with a broken string, and Vegeta teleported like a kite. Appearing on top of Bu, he clasped his hands together and slammed Bu to the ground. Boom! Vegeta's terrifying force caused a huge pit to form in the entire land, and Bu's figure was deeply trapped in it. This book was first published on 69 Book Bar to provide you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters and no out-of-order chapters. He raised his hand and pointed the 5 fingers together at the pit. Big Bang Attack, Vegeta roared. In the blink of an eye, a huge blue energy ball formed in Vegeta's hand, and then shot out, exuding terror. The energy ball of energy fell into the pit and exploded. Boom! A loud and earth-shattering sound echoed throughout the world for a long time, causing the whole world to tremble. Hey, this power is really scary, Sun Wuxian patted his little chest. Vegeta's strength really shouldn't be underestimated. Even Sun Wuxian himself couldn't catch it completely with this big explosion attack. Vegeta, the tower is indeed scary. No wonder this guy has such a arrogant self-esteem. It is indeed not unreasonable. Kaishin's jaw dropped. He's so awesome, why don't he give us gods a way to survive? Kaishin was just about to kneel before Vegeta. Haha, Daddy won, Trunks shouted excitedly, but found that the others still had the same solemn expression, even uglier. What's wrong, hasn't Bu been defeated yet? At the end of the sentence, Trunks' face turned ugly. He clearly sensed that Bu's anger had not weakened at all. Vegeta stared at the large pit covered by smoke with an ugly expression. From just now, Bu's anger has not weakened at all. The smoke gradually dispersed, and Bu's figure appeared in front of everyone. Bu was now in a very embarrassed state, and his body was not even complete. There was a big hole in his abdomen, and his pants were in tatters. He looked like a refugee, but his face was still wearing a confident smile. This guy is really a monster, Vegeta said with an ugly expression. Guru, Bu's various injured parts of his body squirmed. The places that were severely injured by Vegeta returned to their original state in the blink of an eye. His whole body was like a piece of plasticine. He, Bu smiled evilly, appeared in front of Vegeta with a whoosh, and kicked him out while he was in a trance. Pfft! Vegeta spat out a mouthful of bitter water as if he was hit by a high-speed train and flew backwards, crashing through several stone pillars and finally crashing into a stone wall. Dad! Vegeta! Everyone shouted nervously. Bang! A purple energy ball the size of a basketball condensed in Bu's hand. The energy ball flew out of Bu's palm and hit Vegeta. Ah! Vegeta couldn't help but scream when he was bombarded by energy balls. A lot of blood flowed out of his arms, and he was in a very embarrassed state. Are you kidding me, Vegeta? But, Vegeta had veins popping out on his head, with an angry look on his face. The Scion Prince, ah! Vegeta looked up to the sky and roared, his arrogance surged wildly like boiling water. Terrifying energy burst out and swept the entire place like a violent wind, and the stone wall behind him exploded. Vegeta's power has increased again. Sun Wukong held a hand in front of him, feeling that Vegeta's power had increased to another level. Damn it, this guy is not going to transform into a Super 3. Sun Wuxian clasped his arms in front of his body and felt a rush of emotions in his heart. Vegeta couldn't transform into Super 3 just like he hadn't entered in N years. The M on Vegeta's forehead shone with golden light. At this time, Vegeta's energy surged wildly. Even Bu was stunned. Damn, are Scions like this? Then I'm going to give you a fart. Fire, although Vegeta has not transformed further, his power is comparable to that of Super 3. Sun Wukong's face was like holy shit. If Vegeta had used this same Super 3 when he was dueling with him just now, he would definitely be suppressed. Beaten on the ground. This power, Vegeta looked at his hands in astonishment. This power beyond the limit is just like the power that Babadai broke through when he controlled himself. It seems to be stronger now. Vegeta touched it in disbelief. Touch the M on your forehead. Ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Vegeta chuckled from the beginning, then laughed, and finally laughed wildly. This new power seemed to have given him back his confidence. This power has exceeded the limit of Super 2. Surpassed myself just now. Bu, you will know the consequences of those who underestimate me, Vegeta pointed at Bu with great enthusiasm. He must be as confident as possible. Vegeta now feels that he is invincible. Even Kakarot will not be his opponent. Of course, Vegeta didn't know that Son Goku also had a level of transformation above Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3. Bu is already thinking about countermeasures. Vegeta's power is indeed already on the verge of surpassing him, but he doesn't know if Vegeta has any other back UPS and whether he should absorb him. Surprise! Vegeta was absorbed. Boom! Vegeta didn't have the habit of waiting for others to make up their minds before fighting. The moment Bu was distracted, he killed like a sharp blade out of its sheath. The speed that spanned space made Bu a little unable to react. Come! Vegeta punched Bu hard, and Bu hurriedly resisted. The terrifying force made Bu fly away again. Such a fast speed, Sun Wukong stared blankly at Vegeta's teleportation-like speed, and even he himself didn't react for a moment. Boom! 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 After reacting, Bu fought Vegeta with all his strength. The sound of each collision seemed to be deafening, and there would be ripples in space wherever the collision left. This book is first published on Bookbar, providing you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters or chapters out of order. Vegeta's new power was indeed powerful, and even Bu was suppressed by him for a while. Bump! Tuan! Vegeta seized the opportunity and kicked Bu away. The energy in his body condensed rapidly. He spread his hands into a large shape, and his palms became claws. The golden energy was compressed crazily, and electric currents were flowing around the body, and his hands were folded into claws. It forms a calyx shape in front of the chest, just like the waves of turtle-style Qigong released horizontally. Ultimate Flash! Vegeta roared, and a golden energy beam shot out, penetrated the entire sky, and blasted hard at Bu. Boom! Wow wow! Bu, who was bombarded by golden energy, screamed, and his entire body was covered by Vegeta's ultimate flash. At that moment, the world seemed to be covered by golden light. In front of everyone's eyes, Bu was submerged in a cloud of black smoke. Bu was eliminated. Son Gohan said in surprise. He couldn't feel Bu's anger at all now and couldn't help but smack his lips. Uncle Vegeta is still awesome. The me 7 years ago had to kneel in front of Vegeta now. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Indeed, there was no trace of Bu. It seemed that not even the cells were left. Sun Wushan and Sun Wukong looked at each other and used Wukong Jutsu to go to the place where Bu disappeared to check. Is Bu just dead? Impossible. If it were so easy to die, the original game wouldn't have been able to fight for so long, and it would have to be solved with the final vitality bullet. Sun Wushan did not believe that Bu would die so easily, and the same was true for Sun Wukong. Even if Bu was weaker than Vegeta, he would not be able to die so easily. Ho, Vegeta gasped. The ultimate flash just now consumed too much of his energy, and he dropped to the ground to recover. However, Vegeta couldn't help but laugh when he regained his strength. Ha ha ha, this is what you get for underestimating me, Bu. Kakarot, let's fight again after I recover my strength. The fight just now is not over yet, Vegeta laughed. After searching for a long time, no trace of Bu was found. Even Sun Wushan was shaken. Is Bu really GG? Kaishin, is Bu really dead like this? Sun Gohan asked in disbelief. It should, maybe, he's dead. Kaishin was also frightened. How could I know? I've never seen how Bu died. Call. Tuan. Vegeta let out a breath, and his arrogance rose like boiling water. Vegeta felt that his power had increased a little. Kakarot, Majin Bu is dead, let's duel again, Before Vegeta could finish speaking, a ball of pink sticky liquid came out of the cracks in the soil under his feet at lightning speed. The momentum sprang out. Vegeta! Son Goku yelled. Asshole! Vegeta kept shaking his body to get rid of the liquid, but unfortunately it was still wrapped in the liquid. The pink slime gradually formed a human shape. Even though it was the Majin Bu that everyone thought was dead, the current Majin Bu is more like a human than before. First of all, its hands have 5 fingers like ordinary people. The outline of the face is more obvious, the short tentacles on the top of the head also grow to the hips, and the upper body also has a blue tight vest like Vegeta. This guy absorbed Vegeta. Sun Wukong was stunned. He didn't notice how Majin Buu moved there. Ha ha ha, after absorbing Vegeta, Buu looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. He looked at his current appearance with satisfaction. After absorbing Vegeta, not only did he gain his power, he could even use his moves. Yes, this power should be the power of Buu, the greatest devil in the universe, ha ha ha. Tumultuous. Buu laughed wildly, and the energy in his body was released without any scruples. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be caught in an earthquake, and Buu's terrifying power made even the world tremble. This guy's strength has increased so much, it's terrible now, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. The grass has become so strong. It's a bit unlucky now. Maybe next year the grass on the grave will be 1 meter high. Sun Wushan is sweating on his head. Vegeta, who is the second male lead, has been absorbed. That crazy cool guy is awesome. Vegeta will have no chance to appear in the sky, which is really a shame for the Huskies. Sun Wushan was heartbroken and shouted to Sun Wukong, "Dad, can you make an artificial moon?" "Nanny," Sun Wukong was stunned. He caught a glimpse of Sun Wushan's brown tail wrapped around his waist, and instantly thought of what Sun Wushan meant. "No, Wushan, you will lose your mind if you become a great ape. But Buu is already so strong now. Unless I turn into a great ape, at least I can still fight." Sun Wushan also knows that he can become a great ape with his own blood. If he evolves into a golden great ape and has the power to fight Vegeta Buu, I don't know if he will regain his humanity like GT Goku. Otherwise, he would have been just rely on the tail to transform into Super 4. Super Saiyan 3. Give my father back. When Goku and Goten were arguing about the issue of becoming a giant ape, Trunks, who saw his father being absorbed, could no longer suppress his anger and rushed towards Buu with a roar. This book was first published on Bookbar SX. Providing you with a reading experience without wrong chapters and out-of-order chapters. Trunks, Gohan saw Trunks rushing towards Buu without hesitation, and shouted and followed Trunks. "Don't argue for now, anyway, you'd better not think about becoming a giant ape." Goku saw Gohan and Trunks rushing towards Buu, glared at Goten, and instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2 to fight with Buu. "Ha! Bastards!" Buu raised his mouth in contempt, raised his hands lightly and caught the fists of Trunks and Son Gohan in anger. With a bang, a sonic boom sounded in the air, but Buu was not affected at all. "What?" Trunks looked incredulous. His full-strength attack didn't even make Buu move. Buu grabbed Trunks and Son Gohan's fists with both hands and swung them to both sides. Trunks and Son Gohan flew backwards uncontrollably. Hey! Son Goku's face was ferocious, the energy in his body was compressed and condensed crazily, and his chi continued to soar. The terrifying energy leaked out and changed the color of the whole world. Boom boom boom. The whole earth seemed to be in a disaster. The world was shaking like a magnitude 10 earthquake. Son Goku's whole body was covered by a golden energy, and the surrounding clouds gathered around him because of the terrible power released by Son Goku. Buu looked at Son Goku in surprise. From the memory of Vegeta he absorbed, it seemed that he had never seen this level of transformation. If Vegeta was still here, he would definitely curse. WQNMLGB, if you have such strong power, why don't you use it when fighting with me? You look down on me, right? It's a pity that he is gone. The current Vegeta has been absorbed by Buu, which is completely different from the original self-detonation death, but at least there is still a chance to save him, and there is still a chance to come out and love Son Goku. Vegeta in Buu's body, Buu, let me out first, I will kill the author's dog thing. Son Gohan and others were terrified. Son Goku's power was about to scare them to death just by transforming. Son Goten just frowned slightly. Although his father's Super Saiyan 3 was awesome, it was a pity that it was still not good enough in front of Buu, who absorbed Vegeta. "Stop, Goku, don't continue, this will consume your time in the world," said the North King, who had been watching the Earth on King Kai's planet. "Ha!" Under the stunned eyes of the crowd, Sun Wukong's originally upright golden hair began to grow longer, and his energy surged again. The golden light dissipated, and a brand new Sun Wukong appeared in front of everyone. His golden hair grew to his waist, his eyebrows disappeared and drooped slightly, and there was a layer of green pupils in his light green pupils. His expression was fierce and very similar to Piccolo, and a tuft of golden hair was in front of his forehead. "Are you surprised?" Sun Wukong said lightly, "This is surpassing the limit again on the basis of surpassing the Super Saiyan." Under the shocked eyes of everyone, Sun Wukong slowly said, "This is Super Saiyan 3. I see." Buu smiled lightly, "There is no such transformation in Vegeta's memory. It seems that you are hiding your skills." Hehe. Sun Wukong stared at Buu solemnly, with a drop of sweat on his head. Even if he became Super Saiyan 3, he would not be sure to defeat Buu now, unless he used the Spirit Bomb, but Vegeta was still in Buu's body. What should he do? Bang! Sun Wukong's feet borrowed the power of the air and rushed towards Buu. Buu smiled lightly and rushed towards Sun Wukong. Boom! Sisi, sisi! The two collided in the void, and the collision of fists caused fluctuations in the air, and the power generated a slight electric current around the two. Boom! 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 Goku and Buu looked at each other, and their bodies turned into afterimages and kept colliding in the air. Wherever they went, they would leave ripples in the air, and the deafening noise could not be calmed for a long time. "So strong, Daddy's power is so strong." Gohan stared blankly at Goku fighting in the void, with admiration in his eyes, and even Trunks was the same. Goten still had a solemn expression. Although Goku could fight Buu for a while, he was a dead man after all. The power he could exert in the world was limited in time. Didn't you see that he had started sweating? Damn, if I could transform into Super Saiyan 4, even if Buu absorbed everyone, I could still pin him to the ground and beat him to call him daddy. Goten's hand holding his tail tightened at that moment. Fuck, Goten turned his head to look at King Kai. "King Kai, can you use an artificial moon?" "Hey!" King Kai was stunned. "What the hell?" Sun Wushan's nose was almost crooked with anger. "I asked you if you can use a move like an artificial moon, or magic." I can," King Kai pondered for a while, then confirmed. Sun Wushan transforms into a giant ape. "Then you do it." Goten was furious. He really wanted to beat the idiot Kaishin to death. "Can't you see that the situation is getting tense?" Oh, Kaishin was a little confused by Goten's scolding, but he still obeyed Goten's request. He felt that he had no human rights. "Oh, no, it was divine power." Kaishin stretched his hands forward, and the mighty divine power surged in his hands. Outside the earth, a round sphere that was 1/4 the size of the earth slowly took shape. However, Kaishin was not feeling well. Making a planet was a big project even for Kaishin, and he was the weakest Kaishin. Except for Goku and Buu, who were fighting fiercely, Gohan and Trunks looked up blankly at the creation of a planet. This was indeed the work of God, although this God was weak as scum. Boom! 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 The battle between Goku and Majin Buu became more and more intense, and they didn't care about the movements of King Kai at all. In the battle, Goku released more and more power, and Buu was not to be outdone, releasing more power. The whole world seemed to be trembling, and every leaked energy was enough to destroy a town. Okay, hi. After half an hour of full output, a brand new moon was completed, but King Kai's power was also consumed too much. His hands fell down weakly, and he didn't even have the strength to move. "Thank you, King Kai." Goten thanked King Kai, and then loosened the tail that was originally wrapped around his waist and swung it behind him, like a real monkey. Goten, are you? Sun Gohan looked incredulous. Even a fool could see what Sun Goten meant, and quickly shouted, "No, Goten, you will lose your mind if you transform." Sun Gohan was worried. When he was a child, Vegeta also said that his father's bloodline of a low-level warrior would lose his mind once he turned into a great ape and become a beast that could only destroy and destroy. And even if you transform, you can't beat Majin Buu, Sun Gohan shouted. That's right, Goten, we can think of other ways. Trunks also opposed Sun Goten's transformation, and at the same time hated why he pulled out his tail, which might help a little. How do you know if you don't try? Sun Goten raised an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth, and then raised his head and stared at the moon. Plop! Sun Goten stared at the moon, and the tail behind him seemed to send some information, which made Sun Goten's eyes sluggish, and his heart beat violently, as if it was about to jump out of his body. Thump, thump. Goshen's heartbeat went from more than 70 beats per second to a few beats per second. The sound of his heartbeat became louder and heavier, and even Trunks next to him could hear it. Thump, thump, thump. Ah! Goshen's dull expression suddenly became ferocious, and he let out a beast-like roar. His pupils were scattered and his eyes were scarlet. The energy in Goshen's body began to surge, and brown-black hair appeared on his body. His tender little face began to deform, and his clothes exploded without a single piece left. Boom! Goku and Majin Buu, who were fighting, stopped their actions and looked at Goshen blankly. Goshen's changes surprised them. Ah! Goshen was seen roaring to the sky, and his body began to gradually grow larger. His whole body was almost covered with brown-black hair, and finally turned into a big brown-black ape. Damn, Goten! This kid has transformed again, Sun Wukong whispered with an ugly face. Although he blamed Sun Wushan, everyone could see the worry in his eyes. This is giant ape transformation. Majin Buu, who read this transformation from Vegeta's memory, was surprised. This transformation had long been abandoned by Vegeta, but there were still people who transformed. Roar! Tuan! The giant ape suddenly transformed like a Super Saiyan, and a golden flame erupted. The brown-black giant ape turned into a golden giant ape, which shocked everyone present. What's going on? How did the giant ape turn golden? This was the voice of everyone present. WTF, what the hell is going on? Who can explain it? Everyone had a husky expression. Chi-Chi suddenly felt as if her heart was being pulled outside the martial arts venue, and said in a somewhat ugly way, "What's going on? This feeling is so strange." Chi-Chi, what's wrong? Bulma asked worriedly when she saw Chi-Chi looked a little strange. I don't know, I didn't have this feeling before, it seems that something bad happened. Chi-Chi frowned and looked into the distance with a worried look. Goku, Gohan, Goten, don't be in trouble. Roar! Boom, boom, boom! The golden big monkey roared, punched his chest with both fists, opened his mouth wide, and a flame sprayed out and swept towards the battlefield between Son Goku and Majin Buu. Son Goku and Buu's faces changed, and they jumped away to avoid the big monkey's flames. The big monkey punched his chest in protest, and rushed towards Buu with his hands and feet. Every step of the big monkey could cause a tremor in the earth. Bang! Bang! One punch knocked Buu away and another punch hit Son Goku. Asshole! Sun Wukong stopped flying backwards with an unpleasant look on his face. Wooten has lost consciousness. Memories, past lives. This is... In the dark space, Sun Wushan struggled to open his eyes. What he saw was that his father, Sun Wukong, was punched away by him. Dead. This book was first published on 69 Book Bar 69, providing you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters and no chapters out of order. Sun Wushan shouted anxiously, but unfortunately it only left echoes in this space, but there was nothing he could do. Brother! This time it was Sun Gohan who wanted to stop his fist from hitting Kaishin, who had lost his power. Sun Goten became even more anxious. Trunks was inadvertently injured. Sun Wooten wanted to stop him, but was unable to do anything. He could only watch his relatives and friends being attacked by him. Majin Bu, who did not know whether to live or die, wanted to absorb Sun Wooten, who transformed into a giant ape. Be grassed instead. No. Sun Wushan roared, as if he wanted to shout, his voice hoarse. As a result, his eyelids felt heavier and heavier, and his eyes were wrapped in darkness. His consciousness gradually faded away, leaving only Sun Wushan's last unwilling cry, "No! Brother Xiaotian, it's time to get up, father-in-law Sun is out." In the chaos, Sun Wushan heard a light-like voice. He slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw was a cute little girl. Xiao Tong. Sun Wushan saw the little girl in front of him with a trembling voice, and slowly stretched out his hands to hug the girl in front of him, but his hands passed through the little girl's body as if they were transparent. "My body." Sun Wushan looked at his hands in confusion. He stood in front of the girl for a long time, but the little girl didn't notice him. "No, Xiao Tong, let me sleep for a while first." A lazy voice made Sun Wushan pause. He turned around and saw a little boy who was very familiar to him. Sun Wushan looked at the little boy in surprise. "This is me." Idiot Xiaotian, the dean and uncle said that if you don't get up, you won't be able to get the candy. Xiao Tong puffed her cheeks with an angry look on her face, but this made her even cuter. Sun Xiaotian jumped up from the ground with a stab, holding Xiao Tong's jade hand and running away anxiously. "That guy can't even try to steal my candy." "Ha ha ha, brother Tian, slow down." The two small figures gradually disappeared in front of Sun Wushan. Sun Wushan probably understood the current situation. He must have dreamed about his previous life. Sure enough, the little pupil is still so cute. Sun Wushan's predecessor was Sun Xiaotian, and the girl named Xiao Tong's full name was Xia Tong. They were both children of an orphanage and were childhood sweethearts who grew up together. Oh, it was so good to be carefree at that time. Sun Wushan, who was moved by the scene, seemed to be lost in memories. How happy he was at that time. Although he had no parents, he still had his childhood sweethearts who grew up together, so he would not be lonely. Sun Wushan was like a passerby, watching Sun Xiaotian and Xia Tong go from kindergarten to elementary school, then to junior high school, and then to high school. The memories that had been silent in the depths emerged bit by bit. Watching that cute little girl turn into a young and lovely girl, spending those happy, sad, and joyful days with him, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Sun Wushan's mouth. Originally, everyone thought that the two children would eventually get together, and Sun Xiaotian also confessed to Xia Tong one night, but was rejected by Xia Tong, and a skinny man hugged Xia Tong. Xia Tong said expressionlessly, "Brother Xiaotian, this is my boyfriend Qian Yunhai, Mr. Qian. We are about to get married. I hope you won't appear in my sight again." Xiao Tong, X2. Sun Xiaotian and Sun Wushan shouted at the same time, "QNMB, get away from Xiao Tong." Sun Xiaotian rushed towards Mr. Qian and punched his proud smiling face, but was kicked down by Mr. Qian's bodyguard. Sun Wushan stared at Mr. Qian, his sharp eyes seemed to pierce him. He glanced at Xia Tong from the corner of his eye. Xia Tong's slight struggle made Sun Wushan stunned. In his previous life, he was beaten into a dog, basically. He focused his hateful eyes on Mr. Qian and did not notice Xia Tong's movements. Qian Shao hugged Xia Tong and looked at Sun Xiaotian, who was like a dead dog. He smiled happily and left step by step, leaving only Sun Xiaotian lying on the ground unwillingly. Sun Wushan, who felt strange, slowly followed the two of them. As for Sun Xiaotian, he knew what would happen to Sun Xiaotian next, but he had to see clearly what his predecessor had not figured out today. Not long after leaving, Xia Yatong broke away from Mr. Qian's arms. She didn't look like a clinging bird just now. She just held her handbag tightly. Mr. Qian didn't pay much attention, and just said with a relaxed look, "What a pity. If you hadn't been diagnosed with leukemia and died soon, I really wanted to have sex with you right now." Sun Yushan trembled all over, and Xia Yatong looked unwilling. "If I hadn't contracted leukemia, I would have lived with brother Xiao Tian forever. Why would I be with a scum like you? Besides, your hands make me feel sick." "It doesn't matter, anyway, I have already seen that guy Sun Xiao Tian being trampled under my feet," Qian Shao said nonchalantly. "Although I didn't press you on the bed to taste you, I still feel very good." "Cool." Sun Yushan stood there as if lost, because he heard everything he didn't know before. Chapter 38. Soul Fusion, Super Goten. Sun Yushan fell into a daze. It turned out that it was because Xiao Tong had leukemia, so I was so stupid at that time. If I had noticed something strange at that time, maybe I could at least see Xiao Tong for the last time. Yes, the last time. Although I can't do anything now, I can at least see Xiao Tong for the last time. This book is first published on Bookbar to provide you with a reading experience without wrong chapters and out-of-order chapters. Thinking of this, Sun Yushan no longer cares about anything and runs forward in a hurry. At least he can see Xiao Tong for the last time. A leukemia ward in the city hospital. Xia Yatong, who has not much time left, lies alone on the bed. There is no relative around her. She lies alone like this, holding a small photo in her hand. Xia Yatong's eyes are full of tenderness. "Brother Xiao Tian, I'm sorry, I really don't want to die like this. I haven't married you yet, I haven't had a child with you yet, I really don't want to die like this." Xia Yatong burst into tears, crying with tears in her eyes, and Sun Yushan, who was like air around her, gritted his teeth and tried not to cry out. A tear mark was left in the corner of Sun Yushan's eyes, with love and hate in his heart. The misunderstanding of Xia Yatong by his predecessor was also cleared up at once, and the predecessor in his heart, Sun Xiaotian, was hit too hard, so he locked himself in the room and was crazy about the second dimension, trying to make himself forget Xia Yatong. Although the result was very successful, if it weren't for the memories this time, maybe I would have forgotten Xia Yatong. "Brother Xiaotian, I love you." Xia Yatong passed away after taking her last breath. Xiaotong ah. Sun Yushan could no longer hold back the grief and hatred in his heart, and tears could not stop flowing out, and the sadness in his heart was all released at that moment. The scene changed and turned back to that dark space again. "Hey, are you just giving up?" Just as Sun Yushan was crying sadly, a very familiar voice came from behind. Sun Yushan subconsciously turned around and saw a child wearing an orange training suit with a blue long sleeve and a crab head, looking at Sun Yushan with a smile on his face. "You are Sun Yushan." Sun Yushan's eyes widened. He didn't expect that there was another Sun Yushan. Sun Yushan looked at his current self, who had returned to his original childish appearance. Sun Xiaotian, now using the name of his predecessor, looked at the Sun Yushan in front of him with a puzzled look. "You are Sun Yushan, didn't I travel through time and space to become you? Why are you still here?" Sun Yushan chuckled, "I don't know either, I just know that I saw you crying as soon as I appeared." "Sun Yushan, are you still in that body?" Sun Xiaotian asked a little unnaturally. After all, the Sun Yushan in front of him was the original owner of that body, and he could only be regarded as an intruder. "I don't know either. I only know that you haven't completely obtained all my power. Only when we merge can we be the real Sun Yushan," Sun Yushan said indifferently. "But won't you hate me? After all, I stole your body," Sun Xiaotian said. "It doesn't matter, and you will be better than me to be Sun Yushan, and you will be me after the fusion," Sun Yushan said with a serious face. "But, I feel that I owe Xiao Tong too much. If I die, maybe I can still see Xiao Tong, Sun Xiaotian chuckled, having lost the will to live. Sun Wuxian put his hands on Sun Xiaoshan's shoulders with regret. Don't forget, if you can travel through time, why can't Xiao Tong, and Dad and the others are still waiting for you? Sun Wuxian's words awakened the dreamer, and made Sun Xiaotian suddenly enlightened. Yes, he could travel through time, maybe Xiao Tong also traveled through time, and he now has a family to protect, not the weak chicken Sun Xiaotian. If you have figured it out, just extend your fist. From now on, you are Goten. Goten extended his fist to Sun Xiaotian. Yes, Sun Xiaotian also extended his fist to collide with Goten's fist. Instantly, a golden light flashed from the middle of their fists, and the light gradually enveloped the two of them. The whole space seemed to be shrouded in a piece of light, and the souls of Sun Xiaotian and Goten merged together. Roar! The big monkey outside suddenly stagnated, giving Gohan, who was waiting for death, time to escape. Most of the scars on Goku, Gohan, and Trunks were left by fighting with the big monkey. Goku also returned to normal due to excessive physical exhaustion. At this time, he had been in the world for less than half an hour. Strange, what happened to Goten? Trunks said blankly as he looked at the stopped big monkey. Where is Majin Buu? He was scared by the big monkey and now he dared not show his head. Roar! The golden ape suddenly roared to the sky, and golden light burst out from its body. The energy surged again, which frightened everyone and made them nervous again. The power just now almost killed them and it was still increasing. How could they continue to play like this? The golden light enveloped the ape. Sun Xiaotian in the soul space had perfectly merged with Sun Wuxian, and they would never be separated again. From now on, I am both Sun Xiaotian, an earthling, and Sun Wutian, a super scion. From the depths of the soul, Sun Wuxian's heroic shout came. In the golden light, the terrifying power seemed to be a huge stone pressing on everyone's hearts, making them almost breathless. The golden light continued to compress, and finally formed a tall figure. The golden light faded, and a tall man appeared out of thin air. The man had black shoulder-length hair, a layer of red eye sockets under his black eyebrows, and a pair of golden eyes with black pupils staring at the moon in the sky. In addition to his chest muscles and 4 abdominal muscles, his body was covered with a layer of red body hair, and a red tail was swinging. Although the man did not move, the energy in his body was indeed amazing. Even the Super 3 Son Goku was far inferior to the man. Hey, who are you, Goten? Trunks pointed at the man and asked. Who am I? The man raised a smirk at the corner of his lips, and his eyes moved to Trunks, and then to Son Goku, Son Gohan, and King Kai who were on guard. He opened his mouth and his voice exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. I am, Son Goten. Chapter 39-39. Wukong leaves and the battle begins. Goten, X3. Everyone looked at Sun Wuxian in bewilderment. Their jaws dropped to the ground and they didn't know. After all, Wuxian had changed so much. A 7-year-old child with 4 heads and a body suddenly turned into a tall boy of 1.8 meters. No one would recognize it. Trunks walked up to Sun Wuxian with a strange look on his face, compared the gap between the two, and burst into tears. He was half a head taller than Wuxian before, but now he can't even compare to Wuxian's calves. What a bully! Sun Wukong sensed Sun Wuxian's chi slightly. Sun Wukong's head was covered with cold sweat, but he couldn't sense how powerful Wuxian's power was. Goten, how strong are you now? Sun Wuhan asked with a stunned expression. He had just sensed Sun Wuxian's current power and almost peed in fear. Sun Wuxian had a cold face and calmly stretched out his hand to place on a rocky mountain. How strong? I don't know. Click, click, click. Boom. Before he finished speaking, the stone mountain that Sun Wuxian placed on his hand shattered without warning, and then exploded, shocking everyone's eyes again. This way, a stone mountain was shattered without any movement. Sun Wuhan's visual inspection. I looked at the stone mountain and saw that it was so much higher than Auto Mandu. Sun Wufan has a black question mark on his face. What the hell is Aotuman? How come I figured it out so naturally? Wukong, Sun Wukong, who was resting on the ground, suddenly heard someone calling him. He turned his head following the voice and saw that the fortune teller who had brought him to the world of heaven tremblingly poked her head out of a corner. He moved over and said immediately, Wukong, your time is up, it's time to go back. Hearing the trembling tone of the fortune teller, Sun Wukong also understood what was going on, but he still looked at Sun Wushan with a worried look, fearing that he had not yet regained his senses. Sensing Sun Wukong's worried eyes, Sun Wushan showed him a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Dad, I'll be fine here. Hearing this, Sun Wukong's lips curled up into a chuckle. As for his son, what should he be worried about? He said with some regret, it's a pity, Wu Tian. If the time hadn't come, Dad would have really wanted to fight you. Sun Wushan smiled and said nothing. Sun Wukong's figure gradually floated into the air and disappeared into the world with the fortune teller. Goodbye everyone, Gohan said. Sorry to Kikai for me. I will, Dad. Sun Wuhan wiped the tears from his eyes. Goodbye, Dad. Sun Wushan turned his head to the side to prevent others from noticing the tears in the corners of his eyes. Wiping away his tears calmly, Sun Wushan stared ahead with a cold face, and shouted to an unknown corner, Get out, Bu! Boom! A sonic boom sounded, and a pink-purple stream of light quickly sprang out from the depths of the ground. Bu looked at Sun Wushan with a solemn expression. His intuition told him that the person in front of him was extremely terrifying. This kind of transformation could even transform a scion. Prince Vegeta doesn't even understand. You are, Sun Wushan, although the tone was questioning but full of affirmation. Sun Wushan just smiled and said nothing. Anyone who would ask such a question even though he knew who the other person was mentally retarded. What the hell are you looking like now? Bu's head was covered with cold sweat. If Goten was just a river before, now he is like a vast ocean, with unfathomable strength. That's what you're talking about. Sun Wushan showed a playful smile on his cold face, and then shouted, This is the strongest. Super Saiyan 4 Ah! Boom! 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 As Sun Wushan's violent shouts resounded throughout the world, a terrifying wave of air erupted from Sun Wushan's body, and all the rocks swept by the wave were shattered into pieces. Everyone looked at Sun Wushan with fear on their faces. Just being angry makes me feel like I'm falling into an abyss. This was the only thought in everyone's mind right now, even Bu was no exception. At that moment, he felt a sense of fear of death. Super Saiyan 4, Trunks' eyes widened. Goten clearly went to Super 4 without even transforming 3 times. How the hell is this going to happen? Did you top up your money? Create happiness with your heart. If you don't have money, you will be paralyzed. The corners of Bu's mouth are cramping. Can you still play happily like this? It's okay for your dad to go to Super 3, but you didn't even change from Super 3 to Super 4. This makes Vegeta in my body still. How to face you? Vegeta inside Bu. Stop bluffing, you bastard. He hypnotized himself into thinking that he was just a paper tiger, and that he was the most awesome one. Bu shouted loudly and shot out like a cannonball towards Sun Wushan. The corners of Sun Wushan's lips raised into a contemptuous smile. There was a loud bang in the lightning and flint as Bu approached, and Bu tilted his head and flew out. Flying upside down. Fly out. Out. Went. WTF, what the hell happened? Why did I fly away? Bu's mind went blank. Wait a moment, I'll think about it. I'll get close to him, and then I'll fly. Bu tried his best to stop his flying body, and looked at Sun Wushan with a frightened face. Sun Wushan just raised his fingers provocatively. Come here, can't you see clearly? I'll slow down a little later. Son Gohan and Trunks wiped their eyes. What happened just now? What to do if someone provokes you? Of course, call him back. Chapter 40. The strong and invincible new Son Goten. Puff. Bu was enraged by Goten's mocking look. The holes on his head and arms kept spewing out hot smoke. He turned into a purple streamer and rushed towards Goten with all his strength. Now he decided not to hold back and must kill this hateful kid. Boom boom boom. Goten still had that mocking expression. The moment Bu approached him, continuous roars continued to sound. The ripples in the air were not even as fast as his attack speed. Bu flew out again. This time everyone only saw Goten throw a punch, but Bu was left with countless fist marks. 6-9. Bang! Goten's fist made Bu hit the ground without even the strength to resist, and smashed a huge hole in the ground. Everyone looked like they were doubting their lives. This guy only got hundreds of punches after Goten threw one punch. Bu must be about to cry. Hey, Bu, you have absorbed Vegeta, why are you still so weak? Uncle Vegeta, who was absorbed by you, will cry if he knows, Sun Wushan said sarcastically to the pit. Chew! Boom! Purple rays of light appeared from the cracks in the rocks underground, and then a purple column of air rose up to destroy the rocks. Bu broke out of the ground, and this man was in a very bad state. Pucci! Looking at Bu's current appearance, he pursed his lips and tried hard to hold back his laughter, which made Bu even more angry. Hey, Bu, in a rage, crazily increased his energy. The terrible air wave made the whole sky restless. In order to avoid being injured by mistake, Sun Wuhan and Trunks jumped away and pulled away the confused Kaishin. Goten still had that confident smile on his face, his long hair fluttering in the wind, not caring at all about Bu's energy increase. Swoosh! The dazzling light from Bu made Goten and others cover their eyes subconsciously. When the light faded, everyone opened their eyes. Gohan and Trunks looked up at the sky with fear on their faces. Bu held a huge purple energy ball in one hand. The energy emitted by the energy ball was enough to destroy the earth completely. The energy ball created ripples in the air. Gohan and Trunks looked livid. If this energy ball fell, the earth would definitely not be saved. Well, what do you mean by that? Goten's lips curled up with a hint of ridicule. Do you want to destroy the earth? That's right, Bu proudly held up the energy ball. This energy ball has enough weight to blow up a planet. What are you going to do now? If you are afraid of death, just get out of the way, but the earth will not be saved, and scions cannot survive in the universe for a long time, but I can't die, ha ha ha. Speaking of this, Bu excitedly wanted to stand up from the wheelchair. Oh, no, it was excited laughter, but he didn't see Goten's caring eyes for the mentally retarded. Young man, a few years ago there was also a person who wanted to be as awesome as you, and had the same idea as you, but unfortunately he is dead now, and the grass on his grave is 10 meters high. Well, that person is Frieza, that idiot, who thought he could survive in the universe and wanted to destroy Namek, but was beaten into a dog by his father Goku. Okay, if you don't throw it down, you will be my grandson, Goten smiled lightly, making Bu so angry that his nose was almost crooked. Then you will be buried with the earth, Bu shouted angrily. Throwing the energy ball at Goten with all his strength. The energy ball mixed with strong wind broke through the air, and before the energy ball arrived, the terrible energy wind swept the whole field. Goten raised his hand lightly and spread his palm to catch the incoming energy ball, preventing the energy ball from scoring any more points. No way! Goten caught it. Gohan and Trunks, who had already become able to only shout 666, looked at Goten in shock, as if Goten had no pressure at all, and even picked his nose with his other hand. Damn, this is a battle, you should be serious, bastard. Give it back to you, Bu, Goten said lightly, and with a strong wave of his big hand, the energy ball rushed towards Bu in the opposite direction at a faster speed than before. The energy ball passed by Bu, broke through the Earth's atmosphere unstoppably, and exploded in the universe. The blast from the energy ball even returned to Earth. The Earthlings who didn't know the truth were confused. WTF, what the hell is this? Aurora. Damn, this isn't the North Pole. Swoosh. Goten's figure appeared in front of Bu like teleportation, and his indifferent expression never left his handsome face. You, bastard! Goten pointed at Bu, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. Uncle Vegeta would probably come out and strangle you to death if he knew you had used his power. Asshole, go to hell! Bu was angered by Goten again, and he shouted and rushed towards Goten. Son Goten glanced at Bu indifferently, and slapped Bu into the ground like a mosquito. Don't move, Dad is talking, try to move again. Bu, who was slapped into the ground by Son Goten, was confused. Dad is so scary. Where the hell is my dad? Thinking of this, Bu wanted to get up and fight Son Goten, but was slapped again by Son Goten without mercy. Alas, I didn't expect you to be stupid. It doesn't matter, although you are stupid, Dad still loves you, Son Goten said with a regrettable look. Bu's anus tightened, and he ran away quickly without caring about the injuries on his body. He looked at Son Goten with a vigilant face, as if he was watching a hentai. Nonsense, I didn't feel any love. That's right, after all, fatherly love is silent. Son Goten stepped on Bu into the soil. How is it? Is it heavy? It was like 1,000-pound weight pressing on Bu, making Bu unable to get up all of a sudden. It's heavy. It's right to be heavy, after all, fatherly love is like a mountain, Son Goten said again in anger. Puff. Bu's face turned red, and he was almost fainted by Son Goten's anger. Chapter 41-41 Chaos in Hell, the Birth of Evil Thought Waves. Clang, clang, clang. Ding 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 ding. In Hell, Soul Cleaning Machine, Red Ghost was wearing headphones and entertaining himself, completely unaware that the pointer of the Soul Cleaning Machine behind him had reached the critical point and was issuing a warning. Boom sakalaka. No one changed it. The black and purple energy cleaned out by the Soul Cleaning Machine exploded, and then the cans filled with evil hearts that were put together exploded like a chain reaction. For a moment, the entire bottom of the Soul Cleaning Machine was filled with black and purple gas. Red Ghost was holding something like a fire extinguisher and was confused. What should I do? How could this happen? Bang! This book was first published on 69 Book Bar 69, providing you with a reading experience without wrong chapters and out-of-order chapters. Another can exploded, and the black and purple gas was washed onto Red Ghost. The gas attached to Red Ghost's body and mutated it. His body began to develop into yellow, and it also expanded and became bigger and bigger. Oh my god, how could this happen? The green ghost hurried down the stairs and saw the mutated red ghost in a panic. We have to report to Lord Yama. What happened? The vibration caused by the explosion reached Lord Yama's Yama Palace. The tall and fat Lord Yama was confused. I was just taking a nap, how could it explode? Don't let me catch you, or I'll let you taste the one-stop service of the 18 layers of hell. Lord Yama, the soul cleaning machine is damaged, and a red ghost has mutated. The green ghost who hurried over shouted loudly, but the crystal coming from the corridor quickly sealed him like ice. Lord Yama looked at the changes around him in surprise. In the image fed back by the crystal, there was a cute big fat man in yellow sitting on the crystallized Yama Palace, shouting evil thoughts, evil thoughts. Damn it, it seems that this place has been occupied by the guy above, King Yama said with cold sweat on his head. With an ugly face, Yama Palace is blocked, we will not be able to play the righteous power to correct this world, the world will be in chaos, and the dead will be resurrected. Yellow Springs Martial Arts Competition, the board kings gathered together to hold this martial arts competition. Anyway, everyone is dead and has nothing to do all day, so they can have some activities to entertain themselves. Everyone is dead and can't kill each other even if they use all their strength, so they can let go. Now, it is the duel between Sun Wukong of the North Galaxy and the top master of the East Galaxy, Pork Chop Rice. Pork Chop Rice, Tianjin Rice, dumplings, the old bird is very good at being a human being. Why doesn't anyone feel strange that Chinese dish names can be used as names of people? Boom! 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 In the ring match, Sun Wukong and Pork Chop Rice are fighting fiercely, punching each other mercilessly, and they can't kill each other anyway. Crack! A crystal popped out from the ground and scared the two people who were fighting. What the hell is this thing that suddenly appeared? Wukong, Pork Chop Rice, don't fight for now. Something happened at King Yama's place. Go check it out first, said the great King Kai who was sitting on the highest platform. Oh, okay. Sun Wukong accepted the task from the great King Kai and said to Pork Chop Rice, Pork Chop Rice, catch me. Pork Chop Rice's mouth twitched, and he reluctantly grabbed Sun Wukong's shoulders. Sun Wukong put his two fingers on his forehead and concentrated his mind. Strangely, Uncle Yama's aura became so weak. Sun Wukong searched for King Yama's aura, and his expression was a little surprised. He thought to himself, never mind, let's go check it out first. Swoosh! Sun Wukong used instant teleportation to teleport himself and Pork Chop Rice to Yama Hall. When they saw the current Yama Hall for the first time, they were confused. Damn, where is Yama Hall? And, how did the aura of Uncle Yama that I just found run outside? Is it Wukong? The face of King Yama with anxiety and expectation appeared on the crystal. It's me, Uncle, Sun Wukong greeted. Wukong, the main villain is up there, you can only save us if you drive him away, King Yama said anxiously. Up there, X2. Sun Wukong and Pai Gu Fan looked confused, and gradually floated up to the top of the Yama Palace with the Wukong technique. Woo wow, X2. The fat face that suddenly appeared scared the two of them. What the hell is this? It scared the baby to death. Pay the money. Evil thought wave, the yellow fat man Xianianbo muttered the three words Xianianbo with a cute face. Hey, are you the main murderer who caused all this? Pai Gu Fan pointed at Xianianbo and questioned. Evil thought wave, however, Xianianbo ignored him. Evil thoughts, Pai Gu Fan was stunned at first, then he put on a weird uncle's expression with a bit of vulgarity, good boy, open the barrier, okay. Fuck, there is a weird uncle here who wants to seduce this baby. The clever evil thoughts did not move, still looking the same evil thoughts. Fuck, forcing me to do it, Pai Gu Fan was angry after the negotiation failed. Evil thoughts pointed at Sun Wukong, I want to fight him. Sun Wukong's eyes showed a gleam of light, so he wants to fight me. Hey, Pai Gu Fan, you come to save Uncle Yan Mo, I will fight him. It is obvious that Sun Wukong's fighting spirit was aroused by the evil thoughts. He was having trouble finding a reason to fight, so he chose me. It was so smart. Chapter 42. The Resurrected Evildoers. In the human world, Sun Wushan and Bu completely presented a one-sided battle, which perfectly explained what is called a beating, a one-sided trend just like a father beating his son. Bang! Slapping Bu into the ground again, Sun Wushan sighed helplessly and said, isn't it good for people to live? Why should they seek death? Puff! Bu spat out a mouthful of old blood and burst into tears. He thought about me, Majin Bu. I had been roaming the universe for many years, and I had killed 4 characters as awesome as Kaioshin. Even Babadai and his father didn't dare. He spoke loudly in front of me, and now he is being beaten like a grandson. The key is that this guy is only 7 years old, NLGB. The first release of this book provides you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters and no out-of-order chapters. God, please save me, Bu cried to the sky in his heart. Sorry, I don't know who your dad is, and I can't save you. It's so funny. Looking at Bu's resentful eyes, Sun Wuxian stayed away from Bu as if he were avoiding the plague. I'd like to state in advance that I am a man and I like women. You, a man, don't look at me like crazy. Kaka, Bu gritted his teeth and rushed towards Sun Wuxian angrily. I dare to tease you, Uncle Bu, you bastard. Bang! Sun Wuxian slapped Bu into the ground again. Dad is pretending, please don't interrupt me. Don't stop me, I'm going to fight you for 300 rounds. Bu was so excited that he wanted to get up and fight Sun Wuxian to the death. Bang! Roll! Boom! Seeing Bu struggling to get up, Sun Wuxian kicked him away effortlessly. Bu, who was unable to resist, crashed into the rocky mountain again and smashed him into pieces. The three of them, Sun Wuxian, who had been reduced to salty fish, went from shock to numbness at the beginning, and now they gather together to fight the landlord. There is no way, now Goten is invincible, Bu is no longer a threat, he can just play cards if he is bored. 3-7, Trunks deadpanned as he dropped the 5 cards. 6-10, Sun Wuhan threw down a set of cards. No, pass, Kaishin looked at the cards in his hand and shouted helplessly. His eyes moved to Bu, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. You are so weak, Bu. Sun Wuxian looked down at Bu in the crevices of the rocks, gazing at Bu with the contempt of a king. I'm so angry, but there's nothing I can do about it. I've basically used all the tricks used against Vegeto in the original novel, except for some of Gotenks' original tricks. It's completely useless. Bu stared at Sun Wuxian warily, and out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of Sun Wuhan and the other 3 who had become salted fishes. He thought in his mind, if he could absorb those 3 people, they are useless at all, but he could gain a little more. He has no fighting power, and might even be destroyed by the furious Sun Wuxian, which is not worth it. Absorb Sun Wuxian, don't be ridiculous, if I just absorb him like this, I will definitely be beaten to death. Wait, if I absorb it secretly, it might be effective. Thinking of this, Bu's eyes lit up. On his tui, a ball of pink-purple mucus was separated from a dead corner on Bu's tui, and quietly got into the ground, staring at Sun Wuxian, for fear of being discovered by Sun Wuxian. Sun Wuxian raised his lips slightly. Did he not notice it? Of course he did, but Sun Wuxian did not stop Bu. After all, beating Bu to death like this was not easy to explain to Trunks and Bulma, and Fat Bu was a nice person. Yes, except for being a little childish. Hoo ho ho ho! An evil laughter suddenly sounded in the world. Everyone followed the sound, and Sun Wuhan expressed that he was not calm anymore. A guy who was all white except for the top of his head and his mouth was purple, stepped on the void, looked at Sun Wuxian with an evil smile. Sun Wukong, you have changed a lot since I haven't seen you in a few years. Frisia, Sun Gohan looked at the visitor in surprise, the first top boss he encountered in his childhood. Well, I didn't expect that there would be someone on Earth who knew me. I'm really honored. Frisia was very satisfied with his character. He did the standard gentlemanly etiquette and looked at the person who recognized him. When he saw the person's face, he looked surprised. Well, it looks familiar, Sun Wukong, aren't you there? Frisia looked back and forth between Sun Wutan and Sun Gohan in surprise. Who the hell is this? Haha, Sun Wuhan, I didn't expect you to be so old. Another familiar voice sounded. Sun Wuhan looked at the person and became uneasy again. Salu. Yes, it was Selu who was fucked to death by Sun Wuhan 7 years ago. Selu still maintained a graceful smile on his face, but when he looked at Sun Wuhan, there was a trace of spiteful hatred in his eyes. Sun Gohan, you are Sun Wukong's. Frisia looked at Sun Gohan in shock when he remembered his name. Yes, I am Sun Wukong's son, Sun Gohan smiled confidently. He might not be able to defeat Cell, but Frisia could kill him in seconds. Well, Trunks, weren't you killed by me? Looking at Trunks who was on guard, Cell was stunned for a moment, then smiled. It turns out you are the Trunks of this era. I didn't expect you to be so cute when you were little. Trunks? Frisia followed Cell's gaze blankly, and immediately became angry when he saw Trunks's face. Damn, it was the same face that came to stop me from pretending to be B. Frisia looked at Trunks with an unfriendly look, and his murderous intent was revealed. He came to Earth to show off, but he was killed instantly by the owner of this face. Fuck your uncle. Chapter 43-43. Resurrection is useless. Frisia's eyes were fixed on Trunks, and the hatred in his eyes was not so easy to eliminate. It was this guy who sent me to fall in love with King Yama. Trunks had a weird look on his face. I don't know you, why are you looking at me like this? This guy can't be a gay pedophile. I'm kidding, I'm overthinking this. Trunks' little face kept changing, and he looked distorted. He didn't know what he was thinking. Let me tell you, you are the mentally retarded Emperor Frisia who wanted to die on Namek and was beaten into a dog by his father. You wanted to come to Earth to take revenge, but was killed by Trunks. Frisia's brows were twitching wildly. What is this damn kid talking about? Doesn't he know what it means to scold someone without exposing their shortcomings? Asshole! Frisia glared. Due to caching reasons, users are asked to directly visit the 69book69 website to watch the fastest chapter updates. Then you are the one who wanted to die and made my brother angry and then got beaten to a pulp. Sun Wuxian's tone seemed to be talking about what the weather was like today, which made Sharu's face become distorted. Asshole, who the hell are you? I never saw you 7 years ago, Sharu said angrily, glaring at Sun Wuxian. Me? A frivolous smile appeared on Sun Wuxian's lips. My name is Sun Wuxian. I am the posthumous son of Sun Wukong and the younger brother of Sun Wufan. Before I was born, you were beaten to death by my brother. The posthumous child of that year? Damn it, you can figure it out even if my math teacher dies early, okay? You are only 7 years old this year and you are almost taller than your dad. You are so numb. Cell exploded instantly, and he could no longer control the ancient power in his body. He roared, you are fucking kidding me. A 7-year-old kid is only 1.8 meters tall. No matter how fast a scion develops, he cannot become like this. You are telling lies. Can you find a more reliable reason? MMP. Looking at Cellulite who was spitting wildly, everyone looked confused. Sun Wuhan was even more confused. I'm sorry, you are really Cellulite? It's impossible. You must be fake. Sun Wuhan walked towards Shalo in a daze, and under everyone's puzzled looks, he made a move that made everyone stunned. Well, Sun Wuhan, what are you doing here? I'm going to choke you, hold my claws, damn, let go. Sun Wuhan pinched Cell's face with both hands and pulled it wildly, scaring Kaijin to the point of peeing. Damn it, he was such a great god. It's actually true. The real touch on Cellul's face made Sun Wuhan hesitate. It's impossible. Cellulite shouldn't be too funny. Seeing Sun Wuhan let go, Shayla quickly jumped away from Sun Wuhan. He covered his swollen face with a sad expression and looked at Sun Wuhan with resentful eyes, fearing that he would get addicted to it. Pfft! Everyone covered their lips tightly to prevent themselves from laughing. Even Frisia pursed his lips as if I was leaving and couldn't help but be amused by you. Ahem. Shailu's face turned red and he coughed awkwardly. Sun Wuxian chuckled and clenched his fists. It doesn't matter, I just got tired of torturing Bu, so I might as well torture you first. Hey! Frisia was stunned for a moment, then covered his face and chuckled. Hey, the kid is really arrogant now. Let me tell you, back then. Bang! Don't interfere when dad is pretending, you know. Sun Wuxian said scornfully, looking at Frisia with disdain as he slapped him into the ground. This slap seemed to be very satisfying. Cell looked at Sun Wuxian with a solemn expression. He didn't realize how fast Sun Wuxian was moving just now. Frisia was even more confused. Damn it, why am I eating dirt? Sun Wuhan and Trunks looked at Sun Wuxian with strange expressions, feeling that their brother, friend, had changed a bit. What the hell, I'm Fulai. Shat. Boom. Frisia was so excited that he wanted to stand up and fight Sun Wuxian, but Sun Wuxian just glanced at Frisia indifferently and kicked him into the stone wall with no expression on his face. It's your turn. Sun Wuxian looked at Shalo with a smile on his face, which looked like a devil's smile in Shalo's eyes, and he used the air dance technique to escape into the distance. Hee hee. Sun Wuxian did not catch up, but quietly watched Shalo flee in panic. He raised his hand and pointed it at Shalo's back. With a bang, a yellow energy wave erupted from his palm, like a cannonball. It shot out and flew towards Shalo. Ah! Cell watched in despair as the energy wave approached, and was swallowed up mercilessly by the energy wave. The screams that resounded throughout the world were as continuous as the bells of hanging beams. Hey, look, this is what you get for pretending to be bad in front of me, Sun Wuxian said to Frisia in a lecturing tone. Frisia had the words MMP in his mind and he was about to blurt it out and throw it in Sun Wuxian's face. MMP, Sarut didn't even say a word and was pretending to be AB. You didn't pretend to be AB and I was beaten to death by you. Are you embarrassed? So, next time you are resurrected, don't pretend to be bad in front of me, you know, Sun Wuxian said meaningfully, the murderous intent in his eyes unreservedly released, scaring Frisia to the point of peeing. Putting one hand in front of Friska Hun, Sun Wuxian also waved with a smile with the other hand, as if saying goodbye to an old friend. Bye. Boom. The energy wave blasted out, submerging Frisia's figure, and after that, no one was left. Chapter 44-44. Sun Wuxian was absorbed. Okay, the scene is cleared, Sun Goten exhaled, and turned his gaze to Bu who had become a spectator. His indifferent smile was quickly replaced by murderous intent. Next, it's your turn. Bu. Sun Goten came to Bu as if teleporting, staring at Bu with cold eyes. Bu panicked immediately. What the hell is going to kill me? Damn Babadai, why did you insist on resurrecting me on Earth? I have to deal with such an awesome guy. I will die on any planet. Bu cursed Babadai in his heart. Babadai in hell said that I don't take the blame. How the hell did I know that there would be such an awesome person on Earth? If I knew, I would not die. Wait, wait, Bu waved his hands anxiously, his face full of fear. You can't kill me, if you kill me Vegeta in my body will die too, you shouldn't want to do that. And Trunks over there will hate you to death. Bu's threatening words made Goten's eyes more murderous, and his sneer was full of caring eyes for the mentally retarded. You mentally retarded, don't you know there are Dragon Balls on Earth? The Dragon Balls I collected with Trunks last time haven't made a wish yet. Drip drip drip. Bu's head was covered with cold sweat. Damn, I remembered that Vegeta's memory did have memories of Dragon Balls. Kameha Goten put his hands together at his waist in a calyx shape, and a blue energy ball emitted a sky blue light, and Goten's surroundings were also rendered blue. Bo. Pop. Bu closed his eyes in despair. As for escaping, he had thought about it, but Goten's momentum made him dare not move at all. It's just that this sound is so strange, something seems to touch him, and it's light. When he opened his eyes, he saw ribbons all over his body, and Goten was rolling around with his hands on his stomach, laughing like a barbell. If he didn't understand that he was fooled, Bu could go buy some medicine to treat mental retardation. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect you to be so frightened Bu, you must be scared to shit, ha 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 ha, Goten laughed until his stomach hurt, and he pounded the ground while laughing. The few people watching the game were also confused. I don't know what you mean. By the way, where did you get these ribbon buckets? Okay, stop laughing. It's time to let you rest now. Goten turned serious in a second, and instantly changed from the funny look just now, as if the funny person just now was not him, looking at Bu and said coldly. Bu looked at Goten with a wary look on his face. Goten folded his arms, as if everything was under control. How about this? I'll give you 10 seconds. Goten spread his palms confidently, and continued to say in the puzzled eyes of everyone, I'll count to 10. In these 10 seconds, you can try your best to escape, or of course you can attack me. After 10 seconds, I will take action to finish you off and beat you to the point where there is nothing left, and you will completely disappear. At the end, Goten's eyes flashed with cold light, indicating that he was not joking this time, but serious. 1. 2. 3. What should I do? Waiting online, so urgent. Bu looked at Goten nervously, constantly thinking of ways in his heart. Seeing Goten calling out 4 or 5, he was powerless to attack Goten. Don't be funny, the scene of being pressed to the ground and rubbed is still vivid in my mind. Escape? Damn, I can't teleport, how can I run away? 6. 7. 8. Bu's eyes darted around, and suddenly he caught a glimpse of a pink-purple unknown object in a hidden corner. It was the part I just split off. Bu looked at Sun Goten. Good, he didn't notice it. Bu used his mind to control that part of the pink-purple object. When the pink-purple object sneaked up to Sun Goten like a venomous snake, Sun Goten's mouth quietly raised a faint smile of success, which was quickly hidden again. 9. The pink-purple liquid began to expand in Sun Goten, of course no one saw it. 10. Now. When Sun Goten shouted 10, Bu also shouted, and the pink-purple liquid quickly rose and covered Sun Goten. Oh no, everyone was stagnant, this was bad. Protective barrier. Just before the pink-purple liquid wrapped himself, Sun Goten used his luck to form a protective film on his body surface. Gurgle gurgle. The pink-purple liquid flew into Bu's body and merged with Bu. Ha ha ha, he's still a brat, and he can't even see through this trick. Bu laughed wildly and raised his middle finger to show his contempt for Goten. Now that annoying brat is still absorbed by me, and I am still the number 1 in the universe, Majin Bu. How could it be that Goten was actually absorbed? Trunks stared blankly at the place where Goten disappeared, with an unbelievable look on his face. Goten is too proud and gave Bu an opportunity, King Kai said in hatred. Gohan observed Bu for a while, but found that Bu had not changed at all, his aura had not become stronger, and his appearance had not changed. Thinking of the weird smile that Goten had shown before, Gohan probably understood about 70% of it. Goten, this kid, is probably going to save Uncle Vegeta, Gohan muttered to himself. Chapter 45-45. The world is in chaos. Ha ha ha, baga baga. Bu, who hadn't noticed that he hadn't changed at all, still had that smug expression, not hiding his contempt for Sun Goten at all. A brat is just a brat, no matter how strong he is, it's still absorbed by my Uncle Bu and became my power, ha ha ha, baga. For Sun Goten, who always abused him like a dog and despised him madly, Bu basically hated him to the bone. Now, that guy who likes to pretend to be B has been absorbed by me, the common people today, are really happy. Damn, why are they singing? Bu, who has made a great comeback as a peasant, said that he should celebrate now, as for Son Gohan and the others, ignore them for the time being. This guy, his laughter is really ugly. Son Goten in Bu's body covered his ears desperately. Bu's silly smile made Son Goten couldn't help but want to pull out the 40-meter-long sword. But I finally got in. I feel that if I rescue Vegeta and the little fat man, that little Bu won't be a threat anymore. Goten withdrew the protective film with satisfaction, and began to look for Vegeta's breath. Goten raised his lips slightly. Bu still put them in that position, so that he didn't have to look for them again. After finding Vegeta's breath, Goten quickly fled in that direction. It's strange. I would have some changes after absorbing those people before, but why not now? Bu looked at himself with a puzzled look, and found that nothing had changed. Then he threw the question away. Forget it, anyway, that arrogant kid has been absorbed by me, and now I am the strongest in the world, ha ha ha. This guy, his IQ is so low. Goten in Bu's body said, this idiot didn't realize that I was the one who wanted to be absorbed by him? At this time, the whole world was in chaos. Countless people who had died long ago were resurrected. The whole world was in chaos. Seeing that the situation had changed, King Kai returned to King Kai's realm to observe. As for Bu, Sun Gohan had already told him that Goten was fine, so he was relieved. Frieza and Cell were both resurrected, and there was no guarantee that there would be any strong people resurrected. Sun Gohan and Trunks rushed to other areas to take a look. In the city, countless tank convoys ruthlessly stepped over the cars. What was puzzling was that the leader of this army looked exactly like Uncle Hitler, which was simply a dog. There was also a horse convoy holding the flag of the Qing dynasty. I was shocked. Hell, no matter how the helpless Son Goku attacked the evil thought wave, it was useless. At this time, he had already burst out with all his strength to transform into Super Saiyan 3. You are the second person who forced me to this point after Majin Bu. Son Goku stared at the evil thought wave coldly and said coolly. Pa pa pa, Xiannianbo clapped his hands for no apparent reason, and felt that it was fun to see Sun Wukong changing back and forth like this. Hey, Sun Wukong held an energy bomb in his hand and threw it at Xiannianbo with great force, and the energy bomb blew Xiannianbo away. Bang! Boom! Sun Wukong punched Xiannianbo to the ground, and shouted like an arrow from a bow. Hey hey hey! Evil Nianbo! Sun Wukong gathered his strength in his fist, and punched Xiannianbo on the ground directly from the top of his head to his feet. Xiannianbo was hit hard by Sun Wukong like a piece of rubber. And his head was deeply buried in his body. Hey! Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief and dissipated the arrogance around him. Kakarot! Boom! Suddenly, someone called his scion name behind him, which made Sun Wukong's face change, and he was knocked away by a powerful fist before he turned around. Oops, I was careless. I didn't expect someone to be standing behind me. Sun Wukong stopped flying backwards, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at the person who attacked him with a look of surprise. Broly. That's right, the person who appeared was the legendary Super Saiyan Broly who was killed by Sun Wushan and his brothers not long ago. The chaos in the underworld also resurrected him, but he did not go to the human world but stayed in hell. He happened to meet Sun Wukong and couldn't help but punch him. Unexpectedly, it was successful. Oops, I didn't expect Broly to be here. Sun Wukong was sweating and wary of Broly with a horrified face. Kakarot! Broly shouted and rushed towards Sun Wukong. Bang! Seeing that Broly's attack had arrived, Sun Wukong didn't care about anything and took Sun Wukong's punch to dissolve Broly's attack. Kakarot! Broly saw that the attack was ineffective and launched another attack. Boom! 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 Transformed into a demon who looked like Cell, he saw Goku and Broly fighting, and simply sat down to watch. When they fought well, he clapped his hands to show his reward. It's not bad to be a bystander, who shouted 666. Ah, I found it, Goten, who finally found Vegeta inside Bu, smiled lightly, pointed casually, and a beam of energy shot out from his fingertips to save Vegeta, who was wrapped like an egg. Swish! Bu, who lost Vegeta's energy supply, instantly turned back to his original state. Bu looked at himself blankly. Damn, how did he turn back? Vegeta was still. Damn, I was tricked. Bu, who seemed to have discovered something, had a face full of grass mud horse. My IQ was insulted by an elementary school student. Damn, this is totally unbearable. Bu found a place casually and sank his mind into his body. Okay, Goten put Vegeta down. Hehe, Bu should not be able to act cool anymore. I almost admire my IQ. Ha 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 ha. Damn, I'm not Blackbeard, why am I laughing like this? It's you, Goten. You really weren't absorbed by me. Bu got out of the ground with an angry face, and the anger in his heart was about to explode. How is it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Are you happy? Goten raised his eyebrows and said with a look of anger. I'm exploded, Bu said angrily. Chapter 46-46. Original Bu appears. Bu glared at Sun Wushan fiercely, his eyes were so selective that he wanted to devour Sun Wuden. Na, Bu, let me ask you a question. Ignoring Bu's angry gaze, Sun Wushan showed a hint of teasing at the corner of his mouth and turned his head to look at Fat Bu. Tell me, what will happen if I send it out? Sun Wushan said calmly, the teasing expression on his lips became more intense. No, don't, Bu hurriedly tried to stop Sun Wushan. If I pull it out, I won't be me anymore. Oh. Sun Wushan replied calmly, it's none of my business. Tear. Sun Wushan pulled hard, and the connecting thread of Fat Bu was torn off. Well. The Bu in the outside world had a ferocious look on his face because he had lost Fat Bu, and he was roaring with an ugly look on his face. Due to caching reasons, please visit the Bookbar website directly with your browser to watch the fastest chapter updates. The Bu inside Bu's body melted quickly as if sulfuric acid had been poured on him, and Bu's entire body began to collapse. I have to leave quickly, Sun Wushan laughed playfully, grabbed Vegeta and the little fat man, boosted their energy and flew towards the exit. Puff, 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 puff. Bu roared in pain as large amounts of smoke continued to erupt from his head. Bu, his aura has become very unstable. What's going on? Son Gohan and Trunks, who sensed the unusual change in Bu's aura, looked in Bu's direction with solemn expressions. Goten must have done this. Trunks said in surprise, great, Bu's energy is starting to weaken, Goten rescued his father. This, should, wait, Son Gohan was about to say something but realized something was wrong. No, why is Bu's anger getting stronger again? Nanny. Trunks looked shocked, why did the egg change again? How could it be like this? How could it be like this? Kaioshin looked at Bu in the crystal ball with a horrified expression. Bu's muscles now became extremely strong, just like Trunks' previous transformation. The third form is general. Kaioshin's thoughts drifted to ancient times. At that time, the 5 great Kaioshins were still alive, and the originally peaceful days continued until the appearance of the devil. Then, among the 5 major Kaijins, Northern Kaijin and Western Kaijin were killed one after another, and the most powerful Southern Kaijin was absorbed by Majin Bu, which is what he looks like now. Oh, I've transformed, said Sun Wushan, who escaped from Bu's body. I'm so awesome and can talk about escaping. Well, it was Sun Wushan who escaped and looked at Bu's changes in surprise. What's going on, Goten? Son Gohan arrived and asked with a solemn look on the changing Bu. Alright, bro, Sun Wushan said nonchalantly, no matter how different Bu is, I can slap him to death, so don't worry. Is that so? Sun Wuhan frowned, feeling an unknown premonition in his heart. Drink. Bu looked up to the sky and roared, his body changed dramatically again, his whole body was covered by purple light, causing everyone to subconsciously close their eyes. Boom! The reappearing Majin Bu is no longer the same as before. He is less than 1.5 meters tall and looks smaller than his previous appearance. He is Majin Bu's most primitive and craziest appearance. Well, even though he already knew it. Sun Wushan still said with the same expression as if he had seen it for the first time, Bu has become a brat. Little Bu's eyes glanced down coldly. Trunks looked at him with a look of fear, as if he had just been through hell. Son Gohan felt better. He had been with those murderous people since he was a child. The boss has done it, and both Frisia and Cell are capable of killing mountains of people. Just when he looked at Sun Wuxian, a flash of fear flashed in Little Bu's eyes. He probably still remembers the scene where he was hung and beaten into a dog. Little Bu didn't say anything. He spread his hands and stretched them toward the sky. A huge pink-purple energy ball was instantly formed. Its terrifying energy was even more terrifying than the previous one, and it colored the whole world. It turned pink and purple, so terrifying. Society, my brother Ou, is a ruthless person. Little Bu grinned ferociously and threw the energy ball at Sun Wuxian. The energy ball rippled in the air, mixed with strong wind, and flew towards Sun Wuxian. A chill flashed through Sun Wuxian's eyes. Bu, it seems you haven't learned your lesson yet. Sun Wuxian suddenly rose up and punched back the incoming energy ball. Little Bu felt in his heart, fuck you, can you give me some face? I'm embarrassed by you doing this. The energy ball passed by Bu and hit the moon created by Kaishin before. Boom! The moon exploded, turning the Earth's sky purple. You're going to open a dyeing workshop if I don't teach you a lesson, right? Sun Wuxian sneered and kicked Little Bu away. Turtle Pai Chi Gong Wave. Drink. Sun Wukong, who had broken hell apart by fighting Broly, couldn't bear it any longer and directly used his ultimate move to hit Broly with a wave of Turtle Qigong. Two energy waves, one blue and one green, were fighting each other, and the blue energy wave gradually reached the top, eventually submerging Broly. Never fight a Scion, especially a Scion named Sunday. Hwa, hwa. Sun Wukong lowered his hands. The Kamehameha wave just now made him a little weak. At this moment, something strange happened. Chapter 47. The Ultimate Evil Thought Wave. Xianianbo, who was silently watching the battle, suddenly roared. Sun Wukong looked back in surprise. Xianianbo roared in pain, and black energy from hell continued to surge towards Xianianbo. What's going on? Sun Wukong looked at Xianianbo with wide eyes and horror. The black energy flowed into Xianianbo's body like a spring, and Xianianbo's violent energy began to surge. Sun Wukong carefully observed these black energies, and there were many auras that he was very familiar with. Raditz, Jinyu, Dales, Slug. Due to caching reasons, please visit the 69bookbar69 website directly with your browser to watch the fastest chapter updates. Sun Wukong saw many familiar figures formed by black mist, and he murmured the names of these people in surprise. Frisia, Kurdish, Saru, Rajak, and Broly, what's going on? Sun Wukong returned to his normal state and looked at his face. He could feel that the waves of evil thoughts had absorbed the power of these people, and their aura had far exceeded that of the one that absorbed Vegeta before. Majin Bu. Oops, if he escapes to the human world, don't you know what Wuxian will deal with? Suddenly thought of something, Sun Wukong's expression became even more ugly. Although he knew that Sun Wuxian's power was now astonishingly powerful, he did not have an accurate judgment. And I don't know what kind of power Wuxian can exert. No, it must be stopped, Sun Wukong said firmly in his heart. Devouring the power of those strong men in the past, the power of the evil wave is unprecedentedly powerful. The bright purple armor and red skin have all darkened. The dark purple armor and dark red skin make it even more evil, and the whites of the yellow eyes are covered with scarlet. Instead, the figure is a bit bigger than before. Tuan. Sun Wukong instantly transformed into Super 3 and stared solemnly at the wave of evil thoughts. Drink! Sun Wukong shouted loudly, and rushed out towards Xianianbo. Xianianbo grinned evilly, and casually grabbed Sun Wukong's fist. Bang! Xianianbo punched suddenly, an air explosion sounded, and Sun Wukong tilted his head and flew out. Boom! Xianianbo's powerful fist caused Sun Wukong to fly backwards and crash into the Needle Mountain without any ability to parry. With a smile, Xianianbo picked up a small bottle from the ground, squeezed it casually, and the bottle turned into a red long sword, slashing at Zhen Shan vertically, and a sword wave of energy slashed Zhen Shan down. Cut a huge crack. Pfft! In the Needle Mountain, Sun Wukong did not react, and his arm was cut open by this sword. Fortunately, he was a dead man. For a normal person, his arm would definitely be separated by this sword, but Sun Wukong only injured his arm and blood burst out. Oops! Seeing the evil thought wave, he waved the red sword again, an energy chop wave struck again. Sun Wukong secretly thought that something was wrong, and quickly dodged the sword waves that avoided the evil thought wave. World! Bang! Sun Wushan punched Little Bu mercilessly in the face, deforming it, and then kicked it to bend its body. In short, now Little Bu was being pressed to the ground and rubbed by Sun Wushan. Hey-ah! After Little Bu recovered, he screamed strangely, smoke erupted from the top of his head, and flew out angrily towards Sun Wushan. Vowing to regain his dignity as Majin Bu, but it was of no use. Boom! Sun Wushan casually punched Little Bu away. He was a little tired of it. This guy was as stubborn as a donkey and wanted to die. Now that I'm tired of playing around, it's time for you to report to the King of Hell. Sun Wushan's eyes flashed coldly, and he stared at Little Bu with murderous eyes, making him secretly swallow his saliva. Damn it, it's going to be cold. Little Bu was so nervous that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. What should I do? Wait online. I'm so urgent. It's really going to be cold this time. Someone come and save the baby. The baby is about to be beaten to death by this bad guy. Sun Wushan put his hands together at his waist in the shape of a calyx, and a blue energy ball condensed in his hands. Turtle. Pie. Click. The blue energy ball condensed by Sun Wushan rendered the surrounding world blue, but no one noticed that a crack appeared in the sky. Angry. Crack, click, click. The cracks spread in all directions, getting bigger and bigger. Gong. Sun Wushan's word "chi" echoed in the world, making Little Bu extremely nervous. He would definitely feel cold when he shouted the word "chi." Crack, click, click, click. The cracks spread more and more, almost covering half of the sky. Wave. It's over. Little Bu closed his eyes in despair, saying goodbye to this beautiful world. Oh no! Boom! The sky suddenly exploded, causing Sun Wushan's movements to freeze, and the turtle Qigong wave was withdrawn. Damn it, who is disturbing me for pretending to be B? Come out, I promise not to beat you to death. Chapter 48. Shocking change. Evil thoughts Babu. A huge hole was torn in the sky, and the dark hole seemed to be able to swallow all living things. From the crack, a tall figure emerged in front of everyone. Who is this guy? Due to cache reasons, please visit 69bookbar69 website directly with your browser to watch the fastest chapter update. This energy is so strong, so powerful. Son Gohan and Trunks looked at the figure who walked out of the crack and stepped on the void with an ugly face. Damn, how did the evil thought wave come out? This is not scientific. Son Goten was shocked. This is not right. No matter how powerful the evil thought wave is, it is just domineering in hell. In the end, it should be defeated by Gogeta. Isn't it because Vegeta was absorbed by Bu and didn't die that the plot is completely messed up? WTF. This energy, this is Frieza. Son Gohan was even more surprised when he sensed the familiar energy in Xianianbo's body. It actually has the energy of all these people, Cell, Broly, Darius. What? Son Goten was surprised. Indeed, he also sensed those familiar energy, Frieza, Cell. I was wondering why this guy looked different from the one in the anime. It seems that he was absorbed by these evil forces and transformed. Damn, this guy is much harder to fight than Bu. Sun Goten was shocked. Xianianbo in the original work could read minds and predict the opponent's next move. The father of Super Saiyan 3 was pressed to the ground and rubbed hard. Now that he has absorbed the power of so many boss-level characters, the father of Super Saiyan 3 is probably in danger. Roar! Xianianbo saw Sun Goten at a glance, looked up to the sky and roared excitedly, and suddenly jumped up and punched Sun Goten. Bang! Xianianbo hit Sun Goten's right face with a punch, causing his face to turn to the side. Hey! Sun Wushan grabbed the arm that Xianianbo had hit him with, his eyes flashing with ferocity, and said coldly, "You are so naughty, Xianianbo, it seems that I need to teach you how to behave." Boom! Woo! Sun Wushan quickly punched Xianianbo's abdomen fiercely, and the terrifying force made Xianianbo spit bitter water. While Xianianbo was holding his stomach in pain, Sun Wushan clasped his hands together and punched Xianianbo's back fiercely. Boom! Xianianbo's figure hit the ground heavily, knocking out a huge hole in the ground. Ouch! Chew! Xianianbo took a breath to destroy the stones and soil that buried him, and a dark purple energy column rose from the ground. Xianianbo stared at Sun Wushan with a look of choice, and when he raised his hand, energy bombs flew towards Sun Wushan like bright meteors, and each energy bomb was enough to turn a city into ashes. Get lost! Bang! 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 Goshen snorted coldly. The moment the meteor-like energy bombs approached Goshen, invisible air appeared out of thin air and shook them away. Boom! 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 The energy bombs fell on the ground, blasting huge holes in the flat ground. The ground with thousands of holes was like a meteorite crater on the moon. Fortunately, there was no human habitation within 100 miles. Some of them had been killed by Babadai and his gang before. Boom! Goshen punched Xianianbo's face fiercely. Suddenly, Xianianbo's face was severely deformed. Goshen added another punch to prepare for another one. But Xianianbo's body decomposed into several small blocks and moved behind Goshen. Ah, it is decomposition and movement. Interesting. Boom! Just as the evil thought wave moved behind Goten, Goten kicked it away before it could do anything. Goten, who had read the original story, naturally knew that the decomposition movement was the special skill of the evil thought wave that made Super Saiyan 3 Goku run around Indiana circles. Gurgle gurgle. When Kid Bu, who had been waiting for a long time, saw the evil thought wave flying back towards him, his body immediately turned into a pink sticky object and pounced on the evil thought wave after it approached. Gurgle gurgle. Fuck, Goten was stunned. I say, Bu, you are too hungry and want to absorb people when you see them. The pink mucus kept squirming and finally formed a human shape. The little tentacle is still on the top of his head, but on both sides there is the sword-shaped helmet of Zenpo. He seems to be covered with a layer of dark pink armor. A dark pink tail dances behind him, and he keeps making evil laughs from his mouth. It is a mixture of Zenpo and Bu, just like the voice of Gogeta after the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta in the original work. WTF, this is too much, Son Goten looked at Zenpo Bu with a serious face. He could feel that Zenpo Bu's power has been greatly improved. His combat power is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. These two guys were born from the power of evil. After their fusion, their strength even reached the Super 4 level. Damn it! Damn it! How could it be? Bu's power has caught up with Goten, Trunks said in horror with cold sweat on his forehead. Soon, the solemnity on Goten's face was replaced by a fighting spirit. The Scion's warlike spirit was aroused by the evil thought of Babu. It was not bad to have an opponent of equal strength. Now he is not the weak and incompetent Goten before, but the strongest Super Saiyan 4, Goten. Chapter 49-49. Fierce Battle. Evil Thought Babu vs Super Saiyan 4 Goten. Hee, Sun Wuxian grinned with a hint of enthusiasm. The power of evil thought Bobo, which was so terrifying that it was at least almost the same as him, made the warlike factor in Sun Wuxian's body ready to move. Sun Wuxian and Xianian Babu looked at each other wordlessly, with war in their eyes. Kilo X2. This book was first published on 69 Book Bar 69, providing you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters and no chapters out of order. Sun Wuhan and Trunks, who had been reduced to salty fish for a long time, secretly swallowed their saliva and retreated far away. They felt that the next battle would definitely be a terrifying battle, because the two people now represent the most powerful force in the universe. Goten, come on! Sun Wukong, who returned to the place where the great Kai Wang was with the pork rib rice that successfully rescued King Yama, secretly encouraged Sun Wukong. From the previous battle, Sun Wukong deeply felt his own powerlessness. Now he can defeat evil Babu. The only one who can reach Super Saiyan 4 is Sun Goten. Kaka, Vegeta, who had been rescued by Sun Wuxian, had already woken up. After hearing Sun Gohan's account of the whole story, Vegeta twisted his face with a look of reluctance. Are you kidding me, Kakarot? Fuck you, Fourth Master, Super Saiyan 3, you have this level of transformation and you still don't change, are you looking down on me, Vegeta? And Kakarot's kid, Super Saiyan 4, damn, he flipped the table. Vegeta was so angry that he wanted to beat the child. Mom is trying to make Super Saiyan 4, but I am not even Super Saiyan 3. He said, are you making things difficult for me, Vegeta? Goten, it's up to you. There was a trace of worry in Sun Wuhan's eyes, and at the same time he secretly hated himself for being weak. If he had not given up training back then, he would at least be able to share some of the burden for Goten now. Few X2. Finally, the two people moved and disappeared from where they were as if they flashed. Boom! Zzz. When the two reappeared, their elbows collided with each other. The terrifying energy continued to squeeze and distorted the space, and there were traces of electric arcs running around in the air. Laugh! Laugh! Sun Wuxian and Xianian Babu coincidentally had a smile appear on their faces. Call out! Boom! 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 The two disappeared in front of everyone again, and the ripples left by their battle continued to rise in the air. The terrifying power even made the entire earth tremble every time they collided, as if the end of the world was coming. Mr. Satan, save us! Witnessing the constant earthquakes that appear to be natural disasters on the earth, some ignorant people on earth pray that Mr. Satan can save them like he did 7 years ago. However, they don't know that the so-called savior they entrusted to them, Satan, has not yet woken up because of Sun Wuxian's punch. And Mr. Satan's bodyguards, who looked hung up, are now holding each other tremblingly. Of fear. Videl looked into the distance with a worried look. Gohan, is that Majin Buu really that strong? I hope you are safe and sound. Boom! The battle was still going on. When Sun Wuxian was pushed with his knee by Evil Thought Babu, an energy bomb was shot out, right in Evil Thought Babu's face. Evil Thought Babu didn't bother to wipe away the nosebleed, and took advantage of Sun Wuxian's body as he flew upside down. It turned into a stream of light and flew towards Sun Wuxian. You dare to catch up, you damn boy, Sun Wuxian cursed, and with a wave of his arm, he smashed the evil Babu who was catching up with him. Boom! Evil Thought Babu flew out like a kite with a broken string, and his entire body was slammed into the rocky mountain, smashing it into a bottomless abyss. Chew! Boom! A pillar of dark purple energy sprang out from the abyss, and Evil Thought Babu flew towards Sun Wuxian like an arrow from a string. Boom! Sun Wuxian waved his hand, and an energy bomb was thrown out and flew towards Evil Thought Babu. Evil Thought Babu's figure was suddenly enveloped in a burst of black smoke. Ha! Boom! 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 Sun Wuxian's hands turned into afterimages, and energy bullets fell like bright meteors and bombarded Evil Thought Babu. Hu, ho, ho. Sun Wuxian took a few breaths, but his expression was still solemn. Bobo with evil thoughts was not that easy to deal with. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, revealing the figure of Evil Thought Babu. Evil Thought Babu spread his hands into a large font shape, and a purple energy shield wrapped it inside. Evil Thought Babu was safe and sound, but there was a lot of sweat on his forehead. Obviously, Sun Wuxian's wave of attacks just now made him feel uncomfortable. This is Cell, no, is it the move of No 17? Sun Wuxian was stunned for a moment, feeling that this move looked familiar. It's the move of Perfect Cell. Hey hey! Seeing that Sun Wuxian would no longer attack, Evil Thought Babu lifted the protective shield. With his current strength, it would still take a lot of energy to open an energy shield that could defend against Sun Wuxian's violent attacks. Laughing at your paralysis, Sun Wuxian shouted and flew towards Evil Thought Babu again. Chapter 50-50. The evil Babu was destroyed, but Goten disappeared. So fast, I can't see their speed at all. Vegeta looked at the sky in amazement. Except for the space vibration caused by the collision between Goten and Devil's thoughts, he couldn't see their movements at all. Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan 3 are not at the same level, even if Vegeta has the power to temporarily fight against Super Saiyan 3. Goten is so powerful, Goku shouted happily while watching the TV set that can see the battle on Earth. This is Super Saiyan 4. It's simply invincible. King Kai couldn't help but sigh as he watched Goten fight. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes under his sunglasses. The power of Goten in Super Saiyan 4 is far ahead of Goku's Super Saiyan 3. Due to cache reasons, please visit the Bookbar website directly with your browser to watch the fastest chapter update. Boom! 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 As the battle time passed, the power released by the two became stronger and stronger, and the surrounding space showed signs of collapse. Devil's thoughts condensed a dark purple energy disc in each hand, and threw it at Goten with a wave of his hands. Fuck! Goten was shocked, his body turned into a stream of light and quickly fled to the distance to avoid the energy disc chasing behind him. This move came from Frisia's plagiarism of Krillin's Chi Yuan Zan. It was useless to Bu, but it was a big deal for Goten. No matter how awesome you are, you will definitely die if you are hit by Chi Yuan Zan. Looking at the energy disc chasing behind him, Goten was extremely anxious. This evil Pabu obviously wanted to consume his physical strength. When his physical strength was exhausted, he would be dead. Goten was furious, concentrated his energy on his fists, and punched out twice to smash the energy disc like glass. Pabu was also confused. Damn, there is such a move. Tuan. Golden flames appeared on Goten's body again, and his body turned into a stream of light and flew towards Pabu like an arrow from a string. Bang! Goten punched Pabu in the face, who was confused, and added a few more punches. Damn, he didn't play by the rules. Evil Babu came to his senses and fought fiercely with Goten again. Boom! 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 This time, the two of them fought with real anger. No matter what, they almost smashed all their fists into each other's faces. Crack! The two of them used all their strength, and the aftershocks from the collision spread out and shattered the space. Bang! Chew! Chew! After Evil Babu shook Goten away, he stretched out his finger and pointed at Goten, with an evil smile on his lips. Then, red energy rays shot out from his fingertips and shot at Goten. Damn! Goten was shocked, his face changed, and his body swayed to dodge the energy rays. This move came from Frisia. It was inconspicuous, but it was very fast and had strong penetration, making it hard to defend. Vegeta died under Frisia's move. Swish! Boom! Goten appeared in front of Evil Pabu as if teleporting, and punched Evil Pabu away. Puh! Evil Pabu spat out blood and spit, staring at Goten with a resentful look, then curled up his lips to reveal an evil smile, and then made a move that everyone was familiar with. Evil Pabuo exhaled lightly, put his hands together in a calyx shape and put them at his waist. Came. Pi. The evil double sound of Evil Pabuo suddenly sounded in this world, making everyone change color. Kameha, why does he know Kamehameha? Son Gohan looked at Evil Pabuo's familiar move with a surprised face. It seems that he learned it after absorbing Cell, Vegeta said calmly. As for what he was thinking, I don't know. 10 times. Came. Pi. Nani, XN. Everyone was confused. Chi X2. Gong X2. The last two words, Evil Pabuo and Son Goten shouted together, and two energy balls condensed in their hands, but the Kamehameha wave in Evil Pabuo's hand was dark blue, and Son Goten's was scarlet. The two energy balls had not yet been launched, and the terrifying energy made the surrounding air restless. The world was divided into two colors between the two people, one side was the dark blue of Evil Pabuo, and the other side was the bright red of Son Goten. Kilyalu, I don't know who swallowed. Bo, X2. The two pushed the condensed energy in their hands out at the same time, and the terrifying energy collided between the two to form half dark blue and half scarlet energy. The two forces formed a tug-of-war, and no one was willing to give in. Ya. Son Goten frantically squeezed the few energies in his body, and the energy ball was pushed towards Evil Pabuo little by little. Evil Pabuo also increased his energy output at the same time, but it was a pity that it was useless, and the energy was still returned little by little. Crack, crack. The surrounding space was collapsing more and more due to the collision of these two extremely powerful energies. The energy even affected the barrier of the world, but the two of them were still unaware and continued to increase the output of energy. Ah! The energy hit Evil Thought Babu, and Evil Thought Babu was destroyed bit by bit under the crushing force of the dual energy. Sun Wudong shouted, "Remember Evil Thought Babu, and never fight against a scion named Sunday." In the end, the Evil Thought Babu was swallowed up by the energy and was completely eliminated. Kaka. Ah! Unable to withstand the squeeze of this force, the barrier of the world was broken. What was even more tragic was that the broken place was right next to Sun Wushan, so, unfortunately, Sun Wushan was sucked into the broken space. Goten, XN. Everyone screamed and wanted to remind Sun Wushan, but Sun Wushan was sucked in because his physical strength was exhausted and disappeared from this world. Chapter 51 Dragon Ball Super 1. Accidentally entering a new world, the world of Dragon Ball Super. Where am I? It hurts, my body. It hurts. In the boundless dark void, a child covered in scars frowned, and soon, he was shrouded in endless darkness and lost all consciousness. When the child was unconscious, in the endless void, strands of illusory energy flowed into the scars on the child's body. Time seemed to have passed for a long time, a year, 10 years, or 100 years. No one knew how long it had been, and no one knew that a child was floating here. On the blue sea, a naked boy was drifting. The boy seemed to feel something, and his tightly closed eyes slowly opened, and the dazzling sunlight entered his eyes. Why, I feel so cold. Sun Wushan suddenly shuddered, subconsciously used the dance technique to fly up, and was stunned to recall everything that happened before. I remember that I fought with the evil mind Babu, although I completely eliminated the evil mind Babu, but I seemed to be sucked into a black hole. Sun Wushan glanced down inadvertently and was immediately shocked. Damn, I've grown up, Goten was surprised to see himself now. Except for his longer hair, he was almost the same as himself in Super Saiyan 4. He was 1.8 meters tall and had a handsome face. A brown-black tail was dancing behind him. Of course, he didn't have any clothes now. Forget it, I'd better find a place to get some clothes. Goten's body instantly turned into a shadow and fled into the distance. His speed was so fast that no one could find him. Well, this is the world of Dragon Ball, Goten felt lucky and seemed to be in the original. Damn, how could there be another Goten? 69 Book Bar 69. Goten was shocked. This is not right. I am Goten. How could there be another one? Well, Aunt Bulma was slapped by something, and then Uncle Vegeta was furious. Oh, damn, this power is more than Super Saiyan 3. Strange, why can't I feel the aura of the man who beat Aunt Bulma, and I can't feel the aura of another person either, it seems like. Wait, thinking of this, Sun Wushan was horrified. Damn, this can't be the world of Dragon Ball Super, that's right, mortals can't feel the breath of God, but why can I feel that there are people there but not through aura? Forget it, let's go home and find a piece of clothes that my dad wears. Sun Wushan turned a corner in the void and flew towards the familiar Baizai Mountain. 5 minutes later, Baizai Mountain. Not bad, it seems that my dad's clothes are just the right size for me. Sun Wushan looked at the orange training clothes he was wearing with satisfaction, and also found a pair of scissors to cut his long hair into the original crab head. Now someone said that he is Sun Wukong and he believes it, it looks like a thief. Hey! They seem to have finished fighting. Sun Wushan looked in the direction of Vegeta and others in surprise, and the corners of his lips raised slightly. Now, the protagonist should go on stage. Tuan. Sun Wushan took a breath, white flames boiled around him, and his body turned into a stream of light and fled into the void like an arrow from Li Xian. Hey, my power now is stronger than before, it has increased by dozens of times. Sun Wushan looked at the changes in his body with a surprised face while flying, and felt that his normal power was enough to counter the power of the original Super 2. Sun Wushan looked at a blank face, he didn't know that the energy in the void helped him when he was floating outside the world. Throwing away the doubts in his heart, Sun Wushan burst out with all his strength and fled to the sea at the fastest speed. There is no pudding, and no Super Saiyan God. On a luxury cruise ship on the sea, a cat man like a Russian blue cat had a gloomy face, and his figure gradually floated in the air. The god of destruction Beerus lightly raised a cat paw, and an energy ball full of terrifying energy condensed on his fingertips. It's better to destroy the earth. It's over, everything is over, everyone looked desperate. Beerus's face changed slightly, and he turned his head to the side with a puzzled look, and the energy ball on his fingertips could not help but unravel. What's wrong? Bulma asked blankly when she saw that all the warriors who could sense chi had serious expressions on their faces. There is a super strong fighting force approaching here, Vegeta said solemnly. Finally, the figure approaching here appeared in front of everyone, and everyone was shocked. Goku, XN. Fuck, isn't this me? I'm obviously here. Son Goku, who was hiding on the side, looked like he was fucking a fool. Son Goku? Sorry, I'm not, Son Goten said with his hands folded in a very pretentious manner. You are not Goku, then who are you? Chi-Chi pointed at Son Goten and questioned. Hee, Son Goten smiled, and the energy in his body burst out, shocking everyone's jaws. This is Goten. Everyone focused their attention on the confused little Goten. Let's use this to call the Super Goten, which is exactly the same. Sun Wushan landed on the ground, walked leisurely to the confused little Wushan, and smiled. Nice to meet you, the little me, or rather, the Sun Wushan of this world. Sun Wushan said the last sentence only in his heart. Hey, XN. A few seconds later, a deafening scream rang out from the quiet cruise ship, scaring Beerus and Whis. Damn, it was so scary, you know. Chapter 52 Dragon Ball Super 2. Testing Beerus. Everyone looked back and forth between Sun Wushan and Little Wushan in shock, but Sun Wushan looked more like Sun Wukong than Little Wushan. Okay, let's not talk about this topic for now. Sun Wushan coughed to divert everyone's attention, and looked at Beerus confusedly, but who is this guy? Why haven't I seen it before? Suddenly, everyone was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. Damn it, brother, this person in front of you is a true god. Goten, it's okay for me to call you this. Sun Wuhan said softly, but he still couldn't accept that this was his younger brother who was standing in his father's face. Of course, Sun Wuxian smiled slightly. What's going on? This man is Beerus, the god of destruction. It is said that he is here to find a master called the Super Saiyan God. I don't know if you know it, Sun Gohan said with anticipation. It would be great if this Goten knew. Done, maybe the earth will be saved when the Super Saiyan God comes out. It's a pity that Sun Wuxian shook his head lightly. Sorry, brother, I've never heard of any Super Saiyan God where I am. Due to caching reasons, users are asked to directly visit the 69book69 website to watch the fastest chapter updates. Okay. Everyone looked downcast with despair. Without the Super Saiyan God, the earth might be destroyed by Beerus. But, Sun Wuxian looked at Beerus with a smile on his face when everyone was in despair. I really want to try fighting with you. Sun Wuxian looked at Beerus with eyes filled with fighting spirit, which made everyone think, damn, you are a naughty kid, you are worthy of being Sun Wukong's son. How can you challenge him after this time? Beerus just smiled nonchalantly. It doesn't matter, kid, you are the son of the Scion in Kaio planet, and you want to challenge me just like your father, but he was defeated by me in 2 moves. I hope you can be stronger. Of course, Sun Wuxian grinned. Hey, Vegeta shouted at this time, the grown-up Sun Wutan, are you sure? Even Super Saiyan 3 Kakarot was easily defeated by him with 2 moves, you can know. Hearing this, Sun Wuxian suddenly became furious. Damn it, how can a man say he's not good? You just watch. Ha! Sun Wuxian frowned and began to gather the power in his body that had increased nearly 100 times. Tuan! Sun Wuxian's whole body was filled with white flames, and the surge of energy that had been dormant in his body was released. A strong wind swept the entire place like a typhoon, and the people who were originally standing next to Sun Wuxian were constantly forced back. No, I haven't even transformed into a Super Saiyan yet, and I'm already so angry, Krillin said with difficulty, covering his face with his arms. Tuan! The energy breaks through the critical point, the momentum turns golden, and Sun Wutan transforms into a Super Saiyan. This power has surpassed Dad's Super Saiyan 3, Sun Gohan said with a surprised look on his face. He had never expected that this new self-proclaimed future Sun Wutan would be so powerful, but he was just a Super Saiyan. The demi-human has already surpassed Super 3's father. TCH, this guy, Vegeta twisted his face and felt very unwilling. It didn't matter that he couldn't beat Kakarot. Now even his son was so strong. Oh, Beerus said with a flash of surprise in his eyes, yes. Your power has surpassed that of Vegeta and the Saiyan named Son Goku, but that's it. Hey, who knows? Sun Wuxian raised his lips slightly, appeared in front of Beerus as if teleporting, and kicked him away while he was stunned. Ha! Sun Wuxian turned into a golden stream of light and flew towards Beerus like a rocket. With a casual throw, an energy bomb shot out and flew towards Beerus. Bang! Beerus casually flicked the energy bomb away, and came to Sun Wuxian like a space jump. With a flick of his finger, it hit Sun Wuxian's forehead and heart. Immediately, Sun Wuxian's figure flew backwards uncontrollably. It hurts so much. Sun Wuxian rubbed his forehead and smiled at the expressionless Beerus. That's not all you have. Beerus said expressionlessly. Hee, of course not, Sun Wuxian grinned, and then his momentum increased again. Tuan! Zzz. Sun Goten transforms again, this time into Super Saiyan 2. Oh, that Super Saiyan 2, if you still have Super Saiyan 3, then you can transform together. It makes me a little impatient, Beerus said impatiently. No, Super Saiyan 2, what kind of training is this Goten? I am not his opponent as a Super Saiyan alone. Now there is Super Saiyan 2. If he transforms into Super Saiyan 3, maybe it can make Beerus use some real skills, Sun Wukong, who was peeping on the side, thought to himself. Super Saiyan 3? I can't. Sun Wukong released the Super 2 transformation. He probably figured out Beerus' strength. No, Beerus looked a little surprised. Then you still admit it, so you're not afraid that I will destroy the earth? Sun Goten didn't care about Beerus' threat, he just raised the corners of his mouth and let out a chuckle. Well, why are you laughing? Beerus said in surprise, did I just hit you stupidly? I really can't go Super Saiyan 3, Goten raised his head and showed a confident smile. The next words were like thunder, but who told you that Super Saiyan 3 is the end of Super Saiyan? Chapter 53-3 Super Saiyan 4 vs God of Destruction. Nani, XN. Everyone looked at Sun Wukong in shock, especially Vegeta, whose jaw almost dropped. He had been practicing for so many years and couldn't even become Super Saiyan 3. But now someone told him that he was actually Super Saiyan 3. On top of that, there was also transformation, which made his heart full of food. Oh, Beerus said calmly, then I want to see your so-called transformation beyond Super Saiyan 3. No, there is a transformation beyond Super Saiyan 3. I really want to know. After overhearing what Sun Wukong said just now, Sun Wukong was so excited that he almost ran out to ask. Don't worry, I will never let you down, Sun Wukong said confidently. Ha! Book bar. Immediately, Sun Wukong's confident face turned ferocious, his arrogance boiled like boiling water, and the aura in his body began to surge wildly. Boom! The power that Sun Wukong gathered together even made the whole world tremble. The waves on the sea were rough, making the three people who wanted to escape in a small motorboat look full of fear. A ray of golden light shot out from Sun Wukong's body, seeming to illuminate the entire world. The entire world seemed to be plunged into a sea of golden light, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. Even Beerus subconsciously covered his eyes. After a long time, the golden light faded, and everyone opened their eyes. What caught their eyes was no longer a human-looking Sun Wukong. Now Sun Wukong was covered in red body hair. Only his chest and abdominal muscles were exposed. The rest was full of body hair. He had a long black shawl. Tuhuhun, a red ape tail danced flexibly. I've been waiting for a long time, this is my strongest transformation, Super Saiyan 114, Sun Wukong said with a rebellious smile on his face. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They were all frightened by Sun Wukong's transformation, and their mouths were agape. So strong, simply unfathomable. This is the voice of everyone at this moment. Sun Wukong is stronger now than when he fought with Evil Thought Babu. Now he can beat Evil Thought Babu just like he beat Bu before. Is this Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta stared at Sun Wukong for a while, and Wukong's power was so powerful that he was no longer in the same dimension as them. So strong, Goten, it turns out this is Super Saiyan 4. Sun Wukong looked ecstatic. Come on, Beerus, Sun Goten said with a wicked smile. Kid, you are good, Beerus praised. In terms of strength alone, you are already stronger than me. Beerus quickly calmed down and said calmly, unfortunately, I am a destroyer. God. Hey, you'll know after you try it, Sun Wukong's lips curled up into a chuckle. Call out. Boom. Whoa. Sun Goten came to Beerus as if he teleported, and punched Beerus hard in the abdomen. Beerus vomited bitter water in pain, and his figure immediately flew backwards. How is it possible? I can't see his movements clearly, Vegeta's eyes widened in horror. He didn't see Sun Wukong's attack clearly at all, as if Sun Wukong was actually in front of Beerus. I couldn't see it, and I couldn't see Goten's movements. A turbulent wave arose in Sun Wukong's heart. The speed was just like when Beerus beat him. Beerus, who flew backwards, quickly stabilized his body, glared at Sun Wushan with an annoyed look, and roared, "Kid! You pissed me off!" Sun Wushan smiled and said nothing, waving to Beerus provocatively, and his mocking Max expression made Beerus even more angry. Beerus stepped on the void and kicked in the air with his feet, and his body flew towards Sun Wushan like a cannonball. Boom! Sun Wushan blocked Beerus's sweep with one hand, but Beerus punched him away. "Holy shit, do it again," Sun Wushan laughed, the feverish fighting spirit burning in his body. As soon as he woke up, he would meet an opponent who would attack with all his strength, and the scion blood in his body was constantly boiling. Boom! The fists of Sun Wushan and Beerus collided together, and the terrifying energy squeeze caused the space to distort. Boom! Whoa whoa! Thump! Sun Wushan was not paying attention and was knocked out by Beerus' knee and fell into the sea. The terrible force caused a large whirlpool to be smashed into the rough sea surface. Whoosh whoosh! Countless energy bombs burst out of the water and flew towards Beerus like a goddess scattering flowers. Boom! Wow! The energy bombs came so fiercely that even Beerus could only resist it for a while before being overwhelmed by a large number of energy bombs and flying backwards several sea miles with a scream. "Oh! Lord Beerus is so miserable!" Whis, who was eating Earth's delicacies on the cruise ship, saw Beerus looking slightly embarrassed and teased with a playful look. "Wolusai, long-winded," Beerus yelled angrily and defended with an unhappy look on his face. Bang! Sun Wushan jumped out from the bottom of the sea with a playful look on his face. "How about it, the warm-up should be over now." "Haha, indeed," Beerus also showed a smile. "Hey, this is still a warm-up. Two big guys, can you show some care to us weaklings? We really can't afford to get hurt." All the salted fish watching the battle slandered. Roar! Beerus's expression changed, and the purple energy flames around him burned and rose. Although the humans present could not feel it, it brought huge pressure to people invisibly. This is the true power of the god of destruction, so strong. Sun Wushan laughed enthusiastically. He didn't know why he could feel the terrifying power of Beerus. He was a little puzzled. Didn't they say that humans couldn't feel the breath of God? Why could I feel it? Oh! Beerus' face flashed a trace of surprise. "Can you feel my power?" "I don't know, but I can still feel it," Sun Wushan said. "Are you the super scion god I'm looking for?" "No, you shouldn't be a god now," Beerus frowned and looked puzzled. He didn't understand why Sun Wushan could sense his breath. "Well, who knows," Sun Wushan smiled lightly. Chapter 54-4 Fierce Battle with Beerus. "Who knows, I just need to beat you," Sun Wushan smiled carelessly. Sun Wushan didn't care much about whether gods were gods or not. As long as the power was strong enough, even gods could press and rub him on the ground. Ha! Sun Wushan's playful expression darkened, and he roared to the sky. The surge of power in his body was gradually released, and the terrifying energy swept the entire place like a storm. For a moment, the whole world was not peaceful. The sky was filled with lightning and thunder, and waves of sea tremors shook the sea in all directions. The true power of Super Saiyan 4 fully exploded at this moment. "It's going to capsize, it's going to capsize," the dog man in the trio yelled in horror. Everyone on the cruise ship crossed their hands in front of themselves to resist the strong wind stirred up by Sun Wushan, desperately trying to stabilize their bodies. "Okay, so powerful. This is the power of Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta gritted his teeth, looking forward to it. If he could have such a transformation, he could defeat Kakarot and even challenge Beerus. "Hurry!" gasp. "I can't breathe anymore," Trunks said with difficulty as he protected Bulma behind him, looking at Sun Wushan with a hint of admiration. "So scary, so strong," little Wushan struggled to protect Kikai and said, looking at Sun Wushan with a hint of yearning in his eyes. "This is Super Saiyan 4, and Super Saiyan 3 are simply different from the same dimension." Sun Wukong, who was hiding in the corner, looked at Sun Wushan with passion. What happened? Sun Wushan, who was in the liberation force, suddenly discovered that there seemed to be something wrong with his body, but he couldn't explain it. This is your full strength. I didn't expect humans to be so powerful, Beerus said solemnly. He could feel that the current Sun Wushan's power was not inferior to him at all, or even stronger than him. Beerus had I have the illusion that Sun Goten is the Super Saiyan God. Era, a strange light appeared on Weiss's face. Lord Beerus, this Saiyan has surpassed you. What are you going to do? Hey, long wait Beerus. The golden chi flames on his body rose like a spring, and arcs of electricity were flying around. The energy reached unprecedented levels. Sun Wushan had a playful look on his face, and a confident smile appeared on his face. Let's fight, X2. Beerus and Sun Goten smiled at each other, let out a loud roar in unison, and disappeared on the spot like lightning. Boom! The fists of the two collided in the void, sending out a shock that shook the earth, and ripples spread to the surroundings. Come again, X2. Beerus and Sun Wushan raised their lips at the same time and disappeared once again. Boom! 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 The two of them fought further and further away from everyone, and the vibrations in the air became more and more frequent. They almost collided on one side, and the next moment they collided on the other side. The terrifying speed made everyone panic, it was so fast. Even Vegeta, who was as powerful as Son Goku, didn't fully see their fight, let alone others. As for Son Gohan, after not practicing for several years, he has gone from being a godly fan who beats Super Buu and plays the same game to a Nobi fan who only knows about academics and can barely transform into a Super Saiyan. Aha! Beerus roared. And a purple energy ball mixed with the destructive energy of the god of destruction flew towards Sun Wushan. Holy shit! Iron Fist! Sun Wushan was shocked, yelled, attached his energy to his fist, punched out and hit the destructive energy ball hard. Suddenly, the energy ball rushed forward due to inertia, and then rebounded towards Beerus. All of this is fine. Beerus said in surprise, why didn't I know about this kind of operation? Aha! Boom! Beerus dodges the returning energy ball in a flash, but is hit by the energy wave shot by Sun Wushan. Nima! Beerus glared at Sun Wushan, transformed into a purple stream of light, and rushed towards Sun Wushan like a cannonball. Haha, come on! Let's hurt each other! Sun Wushan saw Beerus rushing towards him. Instead of being afraid, he laughed loudly and rushed towards Beerus. Boom! The two started a new round of confrontation. Basically, if you punch me, I will kick you, and of course there will be a point and two. Damn it, why are you pulling my hair? You are the one, what's the point of catching my ears? Fuck, let go of my nose if you can. Songsui, your tail is about to break. Mom sells batches, fight more seriously, don't you know that you are fighting like street gangsters now? Everyone felt like they were shouting in their hearts. The two fought farther and farther, even reaching the outside of the atmosphere. Sun Wushan! If you have the ability, just take it and try it. Beerus closed his hands, and when he opened them again, a ball of destructive energy condensed, and became bigger and bigger. It was already larger than some large meteorites. He waved hard at Sun Wushan, and the huge energy ball flew towards Sun Wushan. If you want to fight a wave, who is afraid of whom? 10 times the turtle-style Qigong wave. A wild smile appeared at the corner of Sun Wushan's mouth. He put his hands together at his waist like calyxes and pushed them out. A scarlet energy wave shot out from Sun Wushan's palm and collided with the energy ball. Yeah, X2. Goten and Beerus output their energy crazily, and the two energies went back and forth, neither giving in. Although Goten was stronger than Beerus or even Whis in terms of strength, he was still a human in theory, and his realm was not as good as Beerus, so there was such a stalemate. Don't underestimate. Science. Goten increased the output of energy, and the energy was pushed back little by little. Not good. Beerus' face changed, and he tried his best to move the energy pushed back a little. The energy ball mixed with the two strongest forces was pushed into the depths of the universe by Goten, and finally disappeared in front of everyone. "Hoo-ha, how about Beerus?" Goten took a deep breath, with a playful face. Beerus first looked at Goten quietly, and then showed a bitter smile as if relieved. "You beat the Scion." "No, Goten." "Who?" Goten let out a long breath, returned to his normal state and gradually fell down. Chapter 55-5. Summoning the Dragon. "So strong, Goten?" "Yeah, that's Super Saiyan 4, it's so strong." As soon as Sun Wuxian landed on the cruise ship, a group of people immediately gathered around Sun Wuxian and asked questions with sighs on their faces. wait a minute, it's a bit crowded, can you stay away? I'm a bit tired." Sun Wuxian looked at the people gathered around him awkwardly. What a pity. If Wukong were here, he would probably have a fight with Wuxian. I mean the grown-up Wuxian. Krillin said with a smile, but when he called Sun Wuxian, he didn't know how to call Sun Wuxian. 69 Bookbar 69. Haha, according to Dad, I've been here a long time ago. Sun Wuxian's lips curved into a teasing smile. Hey! Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Sun Wuxian calmly raised his head to a hidden corner and shouted loudly, "Hey! You must have seen enough of Sun Wukong hiding over there." "Nanny!" Hey! Sun Wukong came out from the corner, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Hey, everyone! Wukong, when did you get here?" Krillin patted Sun Wukong on the back and asked happily. Haha, he must have been watching for a long time before I came here." Sun Wuxian betrayed his father decisively, perfectly explaining with his actions what it means to cheat his father. "Nanny!" Vegeta grabbed Sun Wukong's collar angrily, "You were here a long time ago but you didn't show up." Son Goku, who was being glared at by Vegeta, had a smile on his face. "Oh my god, Vegeta is so scary now." Ahem, Beerus coughed dryly to show that he was still there, squinting his eyes and said, "Son Goku, by showing up, do you mean you know about the Super Saiyan God?" Seeing Beerus's contempt for everything and his expression as if I might destroy you, Sun Wukong was very anxious. "How do I know the Super Saiyan God?" "Well, forget it." Beerus breathed a sigh of relief. "Anyway, although I didn't find the Super Saiyan God, I still had a good time fighting." "Who?" Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, the Earth was almost destroyed. Fortunately, the grown-up Goten came to save the Earth, otherwise the Earth would never be saved. "Well, why don't you ask Shenlong, it should know." On the side, Sun Wuxian said weakly, feeling as if he had no sense of existence. "Yes. Shenlong may know." Sun Wukong hammered his hand in sudden realization, and then asked, "Wuxian, how do you know this?" Sun Wuxian smiled and said nothing. "I can't say that I have seen it, so I know the plot." Bulma placed the 7 Dragon Balls she had collected on the ground. The 7 Dragon Balls shone with golden light from the center. "Come out, Shenlong! Grant my wish!" Sun Wukong shouted loudly, and suddenly the world disappeared into darkness. Thunder and lightning struck from time to time, and the rumble of thunder seemed to resound in everyone's hearts. The rays of light from the 7 dragon beads merged together, and a golden ray of light shot out and flew towards the sky. The golden light faded and a long dragon with green scales appeared. The dragon's eyes were red, and its majestic and solemn voice echoed in the world. "Those who gather the Dragon Balls to summon me, I can grant any wish you have, but only 2. Shenron, can you bring the Super Saiyan God that Lord Beerus is looking for?" Son Goku said. As soon as he finished speaking, Shenron's original majestic and solemn expression became panicked. "What, Lord Beerus?" Shenron glanced around, and when he saw Beerus, his tone instantly became flattering. "I'm sorry I didn't see you, Lord Beerus. I'm really sorry for missing you, little dragon. You need to find the Super Saiyan God first." Beerus waved his hand, but his tone turned sinister. "Otherwise, I will destroy you." I'm sorry Lord Beerus, I can't bring him the Super Saiyan God," Shenron said helplessly, and Sun Wushan secretly wondered what the use of you was. "Why?" Sun Wukong asked anxiously. "Is your wish to bring the Super Saiyan God? Then you should change it." Shenron said lightly, "Because the Super Saiyan God is just a god created by the ancient Saiyans." "What's going on?" Vegeta asked. In ancient times, there was a group of righteous Saiyans who couldn't stand the cruelty of their evil counterparts and launched a rebellion, and the Super Saiyan God was also born at that time. Shenron explained. "What are you doing with such ink marks?" Sun Wushan couldn't stand it any longer, and directly interrupted Shenlong's pretense, rolling his eyes and saying, "Our wish is to tell us the creation ceremony of the Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God is made by infusing the mind power of 5 Saiyans with a righteous mind into another Saiyan who also has a righteous mind. Then that Saiyan can become a Saiyan God." Shenlong's eyes flashed red. "Your wish has been fulfilled, there is only one wish left." "No need," Sun Wushan waved his hand. "Then, Lord Beerus, little dragon, please leave." Before leaving, Shenlong greeted Beerus respectfully, and then quickly transformed into 7 Dragon Balls. The 7 Dragon Balls floated into the sky, turned into 7 streamers of light and flew away in 7 different directions before disappearing into the sky. 5 Saiyans with righteous hearts, it seems that the Super Saiyan God cannot appear, Piccolo said pointedly. "Why?" Sun Wukong asked puzzledly. "Let's not talk about Trunks for now, but it's not certain about Vegeta," Piccolo said lightly. Son Goten's mouth twitched slightly. "Uncle Piccolo, you are looking for death, you know, if it was the old Vegeta, you would be dead now." "Nanny," Vegeta's forehead was crisscrossed with veins, staring at Piccolo. "Piccolo, how can you say that about Vegeta?" Bulma defended her husband like a calf. "Humph," Vegeta snorted coldly and turned his head away. "However, Vegeta has been whitewashed since Buu, otherwise Vegeta would not have been resurrected in the original work. You know, the wish made at that time was to resurrect people other than evil people. Maybe Vegeta was considered to have died for the Earth's self-destruction at that time. Although it was useless, Shenlong still regarded him as justice and resurrected him. Don't worry. Uncle Vegeta can do it," Sun Wushan smiled slightly, and explained in the confused eyes of everyone, "Don't forget why Uncle Vegeta was resurrected when fighting Buu." "Why, resurrected?" Sun Wukong also remembered his wish at that time. "Don't worry Piccolo, Vegeta can definitely do it." Seeing Sun Wukong patting his chest to ensure that Piccolo was not talking. Chapter 56-6. The Birth of the Super Saiyan God. Okay, now that we know the ritual of Super Saiyan God, let's get started. As soon as Son Gohan opened his mouth, everyone immediately remembered that there was still the most important thing to do. Although Beerus had just had a good time fighting with Son Goten, he still wanted to know what the rival of his precognitive dream looked like. "Then hurry up," Beerus urged. "Okay." 69 Book Bar. Sun Wukong quickly pulled Sun Wuhan and others aside, and the others tried to stay as far away from them as possible. They all stared at these people with wide eyes. They were now able to witness the birth of God. Son Gohan, Little Goten, Trunks, and Vegeta were holding hands. Vegeta and Son Gohan each put a hand on Son Goku's back. "Hello. Dad, you have forgotten me." Sun Wushan cried silently in his heart and stretched out his hand to several people. "Didn't you understand just now?" Tuan. Several people transformed into Super Saiyans in unison, and the surging energy was injected into Sun Wukong through the hand on Sun Wukong's back. For a moment, the energy in Sun Wukong's body soared, and a strong wind swept the entire place like a storm. "Ah!" So strong. Everyone was startled by Sun Wukong's sudden burst of energy. Only Beerus and Piccolo frowned. Sun Wushan, who knew it early, did not change his expression at all. Goku, you should be the Super Saiyan God now. Krillin, a melon eater who didn't know the truth, said with a face of surprise. It's not bad, it's just my Super Saiyan level, which is not that high. Sun Wushan commented silently in his heart. This is not a god, Sun Wukong looked at him solemnly. He clearly felt that his current power was not even a match for Super Saiyan 2 Sun Wukong, let alone the god of destruction. That's right, God's aura won't leak out like this. At best, it's just a little stronger than Super Saiyan 3, Beerus said lightly. He didn't look like a god at all. No, Shenlong said it, and it's definitely not wrong. Sun Wukong said with a surprised look on his face. Alas! Sun Wushan held his forehead helplessly, as if he had been defeated by you, and rolled his eyes and said, Dad, did you not hear the whole story? Shenlong clearly said that 5 scions went to another science, this means 6 scions are needed. The corners of their mouths twitched in embarrassment. Damn, it seems, that's really the case. How about Goten? Great Goten, you can come too, I can let you become the Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong said in an instructive tone. The supercilious look in Sun Wushan's eyes grew stronger. Dad, I can transform into Super Saiyan 4. Do you think I still need Super Saiyan God? It seems, that's right. Super Saiyan 4 Goten can even defeat Beerus, the god of destruction. He may not like the Super Saiyan God. In fact, Sun Wushan also knows that even if they let the Super Saiyan God appear, it will not be Beerus's opponent, and Beerus once said that the Super Saiyan God they transformed is not Beerus. Sun Wushan didn't bother to fight for the one in his dream. Okay, Dad, get ready. Sun Wushan held little Wushan in one hand and Trunks in the other, and said with dead eyes. Yoshi. The ceremony begins again. Tuan. The 4 Vegetas turned into Super Saiyans one after another. Only Sun Wushan still maintained his normal state. The white flames connected with the golden flames of Vegeta and others boiled like jets. Tuan. Son Goku also turned into a Super Saiyan at this time. The Super Saiyan energy of several people seemed to be drawn by some kind of traction, and merged into a ball. The golden aura was replaced by a sky blue energy, and a divine aura similar to Beerus bloomed, making Beerus narrow his eyes. His eyes suddenly opened, and a flash of light flashed across them. In the sky, pieces of golden clouds floated up under the attraction of this divine power. Thick golden light covered the sky, and even the blue sea was rendered golden. Wow! The group of people on the cruise ship looked at the sudden vision with astonishment on their faces, and some people couldn't help shouting in surprise. Soon, Sun Wukong, who had been injected with the power of several people, was enveloped by the sky blue energy that came from several people. His body was slowly lifted into the sky under the pull of this force. A huge hole suddenly appeared in the sky covered by golden clouds, in which the thickness is at least more than 1,000 meters. The scene in the sky alternates between day and night. This kind of vision seems to be unheard of. Beerus's eyes are getting wider and wider, and the mysterious figure who claims to be the Super Saiyan God that appears in the precognitive dream once again appears in his mind. The vision quickly dissipated, and the sky blue energy surrounding Sun Wukong slowly dispersed. Sun Wukong, with burgundy hair, burgundy pupils surrounded by black pupils, and a thinner body than before, appeared in front of everyone expressionlessly. Is this, the Super Saiyan God? Everyone stared blankly at Sun Wukong's current changes. His body shape was thinner than before, and he couldn't feel a trace of energy leaking, as if Sun Wukong didn't exist at all. Hey, I feel like Goku is a little thinner now than before. Bulma looked at Sun Wukong's current appearance as if he were a rare animal. Really? Sun Wukong said with a cute expression. How about it, Son Goku, do you want to give it a try? Beerus had a smile on his face. He really wanted to know how strong the Super Saiyan God was and the strength of the guy he called his rival. Haha, good. Son Goku grinned with a smile full of fighting spirit, and the red and purple energy on his body burned like a flame. Son Goku's energy was released silently. Now Son Goku did not show any energy, but it brought a great pressure to people. Son Goten looked at Son Goku with curiosity. He wanted to know that the original Videl was replaced by himself, and the mental strength injected into Son Goku was stronger than the original. Would the Super Saiyan God that Son Goku transformed into now be stronger than the original? Wait and see. Chapter 57-7 Super Saiyan God vs God of Destruction. Do it! 6-9 Beerus put his hands behind his back and looked at Sun Wukong calmly, but a purple divine energy boiled on his body. Beerus could feel that Sun Wukong was now considered a god. The level of strength is not comparable to the unfinished look just now. Bang! Sun Wukong kicked hard, and his body suddenly shot out like a cannonball towards Beerus. Bump! A punch hit Beerus hard in the abdomen. Beerus immediately flew backwards, rolled several times in the air and stopped. Sun Wukong followed closely. The two faced each other with their feet in the void, staring at each other wordlessly. Wukong's speed is so fast, Krillin said in disbelief with his eyes wide open. Vegeta's face was twisted and his brows were knitted together. Ah, Sun Wushan watched with great interest. He didn't know how much the power of the Super Saiyan God could be exerted with the blessing of his own power. The Super Saiyan God in the original work was because of Vidali he can't be considered a Saiyan, at best he can be considered an Earthling with Saiyan blood. That's why the power of the Super Saiyan God is greatly limited. The reason why Beerus said that Sun Wukong was not the Super Saiyan God he was looking for was probably because Sun Wukong did not allow him to exert his full power at that time, and the Super Saiyan God in the precognitive dream was compared to Ruth called him a strong enemy, not such a weakling. Come again. Sun Wukong's eyes were full of fierce fighting spirit. He was very excited about the power of the Super Saiyan God. More importantly, he could take revenge, haha. Bump! There was an air explosion, and Sun Wukong's figure flew out and rushed towards Beerus. Come on! Beerus also showed a fighting smile and rushed towards Sun Wukong. Boom! The two of them raised their legs at the same time and kicked each other hard, causing ripples to echo in the air. Beerus punched Sun Wukong hard in the abdomen. Sun Wukong let out a wow and vomited a mouthful of bitter water. With a ferocious expression, he covered his stomach with one hand and made a fist with the other hand, punching Beerus in the face. Hit him hard. Wow! Beerus' head turned to the other side after being hit by Sun Wukong's punch. With a bang, Beerus kicked Sun Wukong away. A yellow energy ball condensed instantly. With a wave of his hand, the energy ball flew towards Sun Wukong. Drink! Son Goku caught Beerus' energy ball with difficulty and threw it high with a loud shout. Not bad, Sun Wukong, you can catch 70% of my power. Beerus looked at Sun Wukong with admiration. Hey, really, I haven't used all my strength yet. Sun Wukong said with a cute look on his face, I thought you had already used all your strength, Lord Beerus. Nanny. Beerus frowned. You dare to pretend to be a bee in front of me. You are so brave and can't stand it. Boom. Nice. Clatter, crash, crash. Beerus and Sun Wukong fought again, this time the fight went further and further, directly opening a huge abyss in the sea. The more the two fought, the more real fire they fired, directly punching through the ground. Boom boom boom. Beerus's eyes flashed fiercely, and energy bullets flew towards Sun Wukong, shattering stone pillars one after another. Better than long range, come on! Sun Wukong shouted excitedly, his hands turned into afterimages. And energy bullets flew away like bright meteors. Boo-hoo! Boom! 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 Meteor-like energy bombs continued to bombard, and terrifying energy poured out. A sly smile appeared on Beerus's face, and with a move of his finger, the stone bombarded by Sun Wukong squeezed towards Sun Wukong as if being pulled by some kind of force. Sun Wukong was immediately blocked by the stone. Aha! Sun Wukong roared, and the flaming energy flames burned crazily, shattering the rocks, squeezing him and rushing upward, followed by Beerus. They came out again. Sun Wufan said in surprise. Sun Wukong and Beerus burst out from the ground and flew straight into space, colliding together outside the atmosphere. Sun Wukong! If you have the ability, take it and try it, Beerus roared, and a destructive energy ball that was the same as when fighting Sun Wushan crushed Sun Wukong away. Even people on the earth can feel the strong wind coming from the energy ball. They couldn't feel it before because firstly it was blocked by Sun Wushan, and secondly because it was a little far away from the earth last time, so they didn't react. What is that? What a scary thing! Is this God's judgment on mankind? People on the earth screamed in panic, looking desperately at the terrifying energy in the sky that was like destroying the heaven and earth. Many people thought it was a punishment from the gods. In fact, they were half right. It was indeed the power of gods, but it was not a punishment. It was just two idiots who almost destroyed the earth by using real fire. All the people on earth said angrily with dissatisfaction, "Damn, how the hell can we survive if the earth is destroyed?" Turtle-style Qigong wave. Sun Wukong roared, and blue energy light waves shot out and collided with the energy ball. Drink! Sun Wukong roared and squeezed the few energies in his body frantically. Beerus felt bad when he saw this. Now these two super strong energies were enough to destroy anyone present, even his own god of destruction. Beerus went full throttle, and the extra energy neutralized the two energies, allowing the two energies to cancel each other out. You are very good. Although you are not as good as Sun Wushan, you also forced me to use all my strength. You are indeed a strong opponent, Beerus said with a faint smile as he looked at Sun Wukong who had withdrawn from the Super Saiyan God. Hehe, Sun Wukong smiled bitterly, it's a pity that I still can't catch up with the power of Goten's Super Saiyan 4. Sun Wukong knew the power of the Super Saiyan God very well, so he knew how terrifying Sun Wushan was in Super Saiyan 4. If it weren't for the fact that his realm couldn't catch up with Beerus, Beerus would definitely be pressed to the ground. The power increased by 100 times is not a joke, let alone the current Sun Wushan. Well, I didn't expect that Super Saiyan God could last so long, Goten said with some surprise. In the original work, Goku withdrew from Super Saiyan God during the battle under the sea, but this time he has persisted until the end of the battle, which is really good. Here refer to the movie version of God vs God. Chapter 58-8. Daily Life. A week has passed since the war between gods. On a sunny morning. Really? I'm already a college student, but I have to go back to high school. I'm so fucked up, Sun Wushan said in class, looking bored and bitter. Sun Xiaotian, come up and answer this question. The old teacher holding a pointer on the podium saw that Sun Wushan dared to be distracted in his class, and glared at him and shouted. Hey, Sun Wushan rolled his eyes in response. In order not to be mixed up with the original Little Goten, Sun Wushan could only use his original name. Anyway, he was originally Sun Xiaotian, and everyone followed suit to call him that in order not to be mixed up with Little Goten. As for why Sun Wushan came to study? Hehe, someone was crazy pretending to be cool on Bulma's birthday cruise, and was identified as a bad boy by Chi-Chi, and also blamed his future self for not teaching Goten to study well, so, Sun Wushan was forced to come. Sun Wushan was better off, but Little Goten was much more miserable. Chi-Chi took over all kinds of training classes. In order to prevent Little Goten from becoming a future bad boy, she trained and studied frantically, not letting Little Goten slack off, and making Little Goten look at Sun Wushan with resentment in his eyes. Alas, I am a Super Saiyan who defeated the god of destruction, but now I have to be called to study. I am so sad. Sun Yushan wrote the answer on the blackboard and complained with a sigh. Sun Yushan glanced at the old teacher, tears streaming down his face. Why is it not a girl teacher? In this way, let alone high school students, even postdoctoral students, I will test you in a minute. Sun Yushan thought angrily, and had the urge to take revenge on society. Super Saiyan God, bastard cockroach, I must reach it even if there is no one else, Vegeta roared unwillingly with a twisted face in the uninhabited rocky forest. The terrifying power of Sun Wukong at that time still made Vegeta vivid in his mind. Even Beerus had to use all his strength to deal with it, but he couldn't even force out Beerus's strength. By the way, Super Saiyan 4, that Super Saiyan 4 that Sun Wushan can transform into can even defeat Beerus. Thinking of Sun Wushan's invincible heroic figure in the Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta seemed to see hope. If he could transform into Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta was confident that his bloodline could completely defeat Kakarot and his son. Thinking of this, Vegeta could no longer care about anything, and raised his chi to perform the dancing air technique. His figure suddenly shot out like a cannon barrel and flew towards Baizai Mountain. Ah! Vegeta, why are you here? Sun Wukong, who was working in the fields, looked at Vegeta who was coming towards him with a surprised look. Kakarot, where is Sun Goten? Vegeta asked impatiently as he came down. Where is Goten? Sun Wukong pointed to the little Goten who was about to leave, and continued to say under Vegeta's confused expression, Chi-Chi was just about to take Goten to the cram school, you came just in time. Is it Trunks who wants to play with Goten? Sun Wukong pointed at the little Goten blankly, with a confused look on his face. It was strange, usually Trunks came to find Goten, why did Vegeta look for Goten? Asshole, Kakarot, I'm looking for that Sun Goten, the grown-up Sun Goten. Vegeta, who came to his senses, felt that he was fooled by Kakarot. And instantly grabbed Sun Wukong's collar and roared angrily. Oh, oh, oh. Sun Wukong was startled by Vegeta and said in a panic, you mean Xiao Tian, he went to Gohan's school to study and will be back in the afternoon. What? What's Xiao Tian? Vegeta asked in confusion. Xiao Tian is the grown-up Goten. In order to distinguish the two of them, we call him that. He proposed it himself, Sun Wukong explained. Okay. Let's not worry about that. What's the matter with Xiao Tian going to school? Vegeta looked weird. Sun Wushan didn't look like a student. How could he be called to study and go to school? So and so, so and so. Sun Wukong explained something to Vegeta, and Vegeta left with an angry face. Brother, let's make a deal. Just let me go. The school really can't pay me much. I'm wasting my time here. It's better for me to help you take care of Xiao Fang. In the office, Sun Wushan said flatteringly, and Sun Wufan in front of him was embarrassed. Xiao Tian, it's not that brother doesn't want to help you. Mom basically calls every hour to ask about your situation. I can't lie to mom. Besides, Xiao Fang has Uncle Piccolo to take care of her, so you don't have to worry about her. Suddenly, Sun Wushan's heart was hurt by 10,086 points, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. Mom, I really don't need it. If there is a selection of the world's model mother, needless to say, my mother will definitely be elected, otherwise Sun Wushan will eat shit live. Sun Wushan left with his head down, and his face seemed to have lost confidence in this world, which made Sun Wufan a little worried. After finally getting through school, Sun Wushan hid at the school gate with a vigilant look on his face, looking around as if he was avoiding something. When he didn't see the person he was avoiding, Sun Wushan came out of his hiding place and breathed a sigh of relief. Hee, Senior Xiao Tian, I finally found you. Sun Wushan hadn't finished his breath when a playful and surprised voice came from behind. Sun Wushan immediately coughed repeatedly. Damn! This scared my fragile heart to death. Yo, Sun Yushin turned his head stiffly like a clockwork, and seeing the beautiful scenery behind him, Sun Yushin smiled awkwardly. What a coincidence, Elena, you haven't gone home yet. The cute girl named Elena pounced on Sun Yushin's strong body and hugged him affectionately. Xiao Tian Sr., I've been looking for you so hard, how are you going to compensate me? Sun Yushin couldn't help but twitch his mouth at Elena's pitiful tone. To be honest, if such a cute girl was replaced by himself who had forgotten Xiao Tong before, he would definitely accept it. Maybe he would even talk about how humans make children in a place where humans need to spend 1/3 of their time. But Xiao Tong has already occupied a lot of space in his heart, and he doesn't know what to do with Elena. In fact, their encounter was very dramatic. One day when he was going home from school, Sun Yushin, who had nothing to do, happened to meet Elena, who was like a lamb and was blocked by a group of hooligans. Out of sympathy, Sun Yushin beat the hooligans away, but he fell in love with Elena, who saved him like a Prince Charming. Sun Yushin regretted it a little. Why did he pretend to be cool at that time? No, why did he show his face? If he didn't show his face, maybe there wouldn't be these bad things, and Elena wouldn't see that they were from the same school. Now Sun Yushin has the urge to slap his previous self to death. Why did he pretend to be cool? Chapter 59-9. Vegeta is about to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Nima, women are so scary. After finally sending Elena home, Sun Yushin looked like his body had been hollowed out, and a touch of terror appeared on his face. Oh no, if Xiao Tong becomes like this, I will probably die. Oh, women are so troublesome. With a look of helplessness, Sun Yushin used his Wukong technique and flew slowly towards Baizai Mountain. Damn, he had just endured the cannibalistic gazes of many male beasts along the way. Sun Yushin felt that he had been penetrated by those gazes. Thousands of times, I am not good enough to destroy others with a single Qigong wave. Alas, Sun Yushin sighed, and glanced helplessly at his mobile phone. A certain girl had forcibly snatched it away and even saved her number. She said that she could call him at any time. The key is that this girl still kept her number. She looked like she would cry to you immediately if she deleted it, which made Sun Yushin reluctant to reject her. This book was first published on 69 Book Bar 69, providing you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters and no chapters out of order. Hey! Sun Yushin! Sun Yushin raised his eyebrows lightly. Hey! Why did this voice sound so familiar? He slowly moved his eyes towards the source of the voice and saw the unique flame hairstyle, and he understood. Uncle Vegeta, what's wrong? Sun Yushin scratched his head and asked in confusion. Sun Mutant, please tell me how to transform into Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta asked eagerly with an excited look on his face. Hey! Sun Yushin was a little confused. I said you won't wait for me here for a day. Sun Yushin looked at Vegeta's somewhat embarrassed appearance with strange eyes. Vegeta was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. What a naughty kid, didn't you see how anxious I am? Hey ha, you are so big. I'm asking you how to transform into Super Saiyan 4 and you're so quick to answer, Vegeta roared angrily in Sun Mutant's ear. My head is about to explode, Sun Yushin said with a confused look on his face. Thanks to the loud voice, I am not deaf yet. Okay, I said. Seeing that Vegeta still wanted to continue, Sun Yushin quickly interrupted, loosened the tail wrapped around his waist and danced behind him. Sun Mutant grabbed the tail and waved it in front of Vegeta and said, Uncle Vegeta, I can become a Super the Saiyan 4 mainly rely on the power of their tails. Tail. Vegeta looked at Tails in confusion. That's right, after I transformed into a giant ape, the great ape mutated into a golden great ape for some unknown reason. Then I regained my sanity and became Super Saiyan 4. Wait a minute. Sun Mutant explained to Vegeta the transformation process of Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta felt something was wrong at the end and said, then looked at Sun Mutant in surprise. You said you regained your sanity after transforming into a giant ape. This is impossible. As a low-level warrior, Kakarot's bloodline should not allow him to regain his sanity after transforming into a giant ape. The same is true for Sun Wuhan. How could you? All scions in the Dragon Ball world know that lower-level warriors lose their minds after transforming into a giant ape. At that time, Sun Gohan was also trampled to death by Sun Wukong, who lost his mind, and Vegeta experienced this personally. Pass. Sun Wushan raised his brows lightly and looked at Vegeta with his dead eyes. What happened to the lower-level warriors? Do the lower-level warriors owe your family money? The lower-level warrior suppressed you, the Scion Prince, so that you can only be a 1,000-year-old man for the rest of your life. Second, the lower-level warrior transformed into a Super Saiyan one step ahead of you. His son was the first to complete the transformation beyond the Super Saiyan. It was my brother who saved you. I don't know, that's how I changed, Sun Wushan said, rolling his eyes. Vegeta looked at Sun Wushan quietly and saw that he didn't seem to be lying. He touched his back calmly and cursed in his heart, damn it, I must get his tail out. Hey, Vegeta, come back, where are you? Whoa! Dad, slow down, what are you going to do? As soon as Vegeta got home, he immediately went straight to the training room and grabbed Trunks in. He didn't even hear Bulma calling him. In the corridor, only Trunks' screams were left in tears. Voice. Wow! Dad, this is not a bathroom or a toilet. Why are you taking off your pants? Seeing Vegeta taking off his pants as soon as he entered the door, Trunks shouted with a weird look on his face, my father is not a gay, right? He often has trouble with Uncle Goku, but that's not right, I'm still a child, maybe my dad is still a shot control. I'm overthinking it. Fortunately, Trunks didn't say these words, otherwise, hey, the iron fist from Mr. Bay's love will soon make him unable to get out of bed forever. Vegeta took out a man-sized pliers from nowhere and threw it at Trunks. Under his blank gaze, he said sternly, Trunks, come here and help Dad get the tail out. Ah, why? Trunks asked blankly, phew, if his father hadn't been Shotokan, he wouldn't have been brutally murdered, oh yeah. You don't have to worry about it, Vegeta glared at Trunks, making him tremble in fear, and then said in a conspiratorial tone, Trunks, if you can pull the tail that Dad finally got out, stop and train 10 times more in the future. Yes. Trunks trembled, promised to complete the mission. Come on then. Good. Trunks opened the pliers and clamped tightly on the small thorn protruding from Vegeta's back, and pulled it out hard while suppressing his blush. In the training room, screams that seemed to be able to break the sky echoed continuously inside, but people outside could not hear any sound at all. This was the sound insulation effect specially designed by Bulma. As long as there was no explosion inside, the sound would never come out. Ha ha ha, the tail finally came out. Vegeta looked at his tail being pulled out excitedly, and couldn't wait to run out and find a place where no one was. Great, it's a full moon tonight. Vegeta looked at the full moon hanging high in the sky with satisfaction, stared at the moon, and then transformed into a big ape under the catalysis of his tail. Ha ha ha, Super Saiyan 4, I'm finally going to reach it, Kakarot, get ready to be defeated by me. Vegeta roared excitedly, ready to welcome the arrival of Super Saiyan 4. An hour passed, no change. 2 hours passed, no change. 5 hours passed, still no change. Goten, you're kidding me, Vegeta cursed at Goten as soon as he arrived at Baizai Mountain, I waited for 5 hours and nothing happened. Hey, Goten looked surprised, it's impossible, I did change like this at that time. Uncle Vegeta, maybe your tail just came out and you're not used to it. Goten fooled, but he was still confused in his heart. Could it be that people in this world can only take the divine route, and Super Saiyan 4 is not suitable for this world? Really? Vegeta looked confused, Could it be true? Hey, Uncle Vegeta, why don't you try it again? Chapter 60-10 Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, beating Super Saiyan 3 without any pressure. The back of Baizai Mountain is where Sun Wukong and his two sons often practice. Vegeta's tail danced in the air, his eyes fixed on the moon. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta nervously, fearing that Vegeta would lose control of his mind and destroy everything. Only Sun Wushan rolled his eyes, just curious whether Vegeta in Dragon Ball Super could become Super 4. Roar! Illuminated by the moon's more than 17,000 blues light, Vegeta's tail reacted, his throat kept rising and falling, his heartbeat became faster and louder, as if it was about to jump out. Vegeta let out a beast roar, his body hair began to grow, his resolute face became distorted, and his eyes were replaced by a scarlet bookbar. The body size kept getting bigger, and the miracle was that the clothes were not burst by this sudden change. It seems that this dress is still very durable. Roar! Bang! 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 Vegeta seemed to have lost his mind and turned into a wild beast, hammering his chest frantically. Sun Wukong thought it was not good and shouted hurriedly, "No, Vegeta has lost control." The big monkey aimed at Sun Wukong and slapped him. Sun Wukong quickly jumped away and transformed into Super Saiyan 3 to confront Vegeta. Sun Wushan rolled his dead fish eyes and picked his nose with boredom. "I say, Dad, you are really a noble man who forgets things easily. Have you forgotten that you and Vegeta had your first duel more than 10 years ago? Have you ever seen a Saiyan prince lose his mind because of the giant ape transformation?" Bang! The big monkey slapped Sun Wukong away with a casual slap, opened his mouth, sprayed a ball of fire at Sun Wukong, and added a knife. Boom! Ah! Unfortunately, Sun Wukong was hit by the big monkey's fire because of his carelessness. The big monkey ran towards Sun Wukong quickly with his hands and feet, grabbed Sun Wukong who was on the ground with both hands and pinched him like a bug. Ah! Sun Wukong screamed in pain, and saw Sun Wushan watching the show from the corner of his eye, and couldn't help shouting, "Xiao Tian, what are you still doing there? Why don't you come over and stop Vegeta from going crazy?" Sun Wushan first looked at the screaming Sun Wukong with a look of disgust, and said with dead fish eyes, "Dad, Uncle Vegeta is just teasing you. When have you ever seen Uncle Vegeta go crazy because of the giant ape transformation? It seems I really haven't." "Vegeta, you are kidding me." Thinking of this, Sun Wukong roared at Vegeta. "Ha ha ha, cockroach, your reaction is really slow." Vegeta let go of Sun Wukong and laughed wildly, "Don't stop me from pretending to be cool, let me enjoy this sense of superiority in IQ." After laughing wildly for a while, Vegeta looked at Goten and asked seriously, "Go. Xiao Tian, why haven't I transformed into Super Saiyan 4 yet?" "Well, let me think about it." Goten pinched his chin, frowned and thought for a while, "Is there something missing?" "Oh, right, Uncle Vegeta, think about what sad things you have." "Sad things, X2. Goku and Vegeta were at a loss, why should there be sad things?" "Yes, I also transformed because of the sadness in my heart at that time." Goten looked at Vegeta with serious eyes. "Sad?" Vegeta began to recall the first half of his life in his mind. If there was really something sad, Trunks. I mean the scene of the future Trunks being killed by Cell really stimulated Vegeta. Ah! Vegeta's whole body turned into golden flames, and his brown and black ape hair was replaced by golden hair. Then a golden light shot out from Vegeta's huge body, making Goku and Goten close their eyes. The golden light faded, and Vegeta's appearance had changed greatly. His flaming hair was long to his chest, and a pair of clear and sharp green eyes in his red eye sockets revealed a proud smile. His red body hair covered his chest muscles and 4 abdominal muscles, and a deep red tail was swinging playfully on his body. "Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, here we go. Ha ha ha, it's this power, so powerful that it's incredible," Vegeta felt the surging energy in his body and couldn't help laughing wildly. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta with a fiery face. Vegeta is so strong, can you fight me? That's what I meant. Vegeta's mouth curled up with an evil arc. Hey! Sun Wukong's expression condensed, and he appeared behind Vegeta as if teleporting and punched Vegeta's back of the head fiercely. Bang! Nanny! A trace of disdain appeared on Vegeta's face, and he grabbed Sun Wukong's punch with a casual grab. Sun Wukong was shocked that his attack was caught so easily. Throwing it away, Sun Wukong flew out without any resistance and hit the ground hard. It hurts. Sun Wukong twisted his face and covered his head. How is it, Kakarot? This is my current strength, Vegeta said with a little complacency. He is very satisfied with his current strength now. He feels that even if he is a Super Saiyan God, he may not be defeated. Of course, this is just an illusion. Vegeta is only a little stronger than the Super Saiyan 2 Sun Wushan at most. Hey, Xiao Tian, can I do it too? Super Saiyan 4, Sun Wukong returned to normal and looked at Sun Wushan with expectation. Goku looked a little weird. He didn't expect Vegeta to be able to change. Hearing Goku's question, Goku rolled his eyes and couldn't help but pour cold water on him. Dad, I don't mean to discourage you. When you can overcome your irrationality, you can ask this question again. Goku's mouth twitched. This is not something that can be overcome so easily. It's not the tail. Seeing Goku's lost look, Vegeta couldn't help but hit him. Haha, Kakarot, it seems that you can't become Super Saiyan 4. Finally suppressed Kakarot. Vegeta is in a good mood now. Finally, the peasants have turned over. Thief, ha ha ha. Hey, why am I laughing like this? Chapter 61:11. Super Saiyan 5. Since Vegeta learned the transformation to Super Saiyan 4, he now spends every day in the training room practicing madly to improve his normal combat power. He doesn't care even if a certain angel sneaks to the earth to eat delicious food. It's still Sun Wukong who makes a quick decision to follow Whis to destroy the sacred training, just to have a transformation beyond Super Saiyan 3. There is no way, Sun Wukong is desperate. It seems simple to want to transform into Super Saiyan 4, but it blocks the way for him who is born with low blood. If he is afraid of the pain of the tail, he can ask Shenlong to make a wish, but it is difficult to eliminate the difference in blood. Someone is too strong for Shenlong to help, so Sun Wukong can only find another way out. And our protagonist Sun Wushan is still living a boring student life in school and hiding from a certain girl, but Sun Wushan still hasn't fallen behind in practice. If he becomes like his brother, he will probably cry to death and go to the back mountain to practice hard from time to time. Hey, Elena, can you please not be so close to me? It's hot, summer is approaching. Sun Wushan's eyebrows jumped wildly, looking helplessly at Elena who was hugging his arms tightly. Don't do it, Senior Xiao Tian. Elena coquettishly hugged Sun Wushan's hand tighter. There was no other way, he could only plan in advance. Sun Wushan made up his mind and asked for leave immediately the next day. Dad, when you are going to destroy the sacred land, can you take me to the King Kai's sacred land? After dinner, Sun Wukong was preparing to go to Bulma's house to find Whis as usual, and Sun Wukong said, due to cache reasons, please directly visit 69bookbar69 website in the browser to watch the fastest chapter update. Xiao Tian, what's wrong? Sun Wukong asked puzzledly. Hehe, Sun Wushan grinned and showed a row of white teeth. I want to try to break through Super Saiyan 4. What? Sun Wukong was shocked. You don't have a transformation method that surpasses Super Saiyan 4. Not long ago, by chance, Sun Wushan was able to transform into Super Saiyan 3, but was soon abandoned by Sun Wushan. Sun Wushan would not transform into this transformation that doubled his physical strength and did not increase his combat power very much. However, Super Saiyan 4 was achieved with the power of 4 Super Saiyans, Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, Little Goten, and trunks. Yeah, Sun Wushan nodded. Okay then. Little Goten, hold me, Sun Wukong said with 2 fingers on his forehead. Sun Wushan smiled slightly, grabbed Sun Wukong's shoulder with one hand, and with a whoosh, the two disappeared. Hey! Mr. Gaku, how did you find time to come here? Goten and Gaku suddenly appeared in the Kaisho land, startling old Kai and God Jebit. God Jebit chuckled and said. Hey, Kaisho, it's Xiao Tian looking for you, Gaku said hello, revealing Goten behind him. Hey, hello, Goten raised his eyebrows and said hello. Mr. Xiao Tian, what's the matter? God Jebit looked at Goten in a daze and said, he had seen everything on earth, and he also knew that the current Goten changed his name to Sun Xiao Tian in order not to mix with the original Xiaoshan. To be honest, the battle on earth almost scared him to death. Damn, even the god of destruction Beerus was not his opponent, which made God Jebit look at Goten with some respect. Well, I want to ask old Kaisho to help me surpass Super Saiyan 4, Goten looked at old Kaisho and asked. How do you want me to help you? Old Kaisho asked slowly. At this point, Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wushan with a hint of eagerness. Although he couldn't transform into Super Saiyan 4, he was still itching to do it, maybe it could give him some inspiration. I want you to help me find 4 emotions. Sun Wushan sat down cross-legged and talked freely. The opportunity for Super Saiyan transformation is due to anger, and the transformation of Super Saiyan 2 is a higher level of anger, Super Saiyan 3 is a feeling of happiness, and Super Saiyan 4 is sadness. I want to find these 4 emotions and then merge them. Sun Wushan said with a serious expression, and the old Kai nodded, calm down, I will help you. Then please, Sun Wushan said solemnly, and then closed his eyes. The old Kai opened his hands to Sun Wushan, and an invisible force wrapped Sun Wushan. Sun Wukong did not leave, but just waited by the side. He was very curious about how strong the power beyond Super Saiyan 4 was. The first Super Saiyan was nothing, this Sun Wushan had known it since he was a child, so he skipped it. As soon as Goten opened his eyes, he saw himself as a child, fighting Broly. Trunks and Gohan were knocked down one after another, and Gohan was stepped on by Broly. Broly's feet jumped on Gohan as if he had springs. Every time he stepped on him, the cracks on the ground would spread further. Broly, you deserve to die, Goten's eyes widened as if they were about to pop out, and he roared like thunder. The scene changed, and it was the happiest time he had spent with Xiao Tong in his previous life. Xiao Tong, Goten looked at the beautiful figure that he often met in his dreams, which was indeed the happiest time in his life, even in Dragon Ball. The scene changed again, this time in the ward. Goten looked at the body that had lost its life, his eyes were dull, a sense of desolation arose spontaneously, and he cried out, Xiao Tong. Goten's eyes left 2 lines of tears, and he cried to the sky. Suddenly, a strange energy suddenly appeared in Sun Wushan's abdomen, full of mysterious but endlessly majestic terror. This was the energy that flowed into Sun Wushan's body when drifting outside the world. This energy flowed into Sun Wushan's brain and merged with his brain. The picture jumped again, and Sun Wushan came to his own spiritual world. In front of Sun Wushan, a little light formed a girl's figure. Sun Wushan embraced the girl in his arms, Xiao Tong. In a beautiful and extraordinary city, a girl opened her eyes lightly, her beautiful eyes looked into the distance, and her cherry-like mouth opened slightly and muttered, Brother Xiao Tian. Ah! In reality, Sun Wushan opened his eyes and roared like thunder, and the terrifying energy in his body was released like a spring. Get away from Xiao Tian quickly, Sun Wukong shouted. Ah! Sun Wushan entered the state of Super Saiyan 4, and his energy was still rising crazily. The energy was boiling like boiling water, and the terrifying power greatly exceeded Sun Wushan's original limit. What a terrible aura! Sun Wukong tried his best to resist the strong wind that swept around Sun Wushan. Sun Wushan's body was alternately red and white, and exploded with a boom, and waves of black smoke and dust covered the world. Xiao Tian! Sun Wukong shouted anxiously. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed, and Sun Wushan's figure reappeared in front of the three people. At the same time, a terrifying and boundless force swept the entire universe, and even Vegeta, who was far away on Earth, and Beerus, who destroyed the sacred land, could clearly perceive it. This aura! Vegeta opened his eyes wide in horror, and his body kept shaking. It's Sun Xiaotian. Interesting, the power of scions can be so strong. Beerus' eyes flashed with a bright color, and this world is no longer as boring as before. Ah, it's the scion who defeated Lord Beerus, Whis, who was eating the earth food prepared by Bulma, chuckled. Sun Wushan's appearance has changed greatly. His silver-white hair has grown to his waist. Under his silver-white eyebrows are silver-white eye sockets. His sky-blue eyes are surrounded by dark blue pupils, revealing a coldness. His red hair has been replaced by white hair. Sun Wushan chuckled in the surprised eyes of the three people. This is the power beyond Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan 115. This is, beyond Super Saiyan 4, God Jepitel said incoherently. So strong, Sun Wukong looked horrified. He could not detect Sun Wushan's current power at all. Chapter 62:12. Returning to school, being provoked. Goshen clenched his fists, and a trace of worry flashed across his eyes. He remembered that when he watched Dragon Ball AF, it seemed that Super Saiyan 5 was too powerful, and being in this transformation for a long time would damage the brain. He didn't know if this weakness could be eliminated. What's wrong, Xiao Tian? Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wushan in confusion and couldn't help asking. Although this Super Saiyan 5 can have super strong power, being in this transformation for a long time will damage the brain, the old Kai King God, who was old and wise, saw the weakness of Super Saiyan 5 at a glance, and said lightly with his dead fish eyes narrowed. Nani? Goku was shocked and looked at Sun Wushan anxiously. Hey, Xiao Tian, change back quickly. Hehe, Sun Wushan smiled bitterly. Super Saiyan 5, although it has almost invincible power, has great damage to the brain. It's just that Sun Wushan is very strange. It seems that when he transforms, a strange force flows into his brain. He doesn't know whether it is good or bad. 6-9. I want to try and see how long my Super Saiyan 5 can keep me going. Sun Wushan showed a hint of determination in his eyes. Even so, he wanted to know how long he could last. So far, the highest transformation of Super Saiyan 5. Okay. But I'll watch here. Seeing Sun Wushan say this, Sun Wukong stopped inserting his fist and focused on watching Sun Wushan to prevent Sun Wushan from being hurt suddenly. An hour passed, and Sun Wushan didn't change much, and looked energetic. 2 hours passed, and there was still no change. 5 hours passed, and suddenly... Ku! What's wrong, is it time? Sun Wukong asked anxiously as soon as the voice sounded. No, I'm hungry, Sun Wushan smiled and scratched his head, and everyone was stunned. Ku! Goku covered his stomach, which was already sounding in alarm. I'm hungry too. However, Super Saiyan 5 can actually last so long. It seems that it's not what old Kai said. Goku looked at Goten, who had nothing but hunger, and looked at old Kai in confusion. Old Kai looked at Goten in surprise. He had never thought that Goten's Super Saiyan 5 had undergone some unknown changes. Goten was also confused. Could it be that the energy that flowed into his brain before helped him? It seemed that he had this strange feeling when he dueled with Beerus. Well, forget it, then Kai, old Kai, let's go back first, Goku said, putting his 2 fingers on his forehead. Then, goodbye. Goten grabbed Goku's shoulders, waved to the 2 Kais, and disappeared in front of them with Goku. Who knew that Goku, this idiot, didn't teleport to Baizai Mountain, but came to the Universal Capsule Company, which is Bulma's home. Cockroach? And that guy Sun Xiaotian. Vegeta sensed the aura of Sun Wukong and Sun Wushan as soon as they arrived, and ran out angrily. Seeing Sun Wushan and Sun Wukong at a glance, Vegeta took the initiative to ignore Sun Wukong. His eyes widened, staring at Sun Wushan, whose image had changed drastically. What kind of transformation is this? It's similar to Super Saiyan 4, but the aura is stronger than Super Saiyan 4. I just stood there, but I didn't have the courage to attack him. What a joke! I, Vegeta, am the Prince of Science. Vegeta gnashed his teeth in his heart, twisting his face with unwillingness. Oh! This is the person with super fighting power just now. You are Son Goten-san, right? Whis came out of the house with a surprised look on his face, then took a bite of the hamburger in his hand, his face full of fascination. Well, this delicacy called hamburger is really delicious. Sun Wukong. Sun Wushan. Vegeta. Why are all gods like this, and this guy is an angel? The three scions twitched their mouths, just quietly watching Whis, who was obsessed with Earth's food. Hamburgers are a common thing on Earth, and he is almost eating them out. Hey! Sun Xiaotian, what kind of transformation is this? It can't be. Vegeta asked, looking at Sun Goten's current appearance, his eyes almost spitting fire. You're talking about this? Sun Wushan smiled slightly. This is the latest transformation I just researched, Super Saiyan 5, a transformation that surpasses Super Saiyan 4. What did you say? Vegeta shouted in shock. Damn, can we still play happily? I haven't even fully adapted to Super Saiyan 4 yet, you've already made the whole Super Saiyan 5, tell me, are you really trying to make things difficult for me, Vegeta? Baby is bitter, but baby doesn't say anything. I just want to quietly curse my mother and sell a bitch beside me. Back to normal, Sun Wushan said goodbye to everyone and returned to school. Miss Elena, I have been deeply attracted to you since the first time I saw you. If you accept me, please accept the rose that represents my love for you. Sun Wushan just approached the school gate and didn't step into the door, and heard an almost corny confession. Somehow, a little bit of dissatisfaction rose in my heart. On campus, a stretched car was parked in the playground. A handsome blonde boy in white knelt on one knee, holding a bouquet of roses in his hand and looking at the girl in front of him lovingly. Elena showed disgust in her eyes without hiding it, but she secretly thought in her heart, damn it, I haven't gone to find Senior Xiaotian yet, what are you doing here? Wow, it's Prince Charming Barad. Alas, why doesn't Lord Barad come to me to confess? What a lucky girl, if it were me, I would have fainted with happiness. The girls around looked at Barad's passionate confession with a crazy look on their faces. There is no shortage of crazy girls in any world. Hey, Senior Xiaotian, Elena smiled like a summer flower when she saw Sun Wushan, walked to Sun Wushan with lotus steps, and threw herself into his arms, leaving everyone stunned and Barad heartbroken. Sun Wushan didn't push the girl away as usual when the beauty came into his arms, but just let her hold him quietly, which made Elena happy. Hey! Who are you? Let go of Miss Elena, Barad pointed at Sun Wushan and shouted angrily. He was angry. The girl he confessed to completely ignored him and ran into the arms of another man, which made Barad, who had always grown up with a golden key, feel ashamed and angry. It's Senior Sun Xiaotian. If you look closely, Senior Xiaotian is also very handsome, said a certain Fang girl. Idiot! Sun Wushan glanced at Barad indifferently, and his eyes never left Barad. Hey, Sun Xiaotian, right? Let go of Elena. My father is Dason, one of the top 10 richest people in the world. If you don't let go, I will make you pay for it, Barad said in a threatening tone. Sun Wushan raised his eyebrows. What's the matter with this sense of vision of urban novels? Brother is obviously traveling through the second dimension of hot-blooded comics. Is it because I opened it in the wrong way? Get lost. Sun Wushan's face was full of frost. He hated this kind of rubbish that relied on his parents the most. If he had the power to destroy the world now, he might not have been insulted by that cocksucking Qian Shao. He dared to guarantee that if he returned to the modern world one day, he would definitely make that Qian Shao die without a burial place. You dare to scold me? Barad's face was distorted, and he looked unbelievable. Someone dared to scold him. Boom! Sun Wuxian raised his hand lightly, spread it and aimed at the car. A wave of energy sprayed out from his hand, destroying the stretched luxury car in an instant. Looking at everyone's unbelievable expressions, Sun Wuxian curled his lips in disdain. As for what would happen afterwards, Sun Wuxian said that he was not a man who was afraid of things. He had the strongest power in the universe and was not afraid of anyone. He didn't take the stupid earthlings seriously. Chapter 63:13. Teach Barud a lesson and confess to Elena. What the hell is going on? Barud's car suddenly exploded. It seemed like a rocket launcher suddenly fired from Senior Xiaoshan's hand. All around, some of the onlookers' jaws dropped. Damn, this is unscientific. Barud came back to his senses from being frightened just now, and roared angrily at Sun Wuxian, "You low-class man, what on earth did you do to my car? This is a supercar that I bought for 100 million. Luxury car, you fucked me up before I drove it for long." The lower-class person, Sun Wuxian's face was slightly lowered, and a shadow enveloped his eyes. "Country bumpkin, I have a car that you can't afford even if you work all your life. You are a country bumpkin without any education from your parents. You are the only one who wants to get your hands on Miss Elena. I advise you to leave her, otherwise I will make it impossible for you to eat. Walk around." At this time, Barud no longer looked like the handsome young man he had been when he made his affectionate confession. He shouted at Sun Wuxian like a shrew, making those nymphomaniacs look at him with no trace of disgust. Ah! The first release of this book bar provides you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters and no chapters out of order. Just when Barud was yelling and cursing, Sun Wuxian let out a faint chuckle. It was just a sound, which made everyone present feel as if they had fallen into a cold kill, and the murderous intention erupted into reality, and the cold slowly raising his eyes to stare at Barud. Sun Wuxian's murderous intention was only felt by Elena, who was closest to him. This Barud scolded anyone who was not good. If he scolded Sun Wuxian, the most he could do was give him a lesson. But Barud should never have done it, and he shouldn't have scolded Sun Wuxian's parents. Kikai raised him and his brother Sun Wufan alone since childhood. As his father, Sun Wukong died heroically with Cell before he was born, although it was of no use, but he was still a hero. But now being insulted like this by a second generation, Sun Wuxian was angry. Pulling Elena behind him, he raised a hand calmly, opened his palm and pointed it at Barud, who was still scolding him. Under the disbelief eyes of everyone, a light blue Qigong bullet condensed and shone. Blue light. What is this? A male classmate looked at the energy bomb in fear. Have you scolded enough? Sun Wuxian said calmly with a cold face. A hint of ridicule appeared at the corner of his mouth. Have you scolded enough? Go to hell. A flash of cold light flashed across Sun Wuxian's eyes, and the energy bomb came out of his hand and shot towards Barud, streaking a beautiful light in the air. Stop, Xiao Tian! Just when the energy bomb was about to hit Barud and end his life, Sun Gohan suddenly appeared in front of Barud and flicked away the energy bomb with one hand. The energy bomb hit a tall building and directly broke a corner of the building. Professor Gohan, XN. Everyone looked surprised. They didn't expect that Sun Wufan, who had never shown off his skills, could deflect Sun Wuxian's blow, and Sun Wuxian's blow directly shattered the corners of a tall building. Xiao Tian, what are you doing? Sun Wuhan yelled angrily. He scolded my father and my mother, so he deserves to die, Sun Wuxian said in a cold voice, pointing at the frightened Barud, who was filled with murderous intent. Even if Sun Wuhan arrived. Sun Wufan was quiet for a while, and looked at Bard with a hint of dissatisfaction. As Sun Wuxian's eldest brother, he knew very well that Sun Wuxian had only his mother to take care of the family since he was a child, and his brother, and his father, for the sake of the earth. He died together with Sharu, and he knew that Sun Wuxian in front of him respected his father very much, and he would never fail to do something if he was scolded like this. "Brother, if you don't believe it, ask the classmates around you," they heard it very clearly, Sun Wuxian said calmly. "But he is alive after all." Inheriting the kindness of Sun Wukong and Kikai, Sun Wuhan, although angry, still couldn't bear the innocent death of someone. "Okay, you can avoid the death penalty, but you can't escape the living penalty." Sun Wuxian turned his gaze to Bard, who looked frightened, stretched out his fingers, an array of energy shot out from his fingertips and penetrated Bard's shoulder. Suddenly, blood surged. "Ah! My hand!" Bard screamed, his nose and tears kept flowing due to the pain, and he clutched the wound tightly. Sun Wuxian directly cut off his hand tendon, making Bard's hand useless from now on. "This hand is the end of your bad mouth. God can't save you next time." Sun Wuxian took a deep look at Bard and left with Elena under the terrified eyes of everyone. "Xiao Tian," Sun Wufan looked at Sun Wuxian's back for a long time. When he couldn't see his figure, he left. After walking for a while, Sun Wuxian stared blankly into Elena's beautiful eyes. "Elena, wasn't it scary?" Elena chuckled lightly. Although she was scared at first, feeling that the Sun Wuxian in front of her was different from the one she knew, but then a burst of insults from Balud made her relax and faced Balud. Scolded the other person's parents and insulted them. No one could keep a calm mind. They stretched out their hands to hug Sun Wuxian's waist and held on. Although they didn't say anything, their actions proved everything. Sun Wuxian felt bitter in his heart. He felt that he had a heartwarming feeling for Elena, just like the feeling he had for Xiao Tong before. "Hey," Sun Wuxian breathed out heavily, and gently placed his hands on Elena's pretty face to make her raise her head to look at him. "I said, Elena, I like you, be my girlfriend." Sun Wuxian stuttered a little. This was his first confession, in this life. He was a little nervous and didn't know if Elena would agree. You know, the way he looked just now would definitely scare a lot of people to death. Just when Sun Wuxian was a little worried, Elena's delicate and lovely face showed a smile like a summer flower, and whispered, "I like you too, Senior Xiao Tian." The two looked at each other affectionately, and then, their lips pressed together, not separating for a long time. Chapter 64-14 Daily Life, Transition. The smile on Goten's face never left all night, and he kept humming a little tune in his mouth. After living 2 lives, he finally got rid of being single. The family looked at Goten's happy look, and a strange look appeared on their faces. What's wrong with this little Goten? He was like eating honey today. Due to cache reasons, please visit the bookbar website directly with your browser to watch the fastest chapter update. As for the incident at school in the evening, Gohan didn't tell his family. After all, it was Bard who did something wrong. Gohan only crippled one of his hands, which was considered humane. If Goten hadn't suddenly burst out with a strong energy, Gohan wouldn't have discovered it and come out to stop it. It is estimated that Bard's body is cold now. After that, Goten basically went to school returned home, one-stop service. As for Bard, the next day he found many assassins to get revenge on Sun Wuxian, but none of the assassins he sent out came back. They were all killed by Sun Wuxian. He found out that Bard was the mastermind from a small assassin. It only took 10 minutes to destroy all the properties of Bard's family. This also made Bard and his son see the horror of Sun Wuxian. The next day, he got a permit to escape from Satan City and went to the other side of the earth and swore that he would never come back. Sun Wuxian gave up. "Dear, should we go out to play during the summer vacation?" As soon as the get out of class was over, Elena couldn't wait to run from her class to Sun Wuxian's class. For Elena's arrival, the classmates in the class just looked at her in amazement and then left quickly. Everyone knew that this lady was Sun Xiaoshan's woman. If she was remembered by Sun Xiaotian, her body would definitely be cold. Most people didn't know about Bard's transfer to another school, but everyone who saw it that day knew it well, so they looked at Sun Wuxian with awe and fear. Summer vacation. Hey, why is it getting dark? Sun Wuxian was about to speak, but was interrupted by the changes in the sky. No, time shouldn't be so fast. Damn, it was that guy who summoned Shenlong. Sun Wuxian's eyes became a little erratic. I remember that in Dragon Ball Super, Shenlong's second appearance seemed to be Frisia's resurrection. Forget it, even if Frisia is resurrected, it doesn't matter. No matter how strong he is, he can't be stronger than Beerus. Hey, why is it getting dark again? Elena looked at the sky with a little cuteness. Sun Wuxian rubbed Elena's head with some pampering, and stopped talking. Collecting Dragon Balls is just a piece of cake for him as long as he has a Dragon Ball radar. One day, collect them and make Elena's wish come true. Soon, the black clouds dissipated, indicating that the person who made the wish had realized his wish, and the 7 Dragon Balls flew away again. By the way, dear, where are we going to play? Elena blinked. Hehe, Sun Wuxian smiled wickedly. How about I take you back to Baizai Mountain to meet my parents? Meet my parents. Elena's mind was in a mess, her eyes were swirling, her face was red and she stuttered a little. Sun Wuxian continued, how about I go to your house to meet my future father-in-law and mother-in-law? Dear, see you later. Elena blushed, left this sentence and ran away quickly. Hehe, this girl. Sun Wuxian chuckled and left with his backpack. Time passed quickly, and soon it was summer vacation. During this period, Sun Wuxian went to Elena's house to meet his future father-in-law and mother-in-law. He didn't encounter any difficulties, and the 2 elders were also together. Dad, I'll go with you to practice with Weiss. Sun Wuxian, who finished his homework quickly by cheating, looked at Sun Wukong expectantly. Hey, why, Xiaotian, don't you know how to transform into Super Saiyan 4? Why do you want to practice with me? Sun Wukong asked in confusion. Sun Wuxian smiled, I want to learn how to practice with God, and see if I can develop a transformation that surpasses Super Saiyan 5. Sun Wukong almost spit out the food in his mouth. I said, Xiaotian, can you care about us weaklings? We are about to complain about the poor experience. Okay. I'll take you there. Sun Wukong instantly used teleportation to bring Sun Wuxian to the Holy Land of Destruction. In fact, Sun Wuxian was very envious of the Ultra Instinct, and he didn't know whether his Super Saiyan 5 could attack the Ultra Instinct. His memory only went to Sun Wukong's Ultra Instinct to eliminate Kefla. He didn't know how strong the real Ultra Instinct was. Of course, he was also very curious about the power of the Super Saiyan God. He didn't know if it could be combined with the Super Saiyan power. If it could, his combat power would definitely double. Ah, why is Sun Xiaotian here today? When she saw Sun Wuxian, Whis was a little surprised. That Whis, Xiaotian said he also wanted to practice here, you see. Sun Wukong scratched his head awkwardly. Of course, but did you bring any food? Whis chuckled. Of course, Sun Wukong handed the prepared food to Whis. Whis took the bag of food, waved his hand, and the figures of Sun Wukong and Sun Wuxian disappeared without a trace, and were taken to a space similar to the spiritual time house by Whis. Whis, I seem to have heard the voices of Sun Wukong and Sun Wuxian just now. Yawning Beerus rubbed his eyes and walked over. Ah, yes, Lord Beerus, do you want to try this delicacy called Udon noodles? Whis said after taking a bite of the Udon noodles brought by Sun Wukong. Oh, then I have to try it. Beerus took a bite of noodles and was immediately attracted by the food. But, Whis, Isn't it too early for you to take Sun Xiaotian there when he comes here for the first time? Beerus asked casually. Don't worry, Lord Beerus, Whis took a sip of noodle soup. With Sun Xiaoshan's current strength, there is absolutely no problem going to that place. Is that so? Chapter 65-15. Practice. There is a disc-shaped spacecraft n light years away from the Earth. In the high-tech machine cabin, a lizard-like guy with a pair of spikes on his head was inside, and the broken parts of his body were recovering bit by bit. The person inside opened his eyes suddenly, and all the wounds on his body were restored. A terrifying energy burst out from his body. The machine door shattered like glass, and the grass-green nutrient solution inside burst out. Frisia shook off the nutrient solution on his body and looked at his hands blankly. I am resurrected. Yes, King Frisia, Sorbet said respectfully as he knelt down on one knee, taking credit very much. My subordinates used the Dragon Balls to resurrect you, the king. Oh, really? Frisia looked at Sorbet with a half-smile. Yes, King Frisia. I wanted to resurrect the Kurdish king as well, but something unexpected happened midway, Sorbet replied with a slight guilt. Father. A hint of displeasure appeared on Frisia's face. Hey, if my father is resurrected, he will only compete with me for territory. It doesn't matter if he is not resurrected. Frisia casually faced a Red Bull warrior, and an invisible force shot out, causing ripples in the air. Due to caching reasons, users are asked to directly visit the 69bookbar69 website to watch the fastest chapter updates. Boom! The awesome warrior suddenly flew out like a kite with its string broken, smashing the door of the main control room. Saisamai, Sorbet shouted anxiously. A trace of dissatisfaction appeared on Frisia's face. His eyes full of death glanced at all the soldiers of Frisia's army present. After looking at Tagama, who was as thin as a man, he couldn't help but yell angrily. Frisia was galloping around the universe back then. Lisa's army turned out to be like this. I'm sorry, King Frisia, Sorbet lowered his head in shame. Forget it, what about that Scion Son Goku? Frisia would ask through gritted teeth, remembering that hateful figure. Sorbet's face was startled, and he said with some fear, that Scion Sun Wukong has changed since his battle with you. Getting stronger, right? Frisia calmly accepted Sorbet's words. That's right, Sorbet nodded wildly, since defeating you, that Scion has continued to become stronger. It is said that even Majin Bu was defeated by him. Majin Bu? Frisia frowned. My father once warned me not to provoke two people, Majin Bu and the god of destruction Beerus. I didn't expect that even Majin Bu would be defeated by Son Goku. A slight smile appeared on Frisia's lips, lavender energy slowly boiling in his body. So what? What if I also practice? Practice? Sorbet and the other warriors looked confused. Why did the king suddenly want to practice? Was his brain damaged by that Scion? That's right, Frisia said with an extremely confident smile. I have had extremely powerful talents since I was born, but I have never practiced it. If I practice for 4 months and then go to Earth for revenge, I will definitely be able to kill that person. The Scions who brought me infinite shame. King Frisia. The warriors shouted excitedly. In their eyes, Frisia was their only belief. Frisia glanced at Tagama, who was working as a saltfish next to him, and smiled slightly. You will be my sparring partner for these 4 months. Tagama pointed at himself and was very excited when Frisia nodded in confirmation. Yes, King Frisia. Destroy the sacred place, an extremely mysterious space. Phew, I can finally move. Sun Wushan waved his arm and looked carefully at this mysterious place. The surrounding energy was as dense as dots of starlight, and Weiss Kane was shining with an oily green light. Okay, Xiao Tian, let's practice. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wushan with a fiery face. During this period, Sun Wukong had the deepest experience of Sun Wushan's power, and he also understood how powerful Sun Wushan was. Okay Dad, a smile appeared on Sun Wuxian's face, he clenched his fist, and his body suddenly shot out and rushed towards Sun Wukong, hitting Sun Wukong hard. Boom! Sun Wukong followed Sun Wuxian's punch, raised the corner of his mouth, and kicked Sun Wuxian's waist. The father and son were practicing in Weiss space. Except for a certain Scion prince who heard that Sun Wuxian was also here to practice, he interfered and it evolved into 3 people practicing. However, most of the time, Sun Goku and Vegeta team up to deal with Sun Goten, which makes Vegeta very frustrated. It is undoubtedly an insult to him, the Scion Prince, that he actually has to join forces to deal with a junior. Who makes Sun Wuxian's normal combat power amazing, enough to compete with their Super 2, and even the Super Saiyan can't change this space. If you change, you can't move. But the benefits to the 3 of them were huge. Gradually, they gained a new understanding of the power of God. Sun Wuxian's normal combat power began to surge, approaching Super 3. Ho, Wuxian is really a pervert, his strength is simply too strong, Sun Wukong gasped and fell exhausted. Sun Wuxian's normal fighting power was really terrifying. It only took 2 months for Sun Wuxian to comprehend the power of the Super Saiyan God, and his transformation was comparable to that of Beerus. This made Beerus feel like a fool. Damn it, I have reached the current state with. How long have you fucking arrived now, saying, are you giving me a hard time, Beerus? Sun Wukong and Vegeta also almost touched the Super Saiyan God, which is the transformation of Super Saiyan Blue, but Sun Wuxian was confused. The Super Saiyan God he transformed into was not blue, but the red color of the original Super Saiyan God, so Sun Wuxian named it Super Saiyan Red. Calculating the time, school is about to start, and he almost forgot that he has a girlfriend. He hurriedly said goodbye to the 2 who were still training and whisperers, and used the instant movement learned from Sun Wukong to return to Earth. Chapter 66-16 Frieza is coming. At night, Sun Wuxian sat cross-legged and had no intention of sleeping. He meditated and practiced, and his mind was immersed in his body. It's strange. How can I not find that mysterious power after searching for so long? Sun Wuxian scratched his head with a puzzled look. He had been searching for so long and almost turned his whole body over, but he couldn't find the energy that helped him eliminate the side effects of Super 5. Sun Wuxian was about to flip the table. Damn, he couldn't find it after searching for so many days. Could it be that his feeling was wrong? Oh, forget it, Sun Wuxian sighed helplessly and backed off. He could only exit the meditation state, and the whole person seemed to be exhausted and panting. Sun Wuxian scratched his head and began to think about the future. He has now begun to practice the power of God, the Ultra Instinct. He heard Whis' explanation in Dragon Ball Super. He completely gave the battle to the body without any thought. In the semi-complete state, he could avoid any attack, even the attack that he couldn't see. As for the complete Ultra Instinct, Sun Wuxian had not seen it yet. He only knew that the semi-complete Ultra Instinct could defeat Kefla and break the fusion ability of the Barad earrings. Leave the battle to the body, damn, what should I do? I'm not the chosen one like my father, who has all kinds of cheats. This is clearly making things difficult for me, Goten. Goten was very troubled. I don't know if Vegeta finally opened the freedom, it's unlikely. When this guy traveled through time, Dragon Ball Super was only updated to the time when Goku opened the freedom and defeated Kefla, so he had no idea about the final ending of Dragon Ball Super. Damn, basically I know almost all the transformations of Super Saiyans in Dragon Ball. Super 5 is the limit, Super 6. Goten was silent for a while. Damn, I don't even know how to transform into Super 6. 6-9. Forget it, go to bed. Goten fell on the bed, and 0.01 seconds later, snoring sounded. Peaceful days always pass very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, several months have passed. In the universe, a huge disc-shaped spaceship is approaching the Earth at a high speed. At Bulma's manor, a single-person spaceship landed, and an alien with purple eyes and salted eggs got off the spaceship. Wow! Who are you? Trunks looked at the alien Jark, who jumped down in surprise. I am Jark, an elite warrior from the universe, and a friend of Bulma. Where is Bulma? I want to see her, Jark said with a very arrogant look. In fact, this guy's combat power is only slightly better than some miscellaneous soldiers. Ah! It's my mother's friend, Trunks was shocked again. His mother's circle of friends has extended to outer space. How could I not know? Who knew? Jark was more shocked than him. What, Bulma's son, she is actually married. I'm really sorry that my mother is getting married, Trunks squinted at Jark. Okay, let's not talk about this first, take me to find Bulma first. Jark reminded Trunks of what he was going to notify. Oh! Hey, Jack, why are you here? Where's your sister? Bulma greeted Jack when she saw him. Very good. No, that's not good, Bulma. The evil King Frisia has resurrected and is heading for the Earth, Jack said anxiously. Bulma smiled indifferently. How is it possible, Frisia? He has been dead for a long time. It's true, Frisia has resurrected. Jack was extremely anxious. Big sister, this is not a joke. Hey hey hey! Seeing that Jack was very sure, Bulma screamed. The three words Frisia reminded her of the scene on Namek. Wait, Frisia is resurrected, so what? Goku can kill him once and a second time. Jack was surprised. Bulma, who was obviously scared to death, calmed down so quickly. It doesn't matter. Frisia is nothing big anyway. He was just defeated by a friend of mine. It's the same even if he is resurrected, Bulma waved her hand very easily. Nanny. Jacker was very surprised that Frisia, who gave the space guard a headache, had actually been defeated. He couldn't help but show a trace of doubt. Where is he now? He is. At this point, Bulma was obviously speechless. Damn, let alone Sun Wukong, even her husband is not on Earth now. They all went to Whis to practice. Gohan hasn't practiced for so many years. I don't know if he can beat Frisia. Oh, by the way, that Sun Xiaotian is still here. He can even defeat the God of Destruction. Frisia is definitely not his opponent. Thinking of this, Bulma smiled happily. Don't worry, although that person is not on Earth now, his son is still here, and he is stronger than him. Really? Jacker's doubts deepened, and he looked at Bulma with a subtle expression. Seeing that Bulma was still confident, Jacker knew not to interrupt her. On the spaceship, Frisia and a group of elite warriors attacked the Earth. Frisia's blood-red eyes stared at the last planet he had visited before his death. His mind kept recollecting the battle between Namek and Super Saiyan Son Goku. A sense of humiliation appeared in his eyes, as well as the mysterious boy who killed him with one sword. Son Goku, Frisia's hateful voice echoed on the dark spaceship. Well, did you sense it? This is Frisia. How is it possible? Wasn't he killed by Trunks? The Earth warriors sensed Frisia's undisguised evil aura, and they were terrified. Moreover, Frisia's aura was many times stronger than before. Could it be that time? The clever Piccolo quickly thought that the sky turned black at that time. Maybe someone summoned the dragon to revive Frisia. Let's go and take a look. Krillin suppressed his fear, called out, and flew towards the place where Frisia was about to land. Ah, Frisia, that little jerk, is here. It just so happens that I haven't done anything for a long time. My hands are itching to death. It's good to move around. Son Goten, who is far away in the campus, inadvertently revealed a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Today won't be boring. Chapter 67-17 Frisia's attack. Somewhere on the beach, a group of warriors stood ready. After all, the person who came this time was not a small character. This person was King Frisia, who could rival the aura of the protagonist. Bulma, why are you here? It's very dangerous here. Krillin couldn't help but feel a little angry when he saw Bulma coming in a spaceship. Sister, there will be a big war here soon. Bulma glanced around and was a little disappointed not to see the unique crab head. Why isn't Xiao Tian here? I don't know, Piccolo shrugged, and everyone's eyes focused on Sun Wuhan. Sun Wuhan smiled awkwardly. Well, I'm sorry, Xiao Tian isn't out of school yet. Mom sells batches. Did you hear me? I said Mom sells batches. Everyone roared in their hearts. I didn't come to such an important occasion. Isn't it disrespectful? Bulma was a little desperate and was about to implement the second plan. She took out a strawberry sundae bigger than her face and shouted to the sky, Weiss, bring Goku and Vegeta back quickly. Frisia has been resurrected and is coming to Earth. The corner of Jack's mouth twitched. Should he be ready to run away? No, as an elite warrior of the Space Guard, how could he escape without a fight? What's more, he is the brother of Bump Man. His hands are funny. Just when everyone was nervous, our protagonist, Mr. Sun Wuxian, had just finished class and was still chatting with Elena. Every man has a harem dream in his heart, and Sun Wuxian is no exception. Only people like Sun Wuhan will be firm to their wives, and people like Sun Wukong and Vegeta. I am very curious about what would have happened if there were not those accidents. It's not like I don't have a wife now. Sun Wuxian is very casual. Since he likes it, then love it vigorously. As for what the future will be like, Sun Wuxian doesn't care. If he really finds the reincarnation of Xiao Tong that day, then we can make it together. Anyway, without my father, I can definitely beat Frisia out. It's okay, it's okay. Damn it, if I remember correctly, it seems that Dad will be sneak attacked by a soldier and end up retreating, and then Vegeta will be careless and collapse the entire Earth. No, it won't be good if his death is unknown. Although Weiss time reversal can regenerate the Earth, who would want to die in such an unclear way? Looks like I still have to take action. Sun Wutan silently watched where Frisia was coming. He had already learned most of his father's abilities. He had already learned the two buggy moves of teleportation and Kaio Fist. In an instant, just move it over, thief, ha ha ha, I'm really a genius. A lewd smile appeared on Sun Wuxian's face. Fortunately, no one noticed it at this time, otherwise the glorious image he had finally built up would be destroyed in one day. Hoo ho ho ho, come on. Frisia, who had already landed on Earth, looked at the warriors present with an evil smile on his face. Oh, I remember you. I killed you on Namek back then, and it seems you were resurrected with the help of the Dragon Balls. Frisia looked at Krillin and smiled. Frisia's warriors, as dense as bees, swarmed towards the Earth warriors. Everyone scattered around to deal with the Frisia Legion attacking them. If you say these guys are just water, even Kame Sennin can't beat them. The battle has begun. Sun Wuxian, who was starting his last class, was always paying attention to the battle here. It was similar to the original work. The battle was basically one-sided. 1,000 people were almost defeated by 5 or 6 people. The group is destroyed, this wave is not a loss. King Frisia, a defeated Frisia Legion soldier, stretched out his hand tremblingly. Sorbet's face was ugly. These legions were basically trained by him, and now they have all been defeated. His impression of Frisia has declined rapidly. Saisumai, come on, you must save the face of Frisia's legion, Sorbet said with annoyance at Saisumai, the strongest member of Frisia's legion. He didn't know that Tagama's combat power was now at an all-time high. Face shouted. Yes, Sisami looked at the warriors with an evil smile, and his body suddenly shot out towards the warriors like a disemboweled cannonball. I'll do it. Sun Wuhan stepped forward to resist Saisumai's surprise attack and got into a melee with him. Up to this point, it is basically the same as the original work, but the difference is that since the arrival of Sun Wuxian, he has gone to fight with Sun Wuhan from time to practice, causing Sun Wuhan to beat Sesame, which made Salbai angry. Although Sun Gohan has not yet returned to his original form, his strength has begun to slowly recover. He is not like the former Nobi Han, whose fighting power was so weak that he could barely beat Anisamai and was punched by Frisia. Instant kill. Boom. Whoa. Sun Wuhan spotted a flaw in Sesame and punched Sesame hard in the abdomen. Sesame spat out a mouthful of bitter water, rolled his eyes and fainted. Call out. Boom. Whoa. Just when Sun Wuhan was about to return to the team, an energy bomb came through the air and hit the unconscious Sesame. The terrifying force spread to Sun Wuhan, who relaxed, and Sun Wuhan vomited a mouthful of blood. Was knocked out. Gohan. Everyone was shocked and hurried to Sun Wuhan to care about his injuries. Fortunately, Sun Wuhan was able to withstand most of the attacks in time. However, Sesame was not so lucky and was basically blown to pieces. None left. Everyone turned their attention to the source of the energy bomb. Tagoma spread his hand with black smoke coming out of his palm. It was obvious that he had sent the energy bomb just now. Tagoma, why are you? Salbi looked incredulous. Why, I am only loyal to King Frisia now. King Frisia also said that as long as this revenge can be successful, I will be the commander-in-chief of the army. Tagoma laughed crazily, and the scene of training with Frisia emerged in his mind. He really owed such power to King Frisia. Ah, this guy is interesting. He can kill his comrades for many years without mercy. He is very ambitious, Sun Wuxian, who has been paying attention to this place, commented, and then the corners of his mouth rose. It was time to go home from school. Next, it's the protagonist's turn. Chapter 68-18. Sun Goten arrives. Switch. The pretense lasted only 3 seconds. Tagoma, whose fighting power had increased dramatically, could not wait to show his loyalty in front of Frisia. He rushed towards Sun Gohan like a cannonball at full speed. Although he caught Sun Gohan off guard with his fierce attack, he was still pressed to the ground by Sun Gohan, who was driving a Super Saiyan. When Tagoma was knocked down and wanted to stand up again, a frog with 2 tentacles on its head came in. A frog hand wrote the word switch on the ground. Tagoma read it, and a yellow halo enveloped the man and the frog, and 2 beams of light shot out of his mouth to exchange. Ha ha ha, my Captain Jinyu is back, a different voice came from Tagoma's mouth, which shocked everyone. Tagoma, it was Jinyu who occupied Tagoma's body, who laughed crazily, and surprisingly performed the flying technique to come in front of Frisia. Lord Frisia, I finally see you again. I'm so happy, Jinyu said with a happy face. He could actually see Frisia again. Oh, listen to that voice, you are Jinyu. Frisia chuckled at Jinyu, who was wearing Tagoma's body in front of him. Is it Captain Jinyu of the Jinyu Special Forces? Salbi was surprised. He thought Captain Jinyu had died on Namek with other members of the Jinyu Special Forces. Tagoma, who turned into a frog, came back to his senses from his confused state. He looked at his current appearance in panic and ran away. Suddenly, a beam of light hit Tagoma and instantly destroyed it. Everyone turned their eyes to the source of the light. A crab-headed man in a high school uniform was standing there helplessly, with smoke coming out of his hand. The light just now was shot by him. And he was hugged by an extremely cute and beautiful girl behind his back. This was what made the young man helpless. The corners of Goten's mouth twitched constantly. He was about to use teleportation to transfer here, but he was hugged by Elena, who jumped out of nowhere. He couldn't stop at that time, so he could only bring Elena with him. Elena, can you not be so scary? Goten looked at a girl with a serious look. Seeing the mist in Elena's eyes, Goten smiled helplessly and pointed at Gohan. You should hide behind me first. Then dear, I'll go first. Elena kissed Goten's cheek and ran behind Gohan reluctantly. Krillin and Kame both smiled like experienced drivers. Goten looked at the slightly embarrassed Gohan, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Brother, you can beat even Majin Buu like a dog, but now you are so embarrassed to deal with a soldier. Gohan blushed. He really couldn't compare with himself at that time. Xiao Tian, you're just in time, beat that bad guy. Bulma, who was watching the battle from afar, shouted loudly. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Goten's forehead. Aunt Bulma was as tough as ever. From the moment Goten appeared, Frisia's cold eyes had been fixed on Goten. It was better to say that it was the crab head hairstyle that penetrated into his bones. Jinyu also glared at Goten with great hatred. Goten turned his head indifferently and looked at Frisia. The overwhelming murderous aura pressed down on Goten desperately. Goku, you didn't expect me to be resurrected. Oh ho ho, Frisia removed the murderous aura and replaced it with a bright smile. If you didn't know, you would think that he and Goku were very good friends. Sun Wushan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and looked at Frisia with a teasing look. Sun Wukong, I'm sorry, I'm not. Nanny. Frisia's face changed, and then he laughed. Sun Wukong-san, lying is not a good habit. Hehe, Sun Wushan's expression remained unchanged. Idiot, I'm his son, you can't even tell the difference. Go get a pair of glasses, there's an eyewear store next to our school that's having a discount now, why don't you go there? Ka ka ka, Frisia's teeth were almost broken. Damn, this is definitely not Sun Wukong, I've never seen a guy who can make people angry by talking so much. You're not Sun Wukong, are you the one back then? Thinking of the kid who fought against him on Namek, Frisia couldn't help but say, then looked at Sun Wuhan, who is this? Idiot, who told you that scions only have one child? Sun Wushan's eyes were filled with contempt. Why are you called the Emperor of the Universe? Just call me the Idiot Emperor. Jack's heart was almost scared out of his chest by Sun Wushan. Damn, ancestor, please be more polite. Didn't you see that Frisia was about to go berserk? Frisia glared at Sun Wushan, and his murderous aura was almost transformed into substance. How dare you disrespect King Frisia? Jinyu instantly turned into a lackey, his body turned into a stream of light, and rushed towards Sun Wushan. Damn, get out of here, you little bitch! Sun Wushan took a look at Jinyu who was flying towards him, raised his foot and kicked quickly, and the sharp foot like a blade instantly cut Jinyu in half. Poor Captain Jinyu, he was killed just after he was resurrected and hadn't started to show off yet. Ah! Elena was shocked because she had never seen such a bloody scene. Frisia didn't care at all, just looked at his subordinates who were knocked to the ground with some hatred, helplessly holding his forehead. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Get down from here! Sun Wushan looked at Frisia sitting on the floating aircraft and felt a little unhappy. He spread his palm towards Frisia and shot out a wave of energy. Boom! Frisia was startled. Coach, someone has committed a foul. He jumped away in a hurry, but his aircraft was hit by the energy wave, and Jinyu was killed. You should transform, Frisia. You are no match for me now. Goten looked down at Frisia, and a kind of contempt of a king arose spontaneously, making Frisia's eyelids twitch wildly. I really want to beat him to death, but no matter how I go, I will definitely be beaten to death. Chapter 69-19 Bloodbath of Frisia. Ho ho, that's as you wish, Sunday. Frisia, who was just about to pretend to be Bobby, realized that he didn't seem to ask his name, which was so embarrassing. Sun Wushan scorned. Frisia has a lot of numbers protruding from his forehead, which means his mother is cheating. I will definitely beat him until he doesn't even recognize his father. Ah! SX. Frisia's whole body was burning with a purple energy flame. The terrifying energy flame expanded and turned into a purple energy light group surrounding Frisia and of course those hard-working legionnaires. The light group dispersed, Frisia directly activated his final form, and around Frisia, there was a huge semicircular pit, consuming the land beneath his feet. This guy, in order to show his strength, actually killed all his subordinates. Piccolo said with an ugly face. Sun Wooten didn't feel any surprise at all. This section was almost the same as in the original work, except that Sun Wukong was replaced by himself. With Frisia's personality, it would only make people feel surprised if he didn't do this. I think, this shouldn't be your full strength. Sun Wushan said casually, shocking the soldiers watching the battle. How is it possible that such a powerful force is not Frisia's full strength? Krillin said in horror. Oh, why, Sun Goten-san, Frisia chuckled. Of course. After all, Frisia has come to seek revenge on his father. He will definitely collect some information about his father. If he was killed just after he came here, would he, a retarded emperor, still have to hang around? Sun Wushan explained, but everyone laughed when he mentioned the retarded emperor, but Frisia had a black line on his face. Don't stop me, I will definitely beat him to death. Ho ho, Frisia chuckled, indeed, I still have a higher level of transformation, but that was developed for Sun Wukong. To deal with you, this is enough for now. After Frisia said this, he found that the eyes of these people looked at him inexplicably, as if they were sympathetic, and Sun Wushan also looked at him with caring eyes. What's the matter? Is my dear very strong? Elena looked at everyone with a confused look. In her eyes, Sun Wushan only had a little bit of superhuman strength at most, and Sun Wushan didn't show much in front of Elena. The strongest strength is, at most, the strength that he had to deal with Bard that time. Klin looked at Elena with a surprised look on his face. Damn it, Xiao Tian is so quick to attack. Of course, Xiao Tian is very strong, Klin said with a smile on his face. Sun Wushan laughed scornfully in his heart and said, it's not wrong to call you a mentally retarded emperor. Then come, Max looked at Frisia with mocking eyes and waved at Frisia provocatively, indicating that I could let you go first. You asked for this, Frisia glared at Sun Wooten and rushed towards Sun Wooten. Boom! Ooh! Boom! Sun Goten punched out quickly, and Frisia flew backwards and crashed into a large mountain. How can it be repaired? Frisia cursed angrily, escaped from the stone mountain, stretched out his fingers, and a red energy ray shot out. Sun Wushan calmly dodged Frisia's laser. Frisia did not believe in evil and fired several more energy rays, but Sun Wooten dodged them all. Seeing that Sun Goten didn't even sweat a drop, Frisia panicked a little. It's my turn. A sinister smile appeared on Sun Wooten's face, and he appeared in front of Frisia as if teleporting. N.A. Boom! Frisia was shocked, and before he could react, he was kicked into the sky by Sun Wooten. Sun Wushan's figure swept away, and he rushed into the sky after Frisia. His fists turned into afterimages, and the fists fell on Frisia mercilessly. Frisia, who had a huge difference in combat power, had no power to resist. Whoa! 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 With every punch from Sun Wooten, Frisia would scream in agony. Oh, you are so weak! Sun Wushan sighed and slapped Frisia away. Frisia now had a bruised nose and a swollen face. He looked nothing like the top in the world look he had just now. Damn Scion monkey, Frisia glared at Sun Wushan angrily, but he couldn't even do anything about it. Even though he was like this, he didn't even change into a Super Scion. Wait, he didn't change, he must not have changed. I will become a Super Scion, ha ha ha, I still have a chance to make a comeback, ha ha ha. Feeling that he had seen through Sun Wushan's weakness, Frisia immediately became proud, which made Sun Wushan feel a little strange. Did he just break his brain? What a disaster! If he was really stupid, I wouldn't have to pay for it. Oh no, I am still a Sanyeo student. The author yelled, Mom is selling batches and kicked Jinyu to death. You said 3 good students. Who the hell have you ever seen such a cruel good student? Sun Wushan, yes, my brother was still a good student when he killed Salu. Author. Go to hell, damn science. Frisia was furious, condensing a purple energy disc with his hands, waving his hands, and the disc shot through the air towards Sun Wooten. What happened? It was Chi Circle Slash, Klin said in shock. Sun Wushan looked at the incoming Chi Circle Slash indifferently. Its sharp blade seemed to be able to cut through space. With a squeeze of his hands, the Chi Circle Slash was taken down, shocking everyone's eyes. Unexpectedly, he grabbed the Qi Yuan Zhan. Klin looked blankly at the Qi Yuan Zhan in Sun Wushan's hand. It's ridiculously strong. Master Rashi was also surprised. Xiao Tian really dares to take anything. Sun Gohan was also shocked, but he recalled that he seemed to have taken Cell's Qianzan in the same way before. Sun Goten played with the Qianzan in his hand with a teasing look on his face. Frisia, I remember hearing from my dad that you seemed to be split in half by this move on Namek, and you had to rely on your dad to give you some of your ki to survive. Son Goku looked puzzled. When did I say that? You didn't ask. Frisia recalled the battle on Namek in his mind, and his face turned red. He almost killed himself by pretending to be too arrogant. It's better not to think about this kind of black history too much. Chapter 70-20. Transformation in progress. How can you repair it? Frisia glared at Sun Goten, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Damn, I have never seen such a pretentious person. Crack, crack. Sun Goten exerted a little force with his 2 fingers, and the 2 pieces of Qi Yuan Zhan broke like a mirror, turning into starlight and disappearing between heaven and earth. Patting the dust on his hands, Sun Goten raised the corner of his mouth contemptuously. Frisia, you are still a pretentious person. Hurry up, I will let you go back and love Uncle Yanwang later. There was a hint of murderous intent in his sharp eyes, and Sun Goten's murderous aura rushed out without hesitation. Frisia sweated coldly. From the battle just now, he clearly felt the huge gap between himself and Sun Goten. Originally, this power was used to deal with Son Goku. In this case, I will let you see it. Thinking of his hidden power, the originally panicked Frisia calmed down, looking at Sun Goten with confidence in his eyes. Sun Wushan was a little confused. What tricks did Frisia want to play again? Did he just hit him stupid? Seeing that Sun Wushan had always been normal, Frisia thought that Sun Wushan would not transform into a Super Saiyan at all. He became confident in an instant, and the transformation of the new power was so powerful that he was surprised. Alpaca, if you want to transform, do it quickly. Why are you pretending? I have killed you hundreds of times in this time. Looking at Frisia who was acting stupid, Sun Wushan rolled his eyes and slapped Frisia in the face, which directly stunned Frisia. Due to cache reasons, please visit sx.website directly with your browser to watch the fastest chapter update. Fuck, what's the point of giving me time to pretend? Frisia's bloodshot eyes stared at Sun Wushan, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Ah! As soon as Frisia landed on the ground, his pale face twisted into a hideous look, and he screamed in pain. A purple aura instantly burned like a ignited flame. The terrifying energy made the whole world vibrate, and the sea level surged because of this huge force. Frisia's energy is rising again. This guy really has a stronger power. Will Xiao Tian be unable to withstand it? No, no matter how strong Frisia is, he can't be stronger than the God of Destruction. Xiao Tian can even defeat the God of Destruction. The people watching the battle evacuated the scene one after another. Frisia's power is really strong now. It's hard to imagine that this guy has only practiced for 4 months. If he is allowed to practice in the spirit time chamber, he will be in heaven. That man is so strong, dear, can he defeat him? Elena couldn't help but look at Sun Goten who was watching the show silently with a worried look. Don't worry. Sun Gohan patted Elena's shoulder to show his reassurance. The purple flame expanded and became huge, and a burst of purple light covered the whole world, making people squint subconsciously. The purple light faded, and a brand new Frisia appeared in front of everyone. The current Frisia's aura was extremely terrifying, and his whole body seemed to be made of gold. The whole upper body was golden yellow, while the lower body and arms were golden brown, the palms and soles of the feet turned purple, the eyebrows drooped slightly, and the nose and mouth were also purple. With golden energy rising all over his body, Frisia smiled faintly. "How about it, Son Goten-san, this is my new form. Give it a simpler name, just call it Golden Frisia." "Well, it's very simple, just like splashing gold paint." Son Goten rolled his dead fish eyes, looking bored and dying. "Oh, then what? Are you inflated? Do you think I can't lift the knife?" Frisia's mouth twitched. "Since you have already transformed, it's my turn." Son Goten smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth. "Why, do you want to become a big ape? Scions are scions, and they will always look like stinky monkeys." Frisia looked at Goten sarcastically. "Ha!" Goten shouted softly, and a thick red light enveloped him. Goten's figure was instantly covered by a red light, and the light it revealed stung people's eye membranes. The covering red light began to break from the feet to the top of the head, dissipated in the air, and a red hedgehog-haired Goten appeared in front of everyone, shocking everyone. Now Goten has the same hairstyle as Super Saiyan, but it has changed from the original golden color to red. The red eyes reveal a sharp glow, and the red energy is boiling, but the breath seems to be hidden, and no one can sense it. This is not exactly the same as Goku's Super Saiyan God. Well, I can't feel his aura except for the different hair." Everyone's attention was on Son Goten, and no one noticed Frisia's ugly face, as if he was beating a dog. "Despicable Scion, actually lied to me that he couldn't become a Super Saiyan, and dared to lie to me, even though the hair was a little weird. You can't become a Super Saiyan, right?" Frisia pointed at Son Goten in a questioning tone. Son Goten looked strange. "When did I say I couldn't? You are really a mentally retarded emperor." Frisia spat out a mouthful of blood in his heart. "Don't stop me, I want to beat him to death, no one can stop me." "This is a Super Saiyan transformed from a Saiyan with the power of Super Saiyan God," Goten said with a hint of mischief on his face. "A Super Saiyan transformed from a Saiyan with the power of Super Saiyan God," Frisia repeated, his face not looking good. "Damn, you almost made me bite my tongue." Goten laughed in his heart. This guy is really a mentally retarded emperor, the identification is complete. "Well, to put it simply, it's called Super Saiyan Red," Goten said. "Super Saiyan Red?" Frisia had a black question mark on his face. "Super Saiyan Red? What a strange name," Krillin looked puzzled. "Wow! Honey, the color can actually change, so handsome," Elena said with a crazy look on her face. Chapter 71-21 Super Red vs Gold, Frisia's Death. "Come on! As my first opponent in this transformation, I'll give you a special treatment and let you make the first move. How about it? Are you moved to the point of urinating?" Goten raised his hand to Frisia with a mocking look at Max, full of provocation, and once again made King Frisia explode. "I'll kill you!" Frisia roared, and his figure suddenly shot out like a cannonball and rushed towards Goten. Goten's figure also disappeared from the spot. The next second, with a bang, he collided with Frisia. Goten's little Tui blocked Frisia's elbow. Due to cache reasons, please visit the 69 Book Bar website directly with your browser to watch the fastest chapter update. Humph! Frisia snorted coldly, glared at the calm Goten unwillingly, and added another punch to Goten's abdomen. Another burst of air explosions sounded, and Goten once again blocked Frisia's attack with his little Tui. Boom! 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 Frisia's face was ferocious, his fists turned into afterimages and hit Goten like meteors, but Goten easily blocked all of them with one foot every time, not taking Frisia seriously at all, which made Frisia very angry. "Damn Scion!" Frisia roared, pointing a finger at the sky, and a huge energy ball like magma expanded wildly and flew towards Goten. Alas, you bosses are really something, you want to destroy the earth at any time. Goten raised his head and glanced at the energy ball flying towards him, as if he could do nothing about these bosses. View was the same, a planet was destroyed at any time. With such a bad mentality, how could he be a boss for the protagonist to beat? Fortunately he didn't experience the Chinese cramming teaching, otherwise he would go crazy. Came haha, Goten put his hands together at his waist, and a blue energy wave was pushed out by him towards the huge energy ball. Boom! The Kamehameha wave pushed the huge energy ball toward the universe, and it exploded in the outer sky, creating a burst of white light. Frisia, can you find some new moves? Goten looked at Frisia and laughed contemptuously. Ka ka ka. Frisia gritted his teeth and glared at Goten. Ah, I practiced well today. After destroying the sacred land, Whis released Gaku and Vegeta from the mysterious space, and laughed at the two of them who were exhausted. Beerus glanced at Gaku and Vegeta, and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. He always compared Gaku and Vegeta to Goten. Well, Whis, someone sent you a message, Beerus said when he saw Whis's cane. Ah, let me see. Whis tapped the ground with his cane, and a green light shone from the cane or something, and a video message from Bulma appeared. Strawberry sundae, it looks so delicious. Whis looked at the exquisitely crafted strawberry sundae, and couldn't help but drool at the corner of his mouth. What? Strawberry sundae, wow, it looks really good. Beerus also changed into a hungry ghost reincarnation look, looking at the strawberry sundae with shining eyes. Hey, if I heard it right. Hearing Bulma talking about Frisia, Gaku, and Vegeta's faces changed. Vegeta resurrected on the spot and rushed to the cane, and saw Frisia's appearance before. It's really Frisia, Vegeta said in surprise. No way, wasn't Frisia killed by Trunks a long time ago? Gaku was also surprised to see Frisia. Immediately, Vegeta looked at Whis anxiously. Whis, contact Bulma. Bulma-san. Whis. You finally answered the phone. Whis connected to the earth, and was interrupted by Bulma just as he was about to say something. Yes, Bulma-san, the strawberry sundae looks very good, can we go over now? Whis asked with shining eyes. But. Don't talk about this for now, Bulma, is Frisia really resurrected? Bulma was about to say something when she was interrupted by Vegeta, who shouted anxiously. Vegeta, Bulma was stunned, Frisia is resurrected, but Xiao Tian is already dealing with him. Really, and Frisia has become so strong, Sun Wukong, who was sensing the earth, shouted in surprise. Frisia's power really scared him. Nanny. Vegeta was shocked and also calmed down to sense the earth, but he couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he sensed Frisia's current power. How could Frisia become so strong? Let's go and see. Sun Wukong quickly took Vegeta to the battlefield using instant teleportation. Beerus was speechless. Damn, you guys take me with you, I want to eat strawberry sundae. Wukong. Vegeta. Sun Wukong and Vegeta suddenly appeared in front of everyone and scared them. However, Son Goku and Vegeta looked at Frisia with a serious face. They clearly felt that Frisia's strength had made a great leap, at least not much inferior to them. Brother Gohan, who is that person? He looks like my dear. Elena, who saw Son Goku for the first time, looked at Son Goku who looked exactly like Son Goten with a puzzled look and asked Son Gohan. Oh, his name is Son Goku, he is my father, Son Gohan explained with a smile. Who knew that Elena was stunned all of a sudden? Isn't Gohan's father Xiaoshan's father? They look so much alike that they can hardly be told apart. Forget it, Frisia, I'll use this new trick to finish you off. Seeing that Frisia was at the end of his rope and unable to resist, Goten also lost interest in playing with him. What? New trick? Everyone was puzzled. When did Xiao Tian study new tricks? Frisia was shocked. Goten was going to finish him off. Damn, when did Gaku come? And Vegeta was there too. Bang! Goten's body was boiling with red energy, and his terrifying divine power was condensing. His figure shot out like an arrow from a string. There was an explosion in the air, and a golden dragon soared into the sky and flew towards Frieza. Dragon Fist, explode! That's right, it was the Dragon Fist that Gaku often used in Dragon Ball GT. Anyway, Gaku didn't create it in this world, so it was Goten's original creation. The golden dragon formed by divine power penetrated Frieza's chest in the midst of his fearful and desperate eyes, and then entangled Frieza. The terrifying divine power destroyed Frieza's body. With a roar, our great King Frieza once again returned to hell and died. Xiaoshan's move is so powerful. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with a bright color, and he looked at Sun Wushan passionately. Ah, is Frieza dead? The two gods who came late looked confused, and then they threw the question out of their mind when they saw the strawberry sundae. Chapter 72-22 Teaching Elena the Aerial Dance. In the boundless space of the universe, a stream of light quickly passed by, until a planet stopped, and two figures appeared. The two figures are very similar to Beerus and Whis. The fat cat similar to Beerus is several times fatter than Beerus, with a very short tail and a red god of destruction costume. The angel similar to Whis is an angel. She is a royal lady, with a long ponytail reaching her waist, and her charming and sexy lips that make people's hearts flutter. Bados, is this here? The god of destruction, who was similar to Beerus, said angrily towards the angel named Bados. Master Xiongpa, you will know if you try it, Bados smiled charmingly. That's right, Xiongpa stretched out a hand towards the planet, and aimed his palm at the planet. A palm-sized energy ball filled with destructive energy condensed, and the energy ball came out of his hand and flew towards the planet. Boom! The planet exploded, emitting bright light in the endless darkness, releasing its last beauty. What a pity, it's not here, Xiongpa sighed, the last wishing ball can never be found. This book is first published on Bookbar SX, providing you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters and no chapters out of order. Behind him, 6 behemoths followed, each the size of a planet, with 1 to 7 red stars embedded in them. The appearance is a layer of orange. Anyone familiar with Dragon Ball can recognize them. They are all from this comic. The starting point is Dragon Ball. Forget it, Bados, let's go to the next place. Xiongpa put his hand on Bados's back, and Bados' cane tapped into the void. A ripple rippled in the space, and the two of them turned into each other again. The stream of light fled into the distance. Earth. My dear, can you teach me that move of yours that can shoot like cannonballs? Elena shook Sun Wushan's arm and said coquettishly, and the one of yours that can fly around in the air. Sun Wushan smiled slightly. You talk about Qi and Wukong skills, of course you can. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Really? That's great! Elena shouted excitedly, throwing herself into Sun Wushan's arms with a happy face, and kissed Sun Wushan hard on the mouth with her red lips. Sun Wushan took Elena to a deserted place. The two sat cross-legged and began to explain to Elena. Qi is a kind of energy that we humans have. Everyone has it. It's just a question of how to channel it. Sun Wushan said to Elena seriously. He opened his palm and a light blue Qigong bomb came out. The palms condensed out, and blue light flashed around the two people. Elena crawled up to Sun Wushan with a curious look on her face, looking at the energy bomb in Sun Wushan's hand that was beating like an elf, and the blue light shone on her playful face. And Wukong can only be learned when you can use Qi and control it, Sun Wushan chuckled. Qi is very powerful. You saw it when I fought last time. As long as your Qi is strong enough, you can. It doesn't matter if the mountain is destroyed. Boom! Sun Wushan flicked his hand, and the energy bomb that originally exuded a charming light came out of his hand, exploding a huge crater not far away, frightening Elena for a moment. Then how to learn? Elena came back to her senses and asked with a puzzled look on her face. Well, like this, Sun Wuxian spread his hands and leaned together. Gradually, a new energy bomb condensed out. Like this, with no distracting thoughts, he then pulled the energy in his body and condensed it into his hands. Release it. Sun Wuxian dismissed the Qigong bombs in his hands and looked at Elena with a smile on his face. I'll try. Elena began to do what Sun Wuxian did just now, spreading her jade hands as white as suet and leaning together, frowning, trying to put away some boring thoughts in her heart. It lasted like this for almost half an hour, and Dai's eyebrows were almost twisted together, but Sun Wuxian kept watching, but Elena's anger still hadn't gathered together. Hey, Elena breathed out the fragrance again, I can't do it anymore. Elena, don't be nervous. Remember, don't think about anything. Just focus on gathering strength. Sun Wuxian gently rubbed Elena's little head with an encouraging look on his face. It seemed that Sun Wuxian's encouragement had taken effect. This time, Elena was much more focused than before. The energy flowing in her body gathered towards Elena's hands as if obeying some kind of call. The energy that had been condensed to a certain amount was released, and a pale pink energy bomb appeared in Elena's hand. Elena was dripping with sweat. She looked at the energy bomb that appeared in her hand with satisfaction. Her heart relaxed and the energy bomb dissipated. Ignoring the sweat on his body, hugged Sun Wuxian's waist and screamed excitedly, I succeeded, my dear. When you can master Qi, I will teach you the air dance technique. Sun Wuxian lovingly rubbed Elena's silky hair. I don't know why, but Elena's talent is even better than Dili's. She can master the release and dispersion of Qi so quickly. Although the destructive power caused is limited, it is still enough to teach her the air dance technique. Elena, Wukong technique is to spread Qi all over the body, and use it to break away from the gravity of the earth to achieve flying and levitating. Like this, Sun Wuxian raised the corner of his mouth lightly, and his body was suspended in the air under the support of Qi. Don't be anxious, just like you felt angry just now. Yes, come on, that's it. Watching Elena gradually master the trick of the air dance, Sun Wuxian always had a smile on his face and kept cheering Elena on. Finally, Elena successfully floated off the ground. Although it was only for a few seconds, she still did it. But what happened next made Sun Wuxian stunned. Elena only took an hour to fly slowly in the air. Until the end, the speed was getting faster and faster, almost reaching the speed of an ordinary car, which made Sun Wuxian call her a monster. Sun Wuxian just stared at Elena flying freely in the air. Although he also learned the air dance quickly and was able to fly quickly, it was mainly because he was a scion. Elena, an ordinary girl who had not practiced any training, could master the air dance so quickly. How could the clumsy Sun Wuxian in the original work survive? Not bad, Elena, you can fly freely now, Sun Wuxian said with a smile. Chapter 73-23. The Sixth Universe God of Destruction Xiangpa. Boom! Today, an uninvited guest came to the sacred land of destruction, arriving in a very high-profile manner. Gaku, Vegeta, don't run away if you have the guts. Beerus was very unhappy about being woken up. He kept releasing the destructive energy bombs in his hands and bombarding the Holy Land indiscriminately, just to find and wake up him. The innocent Son Goku and Vegeta. The innocent protagonist duo, wearing West's special gravity suits, awkwardly dodge Beerus's indiscriminate bombardment. As they are now, being hit by Beerus's destructive energy is no joke. Bados, can't you find a better and more handsome way to land? The disgraced Xiangpa roared at Bados. Master Xiangpa wanted to do this. How could I have known that you wouldn't have made preparations? Regarding Xiangpa's somewhat childlike character, Bados just smiled casually. She knew Xiangpa very well. Humph! Xiangpa snorted coldly and showed a cruel smile towards Beerus' residence in the distance. Get ready to tangle and shake, Beerus. Uncle Xiangpa, are here. Lord Xiangpa, you plan to walk there? Bados looked at this section of road with a teasing look on his face and said with a slight hint. Due to caching reasons, please visit the 69bookbar69 website directly with your browser to watch the fastest chapter updates. Of course, Xiangpa walked in front of Bados with the most disgusting expression on his face. For those who didn't know, he thought this fat man was very awesome. Although he looked fat, he actually had quite good physical strength. After all, he was a god. But it turns out that we haven't gone a long way yet. Panting, Xiangpa sat down on a protruding tree vine and said, Bados, I'm so thirsty, give me water. Bados always maintained a good image. Lord Xiangpa, you will be here soon. If you hold on, I can help you lose some weight. Wolusai, give it to me quickly. Xiangpa took the water bottle from Bados and took a swig of the cow drink. Boom! 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 Xiangpa and Bardos walked all the way to a place similar to a city gate. Seeing the artillery fire flying inside, Xiangpa was very proud. Haha, Birasbaga was so scared that I was here. As a result, before Xiangpa finished speaking, an energy bomb exploded open the city gate, and a stray bullet hit Xiangpa who was pretending to be by, and it was also in the face. Gaku, Vegeta, get out of here quickly, Beerus said with an angry look on his face, holding a destructive energy in each hand and murderously looking for Gaku and Vegeta. Hey! Beerus, Xiangpa, who was once again disgraced, glared at Beerus with anger on his face. Beerus looked at the fat man in front of him with a blank look. Who are you? Xiangpa took the towel and wiped his face, and said angrily, I am Xiangpa, Xiangpa. Oh, it's you. Beerus' expression suddenly darkened. In the hall, Xiangpa and Beerus sat face to face. Whis and Bardos stood aside, and Sun Wukong and Vegeta, seeing that they were no longer in danger, ran out of their hiding place, stood behind Beerus, and said someone ran over to Sun Wushan out of curiosity. So, this fat guy who looks like Beerus is actually Beerus's brother, and that beautiful angel is Whis' sister. You are the god of destruction and angel from the 6th universe of the parallel universe. The two gods of destruction are having trouble. A little awkwardness will lead to thousands of years. Looking at the two gods of destruction fighting each other, Sun Wushan's mouth twitched. Although he knew it a long time ago, hearing it again would still make him a little stupid. Humph, Beerus, I brought a delicious delicacy from our 6th universe. This will prove that our 6th universe is the universe with the best food, Xiangpa laughed proudly. Sun Wushan curled his lips with disdain in his heart. Young man, if the earth in your 6th universe is not destroyed, there is still some possibility, but now, there is basically no chance. This is the egg of a dong-dong bird, which is rich in many kinds of. Bados explained while watching the owner peel off an egg that was larger than a goose egg. Beerus took a bite, and the freshness in his heart was gone. This was just an ordinary egg. Sun Wushan took a light bite. He had been tired of this egg since he was a child. It's delicious, but Monkey King, a pig teammate, said it's delicious. Didn't you find that it tastes exactly like eggs? What about Beerus, give in now. On the side, seeing Sun Wukong saying delicious, Xiangpa seemed to have heard something good, his face became even more proud, and he said sarcastically. Beerus waved, Wes, bring that. Yes, Lord Beerus. Soon, Weiss took out 7 bowls of noodles from the cane, and an hourglass. What, Beerus, do you want to eat a bucket? Xiangpa taunted very hard when he had the opportunity to taunt Beerus. After looking at the hourglass in the hourglass, Weiss smiled and said, Okay everyone, you can eat. Xiangpa's face changed as soon as he took his first bite, and then he ate the noodles frantically in the bowl, not even the soup was left. Seeing Beerus's naked contempt, Xiangpa's face turned red and he pretended not to care and said, Well, it's just so-so. Oh, but you even drank all the soup, Beerus looked at Xiangpa with a half-smile. "What is this and how can it be so delicious?" Xiangpa asked impatiently. "The bowl of noodles, from Earth," Beerus said indifferently, but if you look closely you can still see the corners of his mouth curled up because of pride. "Earth, Bardos, we should have an Earth too, let's look for it. It's very sad. The Earth of the 6th universe was extinct because of the stupid war of mankind." Kampa was so angry that he wanted to beat the child, and then proposed to use Super Dragon Balls as the reward for the competition. If the 6th universe won, the Earth would be moved to the 6th universe, and if the 7th universe won, it would be able to get the 6 Super Dragon Balls collected by Kampa. Although Beerus wanted to refuse, he was stopped by Son Goku. At Son Goku's request, Beerus agreed, mainly because Beerus saw that Son Goten did not object, so he agreed. He did not believe that there was such a powerful scion in the 6th universe. Son Goten was looking forward to how strong it was, who could not use the killing method because of the power conference, and how he could defeat his father with 10 times Kaioken Super Blue, and that the flash time function could not imprison him, but Son Goten did not expect that he would meet an unexpected person this time. Chapter 74-24. Ask Zuma. Before leaving, Xiangpa took a deep look at Sun Wukong. Seeing his clumsy movements, he couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth, and then followed Bardos away. A deafening scream rang out from the Universal Capsule Company, scaring passers-by. "Nanny! If we lose, the Earth will be transferred to the 6th universe. What the hell are you doing?" Bulma roared at Beerus in front of him, making Beerus stunned. "Well, Bulma-san, please don't worry," Whis smiled and glanced at Sun Wushan who was playing with Trunks and Little Goten outside. "We don't necessarily lose to the 6th universe with Little Goten here, don't worry." Bulma raised her eyebrows and looked at Sun Wushan outside. Yes, she seemed to be too nervous and forgot that there was a guy who could even suppress the god of destruction. She was old. "Wait, I'm only 38 years old." "What's old?" "The original book is 37 years old, it seems." 69 book bar 69. "But what is this Super Dragon Ball? Even the god of destruction cares about it," Vegeta frowned, thinking about the bet that Xiangpa and Beerus had made in the Holy Land of Destruction. Everyone was also confused. They had Dragon Balls on Earth, and there were also Dragon Balls stronger than Earth on Namek, but they were completely in the dark about what this Super Dragon Ball was. "Why not ask Lord Zuma?" Jack, who came out of nowhere, said. "Lord Zuma?" Everyone looked at Jack with a puzzled look, giving him a star-like experience. Lord Zuma is known for knowing everything. There is nothing in the world that he doesn't know, so it's right to ask him. Jack felt that everyone's eyes were a little uncomfortable, and explained quickly. "Is that so? Then I'll go and take a look," said Bulma. "Then I'll go and take a look too." At this time, Son Goten, who was outside, walked in and said with a smile. Everyone had no objection and flew towards the galaxy where Zuma was on Gok's spaceship. Zuma, whose head was bigger than his entire body, reminded Sun Wushan of a grudge from the Pirate King. He could not be the Pirate King, but Momonosuke must die. This guy's hairstyle was exactly the same as Momonosuke's, and this guy was more upright than Momonosuke. If you want to know the information, come and kiss him and you will know. When Zuma proposed this condition, especially that women could kiss 3 times, this kind of upright behavior, I believe that most people who saw it at the time were envious and jealous, and they wanted to kill Zuma first. Bulma was a little embarrassed, and Sun Wushan's smile on his face was very bright, and he sneered in his heart. Did this guy know that the person who came was not Vegeta? According to Vegeta's current temper, Zuma would definitely be humanely destroyed by Vegeta as soon as he made this request. There is no need for that. Sun Wushan glanced at Zuma coldly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, and an energy bomb flew in front of Zuma. Boom! A stone pit was formed, and Zuma's mouth twitched. Boom! Another stone pit was formed, and everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Damn, it's too cruel. You just need to tell us about the Super Dragon Balls, and I'll hit you in the face if you beep. Beep. Sun Wuxian smiled, and in his hand, an energy ball containing terrifying energy was condensed. Zuma was sweating all over. And he didn't doubt the power of the energy ball that could destroy the world. Okay, I'll tell you. Zuma's cold image was immediately broken, and he spoke anxiously about the information of the Super Dragon Balls. The Super Dragon Balls are wishing balls created by the Dragon God, scattered in the 6th and 7th universes, blah blah. That's all. Zuma looked at the energy ball in Sun Wuxian's hand with a panicked look. Ancestor, I've already said it, can you please put down the energy ball in your hand, I'm panicking. Sun Wuxian disbanded the energy ball with satisfaction. According to the plot in his mind, this part was almost the same, so he did not embarrass Zuma again, although he looked at Zuma and had the urge to kill him. Zuma glanced at Gok with resentful eyes. Damn, who told you to bring this little ancestor who should not be provoked? Gok said that he was wronged. Since you know what you want to know, let's go first. Bulma said with a smile. Sun Wuxian nodded and followed Bulma out, and Gok hurriedly chased after him. Zuma looked deeply at Goten's back and said, "That, sir, what's your name?" Goten. Goten turned his head and glanced at Zuma, saying lazily, "Of course, you can also call me Sun Xiaotian." Goten, Zuma muttered, looking at Goten's back and secretly using his superpowers to peek at Goten's everything, suddenly. Puff! Sir Zuma! Zuma spurted out a mouthful of blood, staining the nearby floor red, frightening several servants to come close and support Zuma worriedly. "I can't see through that person, that scion." Zuma looked at the door with a face full of fear, his eyes squinting at the boss. In this world, even if he is the god of destruction, he can at least see a little bit. For example, the Universe United competition 3 days later, he can see the future very clearly, but now, the future is completely a fog, with no direction. Several servants looked at each other in bewilderment. In their eyes, the all-knowing Zuma-sama could not see through a mortal, and the fear in their hearts continued to grow. "Let's go here." On a planet at the junction of 2 universes, Xiangpa looked at this nameless planet with great satisfaction. As Bardos waved his cane, the barren planet finally had something other than stones. It was covered with a light green gas mask, and inside was a huge arena, and there were huge photos of 2 gods of destruction. "Sir Xiangpa, do you want to let that child appear in this conference?" Bardos thought of a beautiful figure and asked with a smile. "Are you talking about her?" Xiangpa also thought of that person and smiled evilly. "Whatever, as long as we can defeat the 7th universe and make Beerus lose." Chapter 75-25 Pre-War Preparations. At night, Beerus had a gloomy face, squinting his eyes, and he didn't know what he was thinking. After listening to what Bulma said, Beerus has been like this. "Are there all the 6th and 7th universes?" "Very good, Xiangpa, I didn't want you to lose too badly, don't blame me now." Beerus' eyes, a fierce light flashed. "So, Dad, you plan to go to the Spirit Time House to practice with Uncle Vegeta?" Sun Wuxian looked back and forth between Sun Wukong and Vegeta with a weird face, which made the two of them feel scared. "Damn, Dad, you two are alone in a room for 3 days, 3 years, you are not going to, that, my god, Mom and Aunt Bulma will cry if they know." Sun Wuxian had some very rotten pictures in his mind, but fortunately he didn't say it, otherwise he would definitely be killed by Vegeta. "Who else will appear besides us?" Sun Wuxian asked seriously, shaking off those unreliable pictures in his mind. Now that he has been disturbed, he doesn't know who the players will appear. "And Bu and Piccolo," said Sun Wukong. Sun Wuxian raised his eyebrows. "Well, it's similar to the original, but he replaced Monica. After all, in the original, Beerus made up a strong enemy Monica just to stimulate Sun Wukong's competitive spirit. At that time, Sun Wukong could be said to be the strongest person in the 7th universe. If he didn't make a strong enemy for him, Beerus was afraid that he would slack off. Now, Sun Wushan is like a mountain blocking everyone, giving Sun Wukong and Vegeta the motivation to move forward. He is a strong man who can even suppress the god of destruction, and in terms of the amount of energy, he has even surpassed Whis. If it weren't for the realm, Beerus would have won long ago. Xiao Tian, why don't you go in with us to practice? Sun Wushan's face was full of instigation, instigating Sun Wushan to follow him in. Forget it. Also, call me Goten during the competition. After all, I can't play over there. Let me use this name first. Sun Wushan chuckled. Although he still missed his previous life, he was now living as Sun Wushan. His name was also given by his mother. He might as well change it back temporarily. Okay. Sun Wukong agreed without thinking much. The 6th universe, destroying the sacred land. You are back, Sister Bardos, Lord Xiongpa, a beautiful girl like a green lotus said with a cold face. Bardos looked at the girl in front of him, and the corners of his lips couldn't help but lift up and reveal a hint of smile. Yes, Kaya. The girl called Kaya smiled faintly. Sister Bardos, I can already skillfully use the power of God, plus the power of science. I can definitely catch up with Lord Xiongpa. Hehe, Bardos said nothing, looking at Kaya quietly. Don't be arrogant, Kaya, although you can use the power of God, it doesn't mean that others can't. For example, in the 7th universe we went to this time, there are people who also have the power of God, and they are scions like you. Kaya's cold face couldn't help but change. The 7th universe, it seems that it's time. Bardos looked at Kaya with satisfaction, and felt that it was very much to his liking. Scion Sun Wukong, and Scion Vegeta, I really want to know the gap with you. Kaya has a fighting spirit in her heart. If that guy knew that she could fight with his idol, she would be envious to death, but... Kaya was a little depressed. I didn't know if he would forgive me for what I did at the time. Maybe he didn't know that he had died a long time ago. Yes, I hurt him so deeply at the time, maybe he would never forgive me in his life. Kaya smiled self-deprecatingly. What's wrong, Kaya, are you thinking about the past again? Bardos looked at Kaya worriedly. It's okay, Kaya wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and smiled reluctantly. The next day, early in the morning, Sun Wukong and Vegeta rushed into the Spirit Time house to practice. After waiting for 3 days, Bulma's small garden. A lavender cube that can accommodate at least 20 people is parked here, and everyone looks at the cube with confusion. Haven't Goku and Vegeta come yet? Beerus looked at the people gathered in surprise, and was a little confused when he didn't see the 2 idiots. After waiting for a while, Goku and Vegeta, who looked like Spartan warriors, finally appeared. The beard is so long, let's go cut it after we take a shower. Goku said while looking at his beard. Goshen smiled darkly. Dad, try to become a Super Saiyan. Why? Goku asked in confusion. Just change it. Goshen's face became even darker. Tuan. Wow. Why can't I see it? Goku, who turned into a Super Saiyan, screamed because his beard turned golden and covered his eyes. Goshen had laughed so hard that his stomach hurt, and he couldn't take it anymore. Dad is so funny, please forgive me for laughing like a pig. What are you playing for? Go take a shower quickly, Beerus roared, unable to bear it any longer. The neat and tidy Sun Wukong and Vegeta followed everyone into the cube. Whis tapped the cube with his cane, and the cube immediately jumped into the passage as if in space. In the happy cube, everyone was extremely relaxed and even had a barbecue. Arrived at the destination, which was the venue for this competition, an unknown planet between 2 universes. Goten looked at the planet deeply. Only he knew that this planet was the unknown 7th Dragon Ball. The idiot Xiongpa didn't notice it at all, and Bulma didn't turn on the Dragon Ball radar in advance. Wow! This is the Super Dragon Ball! It's so big! Everyone looked at the 6 huge Dragon Balls surrounding the nameless planet in shock. The Namek Dragon Ball is nothing compared to this. No wonder Xiongpa vowed that the Super Dragon Ball can fulfill any wish. It seems to be true. Even Goten was shocked and speechless for a while. It's really fucking big. This Dragon God is really awesome. In the Super, even Goku's body can be exchanged with Zamasu, a weak chicken. You know, even Porunga dare not exchange Goku's power. Beerus was even more upset. Damn, at least half of this is in my universe. Damn Xiongpa, he really deserves a beating.